習武之人，無懼風雨雷霆。習武之心，靜看流水浮雲。習武之道，邊個先係真正嘅對手？
讓本帥看看，對手究竟有多少斤兩。
武道如水，水可乾，亦可游；水可高，亦可收。
滔滔江河，奔涌无形，无形为形，武道即道。 真正的对手就是自己。
習武之道就係戰勝自我之道。武係我，兵亦係我。
诸位，可愿为本帅俯首？
我就是你们要找的。 李星云，哎呀，人长得帅就是麻烦，走哪儿都有人惦记。
记着，本姑娘叫姬如雪，是幻音房的人。 幻音房的剑，从来不会迟疑。
从今日起，本帅心之所向，便是人心所向。诸位，可愿为本帅俯首？
我是齐王，亦是幻音房的女帝。太平只是这世间的面子，而里子早已烂透了。
As chaos tears open the heavens, the natural order inverts. My, how many journeys back and forth have you made already? Still not found? Searching for someone lost in the rifts. No small task.
It's nothing. I'm just doing my job.
Here's a small charm for your protection.
Much appreciated. This is nothing like I remember. Curious, but there's no time to waste.
All that, Justina, only to become the matron? I will not listen to Akiria's lapdog. Today, I will purge you, Shun, of your filth! Go now! You're courting death, Justina!
Excellent. It's taken the bait. As your escort, it's my job to return you to Lenazra safe and sound. So, no matter how many times it takes, I won't stop till I find you!
That light, does it burn brighter than I do? When you find her in the rift, I'd like to see her for myself.
风卷雷云，来者不善。老伙计，这次又该麻烦你了。
Nights are long, trying to understand a life of words unspoken. How all of her hopes, all of her plans, told so much of what I meant to be. How some should stand, but I'm broken. Your love will help me so near. Never left enough space to hear how it tore me up inside. I've never been prepared to take the key to your kingdom's gate. The dreams wanted that I never shared. Your fears. In the flames I feel alive. The burden in my hands are climbing up to the heavens gates. Defy the fates to show you who I am. Break this throne now, trade for my freedom instead. I fight it on my own road ahead. Never hold me back. Break this road now. Face the world with all that I have. Live forever held within my hand. NARAKA calls to me with no turns back. Do I know your king is back?
習武之人，無懼風雨雷霆。習武之心，靜看流水浮雲。習武之道，邊個先係真正嘅對手？
让本帅看看，对手究竟有多少斤两。
武道如水，水可乾，亦可游；水可高，亦可收。
滔滔江河，奔涌无形，无形为形，无统即道。真正的对手就是自己。
習武之道，就係戰勝自我之道。霧係我，冰亦係我。
诸位，可愿为本帅俯首？
我就是你们要找的李星云。哎呀，人长得帅就是麻烦，走哪儿都有人惦记。
记着，本姑娘叫姬如雪，是幻音房的人。幻音房的剑，从来不会迟疑。
从今日起，本帅心之所向，便是人心所向。诸位，可愿为本帅俯首？
我是齐王，亦是幻音房的女帝。太平只是这世间的面子，而里子早已烂透了。
As chaos tears open the heavens, the natural order inverts.
I was told to be all that I can be. You can get it too if you just focus and believe. Just as advertised, so you gon' get just what you see. I'm not you, not you. I'm M to the E, I'm me. Just as advertised, so you gon' get just what you see. I'm not you, not you. I'm M to the E.
Hello everybody and welcome to the NBPL. My name is Hitbrain and I am joined by Moxie as we're ready to kick off our final week of the regular split. Moxie, we haven't cast together all year and I'm so excited to be back with you. Mostly, not just because you're here, because it's solos and I am a changed man. I absolutely love solos now, so we're up for a banger, really.
Jake's like, remove Zip, remove the fact that players can double pick the same hero in the same phase. And do you know what? Solos? Yeah, he likes it now. Do you know what I really love about Solos too? We get the versus matchups coming on through. And I mean, I'm sure the Twitch chat as well love one other thing about NBPL. Not only do you get really cool matches, you get your Twitch drop collections to come on through. It's a regular day of the bi-weekly, so it is going to be things like your Tay, Spectral Silk, and Splendid Treasure Choice Gift. However, when we get to the weekend, Saturday and Sunday, the spring split shifts will be up for grabs, and that means, Jake, exclusive cosmetics that you can only get once in those esports seasons.
Yeah, I'm very excited for that. You know, lots of goodies for you guys. Make sure that your account is linked, though. Also, competitions throughout the day, so even more goodies up for grabs. We give away a lot, actually, just for watching. But yes, kind of circling back to mirror matchup, obviously trios thing, so I don't know why I said that. Starting the day with a 1v1, so we don't get mirror matchups and we don't get those family matters. I've only had the pleasure of covering it once, but it is really, really fun seeing what the players are going to be locking in into those 1v1s, how they feel comfortable taking them. And, you know, we get some really, really dicey ones in those little best of threes. Also warms the hands up for the players, gets us all kind of ready for the games that are to come. I genuinely think that Solos is in a very, very interesting state. You know, we definitely have still got a meta of sorts of what's getting played. But there's some kind of personal preference that does slide into this. But here we go. This is the run-up for everything that we've got coming up here. Obviously, our grand finals will be coming up on the 25th and the 26th. Ooh, said that weird. 26th of the month, right at the end. Then we're going into our mainland, which is here, our qualifiers for the World Championship. And then not long after that, J-Cup starts. I actually don't know the dates of J-Cup off the top of my head. Maybe if the calendar scrolls down, we'll see. But it's not far off. We're about to get onto it. I can't believe the year's almost gone. I can't believe we're already the end of the second split of the year. This is so bizarre to me.
I mean, we've had a lot of NARAKA action throughout all of the year. We had obviously the spring season, then we had EWC, then we had a fall split, and then as you said, we are now going to be on the home stretch to J-Cup very, very soon. So we can have a look and see all of our standings as we head into the last day of the regular season by week 4. So all of these players definitely going to be aiming for those top 12 positions so they can get as many points as possible to avoid going through those last chance qualifiers. As we can have a look and see some very familiar faces. What surprises me though was that Spider 23.7. Normally we would be like, yeah, 23.7, that's a big day of play coming on through. He's had days of play where he hit 35, so I very strongly believe that Spider is going to be absolutely scampering his way up those standings to try and push Mike out of that first place position.
Yeah, it's one of the things that me and Raven have been talking about quite a lot over the split as well, is how we feel that like the qualifying points for bi-weeklies in both solos and trios has gone up. Like normally you'd have like a soft kind of like a soft point score that we knew everyone was aiming for if they wanted to qualify for those bi-weekly finals. But I think the quality of the players has gone up across the board. It's not just the Mike and Spider show, you know, in trios, it's not just, you know, our like GG show anymore. Like there's so many teams who do show up and so many players on an individual level who are still putting decent points on the board, which then in turn means that like everyone is scoring higher. So it means that base qualification score is going to be a lot higher for them. But before we get into all of this, this is today's lineup of maps. Run the same lineup we always do run here in solos. We do have, as you saw previously in the previous slide, our 1v1 to start the day off. Now this will just be deciding who picks first when they're going into their little pick order. So when we have our first round selection, there'll be 2 players. The winner of the 1v1 we bumped up, and that means they'll get the first pick, and then the second pick will go over to the person who lost the 1v1 in that order. Mostly because for anyone who hasn't watched solos for a little bit, you can't play the same hero. It's 12 unique heroes playing on a day. It's genuinely peak. It's so good to watch. Yeah, I mean, I will be getting into that fairly soon, so it's going to be an absolute banger. I've run out of words to say, apparently. I'm still adjusting to the morning right now, apparently.
Oh, well, we have, as you said, some absolute bangers coming on through. Something to mention as well is that we've actually moved patch. So we're going to be seeing a lot of big changes coming on through, but most of them are going to be seen when we actually go into those actual maps rather than the 1 versus 1s. Because the big one here is that trying to cleanse Yang depletion has now changed drastically. It used to be that when you picked up buffs coming on through from the Spirit Wells, that would automatically cleanse your Yang depletion. No more is the case. Same thing for being able to kill a player with a million Bird's Might and then look to pick up the Soul Bloom that they drop. They no longer drop Soul Blooms, they now drop a million Bird's Might essences coming on through, which are actually going to be able to give you a lot of rage, but they're also going to reset the Yang depletion timer. So it's not a case of cleansing it immediately, it's giving you a little bit of extra time to be able to try and survive the situation. And that also now means, Jake, that players can't do the min-max strategy because they don't know whether or not someone's going to have picked up one of those Soul Blooms coming on through, which is where you look down at the kill feed when you see someone has lost a Realm of Yang, you identify which hero has lost a Realm of Yang, and then you time and count down and track that timer before it can hit 0 so that you can angle for that last hit.
Yeah, it definitely changes the way that they play the game. It's, you know, it's more about just delaying the inevitable when you pick up the the Vermilion Bird's Might player, but I think the other changes as well. We had a couple of hero changes. I believe you can now parry Kai Lin ult, right? Which changes
V2.
A lot. V2,
so
sorry. Yeah.
You can parrying it isn't really the full definition because it's a little bit misleading. You can block it. You can block it, but you can't actually riposte. Yeah. So normally when you go for a parry, right, if you manage to land that parry, you can riposte the damage with a follow-up attack. You can't do that against a Kylan. And also, even if you do manage to block his V2, he still is able to regen. I believe it's 150 HP per the parry coming on out. They've also slightly pushed up the damage multiplier of the damages applied to those dashes. So it was 2.8, it is now going to be 3.0. There's a new execution as well that is linked to the F2. If you run that variant, though, it's less likely that we're going to be seeing that, given the fact that the F1 is the combo breaker, and in solos, going without a combo breaker is an absolute death sentence. But we're also going to be seeing a couple of changes come through from Lani as well, where she actually got pretty significantly nerfed. The amount of heal that she gets on the successful catch or throw of a trick ball has now actually been depleted. Used to be 150, it's now going to be 50 in solos. So Lani's survivability got hit pretty significantly too.
That changes a lot as well, because if you think about it, our go-to first pick has always been the Liam or the Lani, at least for a fair amount of time. And there was some contest on whether players preferred that Lani or the Liam. Most players were leaning Lani.
Now it's Lani entirely. So Liam
you're right. Liam is lower down.
Yeah, so Liam's gone through a couple of interesting moves in position to priority, because a lot of players, Chen actually, the player on our screen right now, did a very good interview a couple of weeks ago where he got asked about why Liam's pick priority had moved down so low, and he was saying, well, there's a lot of multi-way fighting involved, and if you go for Liam, your traditional ultimate variety would be the V2, which is not the greatest in multi-way fights in comparison to the V1, and we actually even saw a couple of players trying to bring back the V1 variant. I believe Verse actually ran it on a map of Holoroth in week 2. But the key thing was that in the last bi-weekly final, we actually saw players like Mike and Spider manage to really dominantly win out their 1v1 Realm of Yangs with Liam, so that's actually pushed his priority back a bit off of how important it is being able to win this Realm of Yangs and scale into the end game and not have to worry about Yang depletion. So I believe it's not going to be that same lower priority of 4th or 5th as the Liam pick. We're actually seeing him come back into either 2nd, 3rd, or 4th.
Let's see what the players have got lined up as we get ready to go into our showdown to start the day off. We're starting with TT25 versus Wufong. It's a best of 3. So just need to find 2 wins here. We're opening up with a Liam 1v1. They won't have ultimates enabled. They get to pick whatever weapon they want already. TT25 takes the first hit. Is going to be able to have to throw the combo breaker out onto Wufong here. using those flying knives, both of them actually on the flying knives, looking for the connection onto one another. But Wufong definitely got the upper hand over TTD5, locking him in place with the grapple tech and absolutely ripping through the armor. TTD5 being slowly but surely just locked down by the stagger. Combo break in a couple of seconds time, but I don't think it's going to happen. Wufong takes the first round.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing that flying knives combo a whole lot coming on through. That is just the advantage of having a combo breaker available when your opponent doesn't. Both of the players going to be flashing red to guarantee that they're going to be ready to take this fight. As Wufong looks for the slap stagger, doesn't manage to find it, now has to burn his combo breaker, and on the drop down gets hit by the R&B coming on through from that staff. Throws out the LB himself, forcing the combo breaker now from TW5, but Wufong's going to have his up a lot sooner than his opponent, so can potentially look to be able to find a prio and use it to avoid any of the follow-up coming on through from the grapple bumps. Doesn't have it, needs to throw the wisp if he wants to get that faster reset of the F ability. Hasn't been able to though, and that means that he gets hit into another of those RMBs coming through from the staff when he goes for the restand animation. 1-2 goes for the overhold into the RMB, manages to find it, throws the wisp, now just has to worry about just kiting out until he has the combo breaker, or potentially just hitting TV5 at the very apex of the distance coming on through from that staff RMB. Out comes the pillar play, Wufong looking for any follow-up off of the 1-2 light stagger, forces the combo breaker out from TW5, and it's actually pretty even in terms of the health disparity right now. A couple of hits might be able to do it. Both of these players getting desperate enough to look both for parries and committing these focus rates coming on through. Wufong goes for the slap though, and guarantees that he can hit it before TW5 can wind up an attack, and Wufong wins 2-0.
That was nasty, taking him out with the unarmed strike. It's MTF versus XXY. It's Viper versus Cyrus showdown to open up. MTF with the dagger. As standard of MTF, to be honest, is a dagger player.
It's risky though, because he's on the Viper, which means he doesn't have a combo break. He's got to use the F to look for stagger, and XXY actually manages to avoid it entirely by overholding the blue.
Yeah, this could be so dangerous actually here for MTF. He has to quickly swap out, jumps back in. Has got the F coming up in a few seconds time, but like you said, it's not a combo breaker. XXY has been able to hold his. Tried to find him with the uppercut, didn't actually make the connection on there. Does have that F, throws it down, finds that stagger. Now looks to follow up the damage onto XXY. Nice little chunk out to open, but again, it's just going to get broken away. XXY holding on to that F, not throwing it down. Catches him the uppercut, grapple tech comes in. MTF getting very low. There's the parry into the follow-up. Instantly followed out, though, by the F of the combo breaker. MTF unable to break away from this one. He's actually just pinned on the wall here. Throws down the F. I believe it was dodged away. He's just going to use that pillar. Tries to find the uppercut. Both of them incredibly low, but MTF on the back end of this fight really not going to be able to take the win as XXY takes the first round between these two.
Yeah, nunchucks, the power of nunchucks and having block bar built up so that you don't have to worry about getting hit by one of those blues coming in through the gold frame focus. XXY and I going to be on the Liam this time around, so we've gone from not having a combo breaker to having the best combo breaker in the game, which means he can get so aggressive with these connections of the focus strikes. MTF actually has gone for the zipping, so he's going to have a good sustainability while also being able to keep himself on the move without having to worry about being fully punished for staying static against the heals. But XXY has so much damage coming in through from those fly knives, looks for the tap dodge in, finds the uppercut, doesn't manage to fully set it up into an extension, just uses the slap to keep the zip staggered. Parry comes on out, but it's A-okay because we've got our combo breaker from our Liam, and XXY does look for the parry, but the overhold from MTF finds the connection. This time around, though, he's able to find the tap dodge into the parry, into the grapple kick, into the RMB, drop down RMB, and that should mean that the Liam is ahead of the zip in terms of overall damage done, and can just try and kite out or look for the full execution with the LMB from those knives.
2-2-0 so far. We're going to cut over to Edward versus Pace. Our third 1v1 of the day. Both of them just showboating a little bit here. Both on the Temis with the staff. Pretty standard tech here. Edward doing what Edward does, which is he showboats for as long as possible in these. Pace looks for the slap onto him, doesn't make the connection. They're just bonking each other with the staff at the moment. Gonna force the F out here from Pace. Looks to catch him, is able to do so. Jumps him with the grapple once again. A bit more of a follow-up with the uppercut, and he is absolutely clobbering Pace here. He's trying to find that quick opening with a slap. Finds the parry in. Edward has to throw the F down. Looks for the whiff. Is able to make connection. And then follows up on the Pace with even more damage. He is getting walloped here. Absolutely huge damage coming in from Edward. Pace not able to even find a room to breathe here. The one opportunity he had was fumbled by a combo breaker. And Edward absolutely clapped him.
Yeah, I mean, Edward also immediately threw his Wisp almost immediately in comparison to Pace, who held on to his, which meant that that cooldown wasn't actually going to be starting to generate faster. Now it's going to be the Liam versus Liam, flying knives versus nunchuck, so already we're going to have that golden bar potentially bolt on up for Pace opportunity. Out comes that F, keeps up the aggression up against Edward. There's the block coming on out. Edward now down all of his armor, takes one hit of damage coming on through from that RMB into the crouch horizontals, coming out from those knives into the grapple kick, into the, oh yeah, we're just putting him in the absolute blender. There's the drop down R&B. Looks for the grapple bump to extend into the L&B. One block of bar now expended from the nunchucks into the L&B, catching onto Edward before he can properly disengage. And there the parry comes on through. And that means that you get that one hit of damage, as like Pole Sword, nunchucks follow-up damage is just the one hit rather than the two, which means that it has so much potential to take you out in one go.
And we're now going to our first time where we're going all the distance, all the way, the whole distance. Words are hard. It's going to be the Akos versus the Wushen. Seeing if you can find him. Edward jumping back briefly here. Pace.
Wait, Jake, Pace's on the Eno. That means no combo breaker. He's going for the FT2.
Yes. What am I talking about? Sorry, I thought it was Akos. Saw the big hat. Edward, though, is losing a lot of HP. The burst spurt Eno's capable of doing is pretty substantial here. Edward heavily chunked out, just waiting for that F to come back. Said no combo breaker, but if you can find the damage with it, it's going to be huge. Edward trying to play the evasion here. F gets used, just quickly repositions away, looks to jump in, flying nice, get a light poke off onto Edward, looking for a potential parry. Not going to make that connection as Edward just going to go for the pot. He actually may be giving it. Pace did not pressure up in time, and now as he's knocked off of the pillar, just take a little bit of free damage, quickly switches out to the unarmed strike, gets the F down, just repositions away here from Edward, tries to catch him with the flying knives. He's going to find the interrupt on. Pace's armor still just about there, looking to go a little bit low. Quick reposition here from Edward, looking for the scale rush now, off the pillar. Pace finds him and takes that 1v1. Spider versus Chen, number 4.
Yeah, even if he hadn't found the overall kill, he would have been able to win off of just the damage done. Even if these players are able to break away from the fight long enough to get a pot off, it still actually counts towards the overall damage. Yeah, Spider's done this. This, by the way, is Valda F1. This is exactly what Spider did in his other bi-weekly, where he throws out the F1 and looks to try and use it to pressure on something like a Temi if they try and use their combo breaker and catch him immediately above. It does mean that the Valda doesn't have a combo breaker, though. So Spider is having to resort to just burning a lot of that stone form coming in through from the pulse against nunchucks. He's already used the bar, commits the horizontal, again tries to find the catch of that F1, doesn't manage to find it, utilizes the spacing though to break away from the fight long enough to go for one armor powder. But remember, all of the damage that he's taking is still being racked on up to the total that Chen has been able to output. Out comes the horizontal, and Spider, not having that combo breaker, is just being full punish. He's up against the invisible wall, does manage to break on through on the resend, goes for again the connected catch attempted off that F1 when Chen's up on that pillar looking for a scale rush to close up the distance and set the Valda up into a stagger combo extension, but it's just not up and available. Now he's got to look for a scale rush himself, fakes it out, tries to close up the distance instead with the R&B coming on through, and he gets hit into the full damage of that uppercut into R&B. Got to drop the F1 bubble, and he just has no opportunity. He had the time against him too. Even if he took a moment to just breathe and go for an armor powder, he would still have lost to overall damage done.
It is the problem when you're not running the combo breakers, unfortunately. Life gets real dicey. Chen with the advantage over Spider here, taking that first game. It's now going to look to try and keep that pressure up. Spider getting juggled around. So much work coming out from the Liam here from Chen, and Spider getting absolutely pushed around. He can't play. He's just
he hasn't thrown the wisps. He doesn't have his combo breaker. because he didn't get to throw the wisps, he literally take all of that damage. He does find the parry this time around, but Liam still got his combo breaker. Now he doesn't have his though, so Spider might be able to clip him into the re-wisp on the restand. The 1-2 light stagger coming up into the uppercut, into the grapple kick, into the RMB from the staff, and Spider's been able to turn this around. Keeps up the pressure with the LMB, goes for the overhaul, doesn't manage to get the catch as Chen times the parry and manages to find the 1 versus 1 2-0 win. Somewhere I know Dunk is screaming because Spider's third hero that he'd picked was Taka, which meant that we were denied the opportunity of seeing Spider probably use Fireball.
Well, Jin versus HM here, going toe-to-toe. Quick open with a parry from HM on to Jin. Jin losing a lot of HP off that already. Just going to continue to put the pressure on. Does still have that F combo breaker available here for Jin if they're going to need it. Looking for a potential scale rush. Isn't going to make the connection, but the fist weapon's doing a fair amount of return damage in response. Actually, it's fist weapon versus fist weapon here. This is our first Liam not running the flying knives tech. As quick F gets thrown out here from HM, does trade a little bit of healing, does turn it back around onto HM, comes in off the pillar again, looking to catch onto him, but both of them playing this on a nice edge, relatively close on the health scenario, but there's going to be the opener. Catches him in the aerial and then does almost get the turnaround thrown back onto him. HM needs to find a good opening and opportunity, but it's not going to be given. Just consistently staggered there by Jin, who takes that first round.
Shin doing a really good job as well, just utilizing the mobility of those fist blades, tap dodging away from the back slaps that Action was trying to, or rather HM was trying to use against him to look for those staggers. Now we do get the flying knives mirror, but it's going to be Liam versus Sarah. This time the roles reversed as Action keeps up the pressure, playing in that pocket, trying to put the pressure onto the Sarah. Both of the LMVs clanking against each other, so a lot of these players taking some chip damage, but not losing all of it as Action continues to try to tap dodge his way away. Does still have that combo breaker, actually just goes for the roll out of the way of that grapple horizontal follow-up coming in through from Nansara, because he knows the second he uses that combo breaker he is going to be incredibly vulnerable, and HM still holds on to his F1 as well. Crouch horizontal keeps up the pressure, but he's now lost all of his armor and half of his HP. Looks for a slap stagger, doesn't manage to find it as HM had already tap dodged away, and that means that this Liam is in real rough shape right now. Looks for the LMB, gets desperate enough to throw out some of these focus hits, knows that he's probably going to lose the fight and had to make a gambit play to just start chunking the damage through onto that Syra. Comes at the cost of his combo breaker, and now takes us to a last stand of a Valda versus a Temi. Nunchucks versus staff to determine the winner.
It's not going to be the F1 on Valda though, it's that F2. See if we can make this work for them. Jim, trying to chase. I call him sometimes. It's going to open up immediately, stripping through some of the armor, keeping bit of stagger lock here onto Jin, but Jin doesn't take too much damage off the back of that one. HM still got that F, but bullied around there by the staff, gets caught in the upper ground. They're just switching out and slapping one another, dropping their weapons. As HM tried again to find himself that lockdown, but he is just getting absolutely bullied by the staff, constantly being caught in the uppercut. Can he find an opener here, HM? He needs to find that window to try and pull ahead versus Jin. That could have been it. The F comes out immediately, looking for the lockdown with a wisp. Not going to make the connection. HM doesn't get to unleash the nunchucks, but he does get the follow-up into the parry, but doesn't actually really get too much off it. Now finds him with the grapple tech, keeps him stagger locked for as long as possible. F's still not been used. It's going to finally get thrown out, and that could just buy a bit of space here for HM as he's looking for the bit of additional damage onto Jin to close this one out. It's so close as he's just going to back away, getting those nunchucks ready to go, and that is going to be the get round over to HM.
Yeah, smart plays coming up through from HM, not utilizing the Dragon's Roar meter dump to find the damage onto the Temi, but to tank through the wisp grab connection potential and then keep up the pressure as well. Normally when you hold blue, it means that the Temi gets an opportunity to punish your spaceman. That, however, with the golden bar, meant that he couldn't really close up the distance, and he does it twice as Arano now comes on through the slaps. Verse doesn't have a bomb built up, so he's not going to be able to use the block just yet. Looks for the jump parry, doesn't manage to find it. Arano with the overhold into the RMB, managing to come on through. Verse now 3/4 of his armor being chipped away. Now utilizes that bar of block, goes behind for the tap dodge on through, trying to get him out with the Wuchen F2. Rather F1? We're using teleport swap! Oh my goodness. He would have been able to find a Saga hit. However, Arana will be able to avoid getting uppercut connection confirmed into with the overhold of the blue. Coming through from those fist blades first, though, with the 1-2 into grapple kick, following on up, managing to find the catch onto Arano when he's stuck on that ground animation. And out comes that Wu Chen's pressure yet again, this time turning the LMB so that Arano doesn't get the opportunity to parry off of that focus into the grapple kick into the RMB. And that will be him coming out on top.
Now, with Verse, 1 win away. Final showdown between all of our players here. Arano opening up Flying Knives, Liam Tech. We've seen time and time again. Verse on the fist weapons. Onto Syra. Catches the parry, immediately gets that follow-up in onto Verse. Is able to absolutely rip through the armor. Lovely opener there for Arano. Barely takes any damage in response. Does get a little bit thrown out from those fist weapons. Again, another charge comes out here, but Combo Breaker is used by Arano to break away from Verse. Looks to try and catch him once again into that grapple tech. Catches him nice and high. F breaks out from Verse there just to get the Combo Breaker off, and both of those players have got relatively similar HP, but nice catch there from Arano onto Verse, who tried to bait him with a potential pop, but Arano called his bluff and catches out onto him. Very low health bar here for Verse. Very low health bar for Arano. This is anybody's game. If Verse can find the turnaround, he will just be able to take this whole thing, and it looks like he's found himself his window. Arano incredibly low. This is really anybody's fight. F comes out for the Combo Breaker. Can he find the damage? They do find the dazzle, but it doesn't stick for long. The Scale Rush goes wide. Verse just about clutches that one. What a close showdown there.
We had some 2-0s. We had some close matchups coming on through. Again, I feel like Temmie really gets the worst end of the stick when he goes up against the Flying Knives. Because, like, the problem for Temmie, you saw it here, I'm sure we'll probably get to see it in the replays too, is that when he uses his Combo Breaker, he goes aerial, and granted, you can input some of your movement direction keys to influence the direction that you go. But when you then include the fact that Flying Knives have verticality and also directional input of said verticality, what you can actually do is you can still manage to find the connection onto the Temmie, because like Temmie Wisp blocks ranged attacks. But Flying Knives, even though they have ranged on their attacks, are still counted as melee damages. So it means that it can actually still shred through the Temmie Wisp. And then because the Temmie is getting stuck into all of that stagger coming in through from the Knives connections, he's not getting the opportunity to actually throw the Wisp, which would then be able to much more impactfully shorten the cooldown of his Combo Breaker and let him have it back up and available again. So that's why we're seeing when those Temmies actually use their Combo Breaker and go aerial, a lot of the time they go from 100 HP to 0 because they get no opportunity to reset the Combo Breaker by throwing the Wisp. And Flying Knives just again and again and again have proved to be the biggest thorn in a Temmie main side.
Yeah, I mean, it's a brutal combo. Brutal counter. There we go. Wow, words are really struggling for me today, apparently. It's fine. We're warming up, though. That little 1v1 was our warm-up for the day as well, not just the players. But obviously, very, very interesting little tech coming out. Obviously, the Valor tech from Spider. Didn't particularly work. We did see a F1 and an F2 Valor in that game. Both to, honestly, maybe a little bit of a disappointing performances. We'll see the replays.
Okay, he won with it last time. I will say, Spider did win with it last time. Oh, Wufong getting the parry into, yeah, I mean, this is a brutal combo. Like, that grapple into uppercut, into just the drop down R&B, and then you just continue putting the pressure in with the grapple into horizontal of the LMB and those Flying Knives. There's a reason why they're probably the most used weapon that we've seen in our 1v1 spaces, setting up those slaps, also making sure that he has the opportunity to go through for that window of the F2, using it to put as much distance between himself and the Wu Chen as he possibly can, so he can find the commitment of the LMB, then dodges out of the teleport swap from the F2 Wu Chen. Oh my goodness. I can't believe that we're seeing F2 Wu Chen come through.
That is crazy, actually. Flying Knives are a hell of a weapon, aren't they, really? They mid-range, very fast attacking. a lot of stagger can come out of them, and yes, you can parry them even from a distance, but it is brutal going toe-to-toe with them. It's cool to see, you know, still gets in love out of the fist weapons. I think one player pulled the fan out today as well, so...
Yes, we did get to see the fan.
Yeah, we did get a fan, so we did get some variants. We do have new soul jades for the fan as well, actually.
Yes, we do. We have a new soul we have two. We have Unseen Current for the fan, and we have Thunder Portal for the pole sword. Pole sword finally got another legendary soul jade after the entire lack of impact of Overcomer.
The easiest to parry soul jade in the world, man. Like,
yeah, the easiest to parry soul jade.
It's cool though. They
in
ride
the
on a
world.
horse.
It is very cool, especially, you know, when they change the animation. If you have the Brocade Treasure Extreme Pole Sword, then you get that Nightmare Hellion horse coming on through, but we very rarely get to see the Overcome. It's really actually very ironic that probably the more impactful Soul Jade from Pole Sword has long been the purple rarity Blistering Edge with the Fire Tick debuff that it applies onto people, because Fire Tick debuff means that all of your heals, the effectiveness are cut in half when you have that Fire Tick debuff on you, plus the range that Blistering Edge has. The amount of players who've literally just squeaked around a corner and charged up a Blistering Edge to immediately turn on their pursuers. So many players have been caught out by plays like that.
Yeah, no, I mean, I've actually yet to see a Thunder Portal yet, so I hope we get to see one at some point, but I don't know. I actually genuinely don't know how much we see Pole Sword in solos. I feel like a few players do whip it out occasionally, but I feel like things like the flying knives, the fist weapons, the staff, you know, they're the main kind of big go-tos right now. A few people do have other stuff, but, you know, kind of big sweeping heavy attack weapons, some characters do still like to use those, but typically, you know, I feel like that is a role that is normally fulfilled within trios as someone who buys space. When you're in big kind of team fight scenarios where, you know, in solos you want those quick attacks. You want to be able to get a couple of quick attacks in, peace out, kind of find yourself another window to jump in and out. It's more of a yo-yo effect than just kind of ramming your head into a wall. But look, so we're getting ourselves geared up and ready to go into our first game of the day. We'll have our hero select soon, which is always very interesting now that our players have had their roles decided for who is picking what. It'll be interesting to see what the changes do as well, because also Syra got hit by some of the changes as well. You can
Syra got hit. Yes.
Parry.
So Syra went through a couple of nerfs and a couple of buffs. So her beam is now going to be blockable. So you can finally parry the speed of light, which I'm sure every NARAKA player has dreamed about. And also, there's a maximum amount and also a time window now between each of those orbs that she can throw out in her ultimate, so you can't just infinitely pelt people and force them to have to kite the entire duration of that Syra ultimate, whereupon you would just be able to tax them with their entire stamina bar. However, the trade-off was that the beam damage, the tracking that it does, is fairly lethal now. The microwave beam has been stepped up quite massively.
I mean, yes. Yeah. So I'll be interested to see, you know, if that actually affects where she sits on the overall standing in the hero select so far. I haven't seen.
Some people actually took V2. Someone in Biweekly 3 actually took Syra V2 over V1 for
That's what we're seeing in trios right now, right?
Yes, that is the V2, whereupon it's an 8-second duration, and then at the end of that 8 seconds, everyone within the glowing AoE around that Syra is hit by powerful Dazzle as the ultimate expires. So it can be very, very strong for end games where everyone is sort of like clumped up on top of each other, because you're going to be able to, especially as the zone closes, really give players a Sophie's choice kind of decision of, do you stay within the Syra's AoE and get stunned, or do you go out into the outer edges of the zone and take some of that Shadow Corruption tick damage? Coming on through, as we're going to be heading into Padoria Midnight Hour map number 1, and it being a midnight map means that increased fireflies are going to abound, not just for when the map begins, but also for when those floating piles spawn up on this map, meaning that we're going to be seeing a lot of very aggressive fights right off of the rip.
I don't think that Sirotech's going to be all that valuable, especially in this first game where I think we'll see this game end long before we get to that final circle. But Wufeng still betting on it, looking to potentially lock in the Syro, does get it for himself. This means TT5 has things like the Lani, the Sheol, the Liem, kind of some of our big kind of go-tos. And looks like it's going to be that Lani here for TT5. So moving over to third selection and XXY. What has he got in the bag here for this third selection?
Is it going to be the Liam? It is indeed going to be the Liam, as I think with the Yang depletion changes coming on through and having that extra level of survivability, the multi-way fights are still going to be very, very strong, but as we've seen, being able to win your realm of Yang so that you don't get put into those situations, as well as sharking down the bodies with the V2, whereupon you see someone sliding over to one of those cans and just immediately snatch them up. There's very little they're going to be able to do, as MTF is going to be moving over to that Sheol, another hero that we've really seen step up in terms of solo viability ever since they changed your ultimate, where you can now bank the charges of the tortoise block throw as opposed to discus throwing them out immediately and letting your opponent literally react to instinctively dodging that potential catch coming on through. His pace is going to be moving up to the Kylan, and Edward picking up our Yoto now that she's had her rework and has become viable in this 2025 meta.
It's so weird that like Solos is running V1 Yoto, which is the new version of her ultimate, where on the other side, Trios are running V2, which is her old ultimate. So it's crazy that she's found a place in both metas after being gone for so long, with vastly different playstyles. Chen can lock in a Temi here as the 7th pick, and then Spider up next. What have they got in the bag? We've still got, Akos. I know that some people were pulling Einar out a couple of weeks ago as well in solos. I feel like now we're down to like 9th to 12th, our last 4 picks. This is where the personality picks do come out, so we get to see some of the more kind of fun stuff they've got up their sleeves. Still plenty of pretty interesting characters up and available. The Valda is available there, so it looks like HM is looking towards that. But we have the Einar, we have
Justina,
yes, I totally forgot about Justina there.
Yeah, Justina and Wu Chan are likely going to be picked up, as well as Feria, for our final 3 players, Action, Verse, and Urano, all getting to choose what exactly they want to go for. Yeah, Akos has seen a resurgence, as indeed there we see the Feria being picked up for Action. However, he's going to have a lot of pressure whenever he drops that mech, as it really does just paint a significant target upon your back, though the knockback options can be extreme in securing yourselves those MVPs. And the last player standing for the Killscore multiplier on the end game with the cannon shot connections, Verse is going to be picking up that Justina, so hoping that he doesn't run directly into his counter, which is that Temi coming on through. And that means that Urano is likely going to be left with the option of Wu Chen, as you said, has been seeing a couple of picks here and there. TD5 was actually even able to MVP with it one time, but lacking a combo breaker just makes it incredibly hard to survive every single stage of the fight. Like, having the health reset on the cast of the ultimate because he's a transformer, great. Unfortunately, though, a lot of players just disengage the Eno if it's not in a Realm of Yang fight and wait for the ultimate to be done, just going for either verticality or distance between themselves and him. And then if you're in a Realm of Yang fight, a lot of the time you have to use your ultimate aggressively and proactively first, because you don't get the opportunity to use it if you get put into a combo chain and you're relying on your opponent dropping the chain, as you don't have a combo breaker to pull yourself out of it.
Yeah, I personally, the one thing I don't really like is I genuinely don't like Feria in solos. I think...
Really?
Yeah, I mean, obviously her ref's great, kind of great way out of a fight and gets you out, but I feel like my issue with her is exactly like you said. She transforms and it's a massive target. You just get absolutely walloped. And then the moment you jump out, you get shocked by the lobby. Like, if there's too many people about, the moment you drop your ultimate, you're basically guaranteed to go down. Yes, if you make it into a final circle scenario where it closes, you're probably going to actually be able to pull out that victory just due to having the mech. And if it has not been baited out too early, you're going to have a lot more tools to use in those final moments. But personally, I find mostly solos don't go to the full close, especially the early ones where there's lots of fireflies. normally it's 3 people and like 7 minutes left on the timer, and they're just duking it out at the end. And Nefaria is not going to get the value out of there, because if she gets turned onto by the rest of the lobby and picked on by the last 2 standers, she's out of the game. And I feel like you just paint a bit of a target on your back with the Nefaria. I do see the value, but I think the weaknesses outweigh the strengths in my opinion, and that's
she did get inadvertently buffed by Spirit Wells coming on through, whereupon you can use the bubble dome that blocks ranged attacks, because it used to be she would get melted by things like Bard Bolts and Venom Tip on repeated crossbow, and having the ability to just safeguard the Spirit Wells inside that pocket of safety, the glamping option, if you will, means that Farah does a pretty good job of containing the ultimate cycles. As we can have a look at where all of the players are going to be dropping. No surprises, the north side is going to be seeing a lot of action, given the fact that we're going to be having 4 players, OA, GG, JL, and DRG, all scrap it out for control of Arcadia, which comes with it those Thunder Coins, and when they've been able to collect 7 of them and put them into the puzzle, they'll be able to pick themselves up the Vulpine Soul Essence Jade, which is incredibly strong, as its Mortal Defiance souped up even further, and that can be the difference maker between winning your Realm of Yang or losing it. And as we've seen, Yang depletion just makes it so incredibly hard for all of these players to recover from, as these players, they don't see the nameplates of the players, they only see the heroes. So while yes, the family meta has been eroded since we don't have a maximum of 3 of the same heroes running around the lobby, but it's become a lot easier to identify who exactly is on Yang depletion and keep a track of their whereabouts, so that you can always find those last hits to claim the elimination for yourself.
I genuinely never thought about that, but you are correct. It is a lot easier to track who has depletion on and who doesn't. As MTF and Spider going toe-to-toe with one another. Spider only with the blue armor, the grey armor, but doesn't matter, is able to rip through MTF's blue armor like it is nothing. Chunks him nice and low, forces the armor swap out here, both just chasing onto one another. Spider getting caught a little bit on the ledges and the edges here, definitely causing him a few little issues. As Arano can definitely hear the action breaking out in the corner. Is he going to look to hunt and maybe look for a third-party opportunity, or is he not? Spider backs off, decides he doesn't want that heat, wants to just grab himself a little bit more goodies, and now Arano might be his turn to play Hunter onto MTF, as the pair of them are going to go toe-to-toe. Flying knives here on Arano, catches out early. F gets thrown down there from the side of MTF. He's just continuing to play the escape game. Arano actually very close to having that ultimate. Has obviously been able to grab some Fireflies. It's going to be a bit of a menace, but like you said, Liam struggles in multi-way fights, and it looks like we're about to get ourselves into a multi-way fight here. MTF very close to having their ultimate as well, but it might not even be necessary. The F is up and available to him as he's caught in the uppercut. Goes for the F just to break away, but he is 1 tap away from going down. Arano finishes it off with a pistol shot, and able to secure that kill. Ultimate lined up and ready for them to go, but there is still half the damn lobby here as Verse taken out by TTD5. Arano just going to quickly repair off in the distance as everyone else continues to pressure on. Spider looking for TTD5, catches him in the uppercut, and is able to secure himself the kill.
Yeah, Spider using the F2 from that A-Curse of chain from the stagger into the 1-2-3 connection of the first players, as TTD5 probably didn't have a combo breaker up and available. Spider now going to be looking to loot on up, as we can have a look and see that Arano now gets to utilize that Wu Chen Blade ultimate coming on through. Pace getting full locked into the staggers, and it is going to be with the Hong Sword picked up. He's got a second throw now to put the pressure onto Wu Feng. Utilizes that F1, throws it down on the ground too to get a little bit of that armor back. Now looks to kite from those pillars up onto the high ground, drops down, looks for the grapple to just keep his movement a little bit ahead of his pursuer so he can drop down onto the lower tiers and potentially break the ankles. Unfortunately for him, though, he has only been able to find a grey armor swap coming through from one of those bodies. Throws out the R&B behind it, which means that he gets parried. Now has to utilize the chain blade coming on through of that F1 to get himself out of that sticky situation, and Spider with the pistol from the sidelines is able to pick up the elimination. He doesn't have his F2, but he does have his ultimate ready to go, and purple armor means he's a little bit tankier than some of these other players still taking these fights, and not a great target for them to have to turn into. Action with the dagger now looking to put the pressure into the Sarah, has already forced out that combo breaker coming in through from the F1. The LMB finds its connection. The Farrier using the combo breaker to drop down behind Wufong and find the parry, and then clips him down with the pillar drop coming on through from the mech. Cyrus V1's in play. Action trying to turn around and get a heal off. Now goes into that cannon form to keep up the pressure against the players around him.
Yeah, it's the problem with the Ferrier, though. You're playing purely defensive right now, trying to shoot them out of the sky, but with two people hassling you and your mech about to time out, Jin, don't think they're going to really be able to turn the attention away from them. Maybe if they can get his turn onto One Fang, that can be what they do, but Spider now just looking to re-engage here onto One Fang and onto Jin. 1 versus 2 at this point. Both of them very low. Spider wanting to kill both of these kills. Is going to get caught here by the uppercut. Tries to break away. So he looks to jump in. Pops the ultimate here. Oh, no, sorry. That was the F, but just follows up onto Jin. Is looking for the final tap. Can he make it? Yes, he can. Wufang going down 2. Spider secures both of those kills. That jumps him up to 4 on the scoreboard. What an opener for Spider.
I mean, that's what we've seen, actually. Mike almost didn't manage to make it into MVP eligibility the last bi-weekly final because Spider literally every single time Mike got a player low would sit on the sidelines of the ACOS F2 and either snipe the kill with the ability connection or use it for a stagger into a pistol shot, and he's just doing it over and over again, going to show the power of that hero. Sammy ultimate comes on through from GG's Chan, who has no choice but to try and play around those sidelines. He was able to break away from Edward on this Yoto long enough to get 1 armor powder, and Edward now feeling under pressure throws out the F2. It's going to continue moving though, which means he has to get closer and closer to that Temi wall. Does get hit by the Wisp, but manages to break away from the pack before they can all jump atop of him, just putting himself behind one of those rock faces to get an armor powder coming on through, as the Temi is going to likely be the target that everyone tries to turn on to, given the fact that he's already long burnt his ultimate. But Verse is actually the one who's being hounded, as even though this Justina still has her ultimate up, these players know that letting a Justina third party with that V1 where she can potentially find a double dash through and get another freeze reset coming on through is just too dangerous a prospect to let happen when you take a 1 versus 1. And subsequently, poor Verse is being absolutely hounded, having to kite his way into Imperium, the Celestra 3.0 of NARAKA BLADEPOINT, now making these players have to choose, potentially losing all of his pursuers within those buildings or letting them go and position for those realm of Yanks that we can start to see spawning on through, as Verse has been able to survive and make his way over to potentially go for a Yank pass.
I mean, Verse is pretty well set up here. Purple armor, purple nunchucks. Would expect to see them go for it. I mean, Justina's... I'm so glad to see her back in the meta. Like, she used to be pretty big in the meta back when, like, Yoto was, like, the solos character for a while.
Oh, the 16 Yoto, 16 Justina lobbies.
And then just, like, freeze in the center, and it's just Yoto's all ulting on top and a bunch of frozen statues at the bottom. And I loved that meta. It was absolute carnage. No one knew who was going to win. It was kind of a mixture of potluck, but still, very, very fun to watch. Does look like, though, I think they're just actually going to back off and decide not to go for that one. We do see that TT25 on Villani is going to be turning their attention towards getting inside that realm of Yang. As Rano, Jin, and Chen all trying to get inside this trove here and grab the goodies. Actually, there's 4 people all running inside. I think it was...
Wait, leave me to the fire cage! Oh, Chen!
Oh, no.
Oh, Chen's down. Action was able to snipe the kill with the horizontal LMV coming on through from that longsword, as XXY, despite the damage that he was able to deal with the 1 tap coming on through from the RMV of those nunchucks, was not able to find the elimination. That is the worry when you go up against a Liam. As, the V2 catch into the fire cage concussion, so that you're taking all of that fire tick damage and staggered on out, and the subsequent focus attack sent your way since you're concussed and don't have an opportunity to parry. He can be pretty brutal on particular parts of maps, that being one of them, as it does mean that we get to see TT5 versus Spider, though, as some players prioritize going for the realm of Yangs, others prioritize going for those caves when the other player's attention is turned.
Oh, it looks like right now Spider going up here, catches in the aerial on to TT5, able to get a nice juggle around onto him. F comes out though to break away, but Spider immediately follows up with a nunchuck, keeps him grappled. So much work coming out. F was you committed there by Spider, but he still has that ultimate to work with in 2-5. It's not even necessary. He just walks over him. Brutal fight between the pair. There's now Verse and Pace going toe-to-toe versus one another. Still got the F, the ultimates available. Verse has been able to get a pretty significant lead here over Pace right now. Quickly breaks out the freeze just to get not away from the catch. Is just going to get himself in a little bit of danger. Throws down the ultimate though. He's going to look for that freeze angle on to Pace, but Pace not giving him a quick opportunity. Two more dashes still lined up here for Verse. And Verse actually just gets absolutely bullied here from the Kylin. Needs to find the freeze onto him. Believe that is now timed out. Misses the first dash. He's only got a little bit of time till the second dash can really be used. About to time out on that one. So no dashes coming out from Verse and cancels the pot. So he's not even going to get the full efficiency out of the healing here. Is able to get some of it, almost gets another pot off. Gets some extra work done, but now he needs to try and find all of this groundwork back on to Pace. Here with the nunchucks, going to get a fair chunk of damage out of Pace's armor right now, as Verse has been actually able to pull ahead. Has got some extra healing. The F comes out, breaks away, gets caught by the halberds briefly there, as Pace again gets opened up onto by the nunchucks. There's 18 seconds left on this, so the tempo needs to get picked up for Verse if he doesn't want to call this a tie. 10 seconds left on the clock. Pace is looking to turn it back around. They're looking for the parry. There it is with 5 seconds left. Verse takes the Roma Yang.
Verse is looking for that parry so many times. Going from the wind-up focus into cancel, jump, parry. Multiple opportunities with those nunchucks. He's also able to come out on top of one of the focus break exchanges from a meter bar. From those nunnies, unfortunately, he didn't have the two of them built up, so he could only use it once, and then he had to just sustain all of the incoming damage, wait for his cooldown to be back up with that combo breaker, and then have the pressure to be able to go for that really aggressive play, especially given the time and both of those players were going to get desperate enough to commit the focus hit, as Spider is just getting absolutely styled on right now. Yep. Lani knocked back into follow-up LMB tracking when the player was bounced up from the ground. T5 though, this is the change coming on through. On the previous patch, managing to take a player down with a million birds might would have backed him a soul bloom. Now it doesn't. He gains a huge chunk of his rage back, as you can already see. He's at 75% to his next ultimate, and it resets the Yang depletion timer. So he has 4 minutes now off of that 1 minute reset coming on through to be able to keep his presence in this lobby and find one of the soul blooms. As we can see, Edward, the winner of his realm of Yang, playing inside his F2, got himself legendary nunchucks off of the back of it, going up against a Valdo who also won his. Without that combo breaker though, this Valdo is in, or rather this Yoda was in for an absolute world of hurt. Out comes the LMV, but he goes for the back-to-back hits of it rather than turning the second, which means that the parry is immediately there.
Absolutely crazy parry coming out as MTF now finding himself a parry himself onto T225. He's getting absolutely bullied around here. Remember, trying to find a cleanse for here for T225. Throws down the ultimate. It's going to look to catch the ball onto MTF. He's able to get the stagger down from that first charge of the ball. Can just pick up it again. Looks for another charge on his MTF. Has to throw the ultimate out. Is now going to look to chase onto T225. He's playing escape because in comes Verse. MTF still has the ultimate. Kicking away, gets caught by the parry though. He's gonna have to throw the freeze down, but that is not gonna be enough. Verse will be taking him out as Spider now jumping in. Verse looking to try and finish up onto Spider. Spider, he's actually lost his revive, by the way. This could be detrimental to him. Desperately trying to make an escape away. Spider, it's been one hell of a start to the day, but you do not want to be going down like this. You don't want to be going down this early. Spider throws out the ultimate, is gonna try and play escape. But Verse takes him down. Spider eliminated from the lobby with 5 kills. Nice and early. And we're down to 9 players in this lobby.
Yeah, TV5 might be taking us down to 8 in a matter of moments, as he still needs to find one of those blooms. Edward in a likely bad situation, already burned off that Yodo V1. Does have the F2 available, and he's going to kite all the way down here too, trying to lose his pursuers. Into the trap clip he goes, activating it so those arrows clip into every single player that was chasing onto him, as he gets an armor swap from the floor into blue armor rarity with that F2 covering an armor armor powder from the damage that he was able to take, but Pace with that Yang depletion is going to be so hot on his heels. Edward wanting to try and again use that trap floor clip to interrupt the chase down potential, but Pace is able to just grapple over the top of it. Comes on through with the skirmish from those fist blades, looking to keep the pressure up onto this Yodo, not letting Edward have any opportunity. Does manage to find a great armor swap now coming on through from the pathing, as no one had picked it up previously, but we go all the way into the zone. I think Edward's realized that Pace is Yang depletion and is just going to try and outlive him with the kite. This early on in the game, that zone tick damage isn't actually going to be able to do all that much. Pace with the overhold of the R&B now gets punished for it with the F2 coming in through from that Yoda, but that means that Edward doesn't have his combo break available. And oh no, a third party comes on through from Rivalda behind. This Yoda was so vulnerable, he's got to start kiting instead. The jump LMBs looking for the parry against the Clank coming on through. HM gets the kill, but who gets the bloom? I think it was Pace, but unfortunately for him, I don't think he outlives it. As HM comes on through and that Valda now picking himself up the bloom and having to go head to head with a third, fourth party coming on through from Arana, but the Valda with that V2 immediately activates it before the Wu Chen's blades can start staggering her into all of the follow-up damage, and HM now just has to navigate outside of the zone where I'm sure that Wu Chen is going to be gatekeeping.
Yeah, I mean, HM's going to have to take their time on this one. No ultimate available to them. Hasn't actually got all that many pots left, as Arano can now see that he's looking to jump in. HM needs to get a pot off before this fight breaks out, but I don't think the opportunity is going to be given. Was able to pot somewhat, throws down the F, and he just has to launch into the zone. Arano being a real menace here on the door.
Hold on a minute. That was HM getting enough kills to be able to go for the extreme longsword. And he gets Fireflies. He gets Fireflies, which means that he gets V2. Fully refreshed back.
That's crazy, actually. I have never seen the red weapon in a pro game. I'm so excited by that one.
I think this is my third time getting to see it since...
Show off.
It was really funny though, because the first time that it occurred, I believe it was Arano was able to get it for the first time that I saw it, and it literally just turned into pass the parcel with that longsword, because every player who ended up getting it had it parried away from them. The reason why they get parried away from them is because when you actually use that red longsword and you find connections with your charged LMBs and RMBs, you get health siphon back. As we can have a look and see how Verse was able to come on through against this Liam. Oh, the combo break is already down. Verse comes on through with his F2, cancels it out immediately, goes for the jump LMB to close up the distance. Doesn't manage to find the freeze, actually overshoots the distance somewhat too. This time gets it perfectly spaced to lead up into the follow-up hit, and Verse was able to walk away with his win and has an absolute hoard of treasure to his inventory. 3 legendary soul jades, 3 legendary weapons.
That is going to be absolutely brutal. We can see Verse looking to catch here on to Arano. Arano using a little bit of HP. There's only 5 players left in the lobby. This has been a total bloodbath of a game. And Arano, you might be a victim of that. Going incredibly low on the health bar here, is just looking to try and use this tower as a place to kind of play evasion, but when there's 2 people chasing you, it's very hard to find that evasion. Does have the shadow step just to get a bit of invisibility when they use those dashes, but not really going to be able to do too much here. Stripped of pretty much all of their armor at this point, making an escape as Verse continues to pressure on to Arano, who loses half of their armor, is continuing to get pressured out, continuing to go low here. Desperately trying to find an escape. Verse looks for an opening onto him, but...
Wait, he got the blade stagger onto Verse. That's 1 stagger. He's still got 1 to be able to cast out. Ooh! Buys the purple armor from the dealers too! And Arana's out.
Fair play.
He has the next blade too to be able to put the chase down onto Verse, who now gets fully staggered, and Arana thinks that this is winnable. The Justina's had the combo breaker forced out. Maybe they should launch the Justina instead, but we can actually see that XXY is still hounding this Wu Chen down, trying to put as much pressure onto Arano as possible. But Arano's kiting was absolutely perfect there.
It was really, really clean from him, but unfortunately, with the fact that they know that the ult was fully used and committed, Arano is just an easy target, and HM is looking for the damage here with that red sword. Arano playing escape is just going to get caught down, taken out by XY here from DRG. Nice little secure onto the kill. We're down to 4 players left in this lobby. XXY being pressured up into the zone. They know that he's now just used the combo breaker. Doesn't have any shields available to him. So he's going to have to try and see if he can find some kind of a reset. But inside the zone, it's going to be heavily gatekeep from joining back in.
I mean,
his incredibly dangerous position for him to be in.
His health bar was so low tier, and Shadow Tick damage ignores shield, so he had to go for Vitalia first. The armor that he's been able to heal was grey, and he's also still on Yang depletion. So he is going to be able to reappear back into the fight with his combo breaker and his ultimate, but as we've said, Liam struggles into the multi-way fight. And all of these players know that Liam, he bought another purple armor from the dealers. Okay, so this is the thing. You can buy purple armor from the dealers. Normally, we don't see this like multiple armors being bought from the same dealers. But because we're reduced to 4 players this early on in the game, those armors weren't entirely sold out. Which means that XXY gets to showing up with a fully healed purple armor. Now has to win his 1 versus 1. Goes for the parry, manages to find it. Now putting the pressure onto TW5, but we can see Verse again is just going to continue playing that sidelines, knowing that this Liam is going to be falling incredibly low with that Yang depletion soon to be kicking in, and he does not want to let XXY out of his sight so he can keep looking for that last hit onto him. TW5 still has a trick ball to be able to find the connection onto XXY, slowing him down a little bit more, because remember, TW5 knows the Liam has Yang depletion. If he just disengages the situation, everyone is going to start turning onto this Liam because they know he's running out of time.
I am feeling incredibly smug, right, by the way. I said we'll be down to 3 players at 7 minutes. We are absolutely going to be down to 3 players at 7 minutes. There it is. Nice secure there for Verse, able to pick that one up, and we are down to the final 3 players in this lobby. The question is who's going to start the fight? Because whoever presses that go button is typically the one who goes out first.
Well, Verse is going for the buff at the moment. Verse is going to try and pick himself up White Tigers, as HM is currently losing all of his legendary shielding. Finds the parry onto TW5 into the jump LMVs, and you can just see all of that shielding immediately rebuilt back up. That is the power of the extreme longsword. Now we're going to see as well Aurora Burst coming on through to make a play for control of that space. I believe we're actually going to get to see White Tigers picked up currently for our 3rd ever player, entirely uncontested in a matter of moments. And indeed, there it is. TW5 so busy taking a fight against HM that he was able to walk away with White Tigers for absolute free. Out comes Verse now, getting hit by one Valda V2 connection from the spear from HM. Who's just going to use it, and it looks like all of these players are just going to take a visit to the store at the moment, stock up on some of those resources. I tell you what, Jake, though, we're going to definitely see a fight before the zone closes, because someone's got Yang depletion, and it's TW5. He's got about 2.5 minutes left before that timer runs on out, and he doesn't get the opportunity to refresh it because there's not going to be a buff. He might be able to find the flag cap, however, to cleanse it if he decides to go for that play.
I don't think he was ready for HM with a red sword. I don't think he was ready for the sustain that gave, and yeah, it caught him off real bad. He's going for the flag,
camping it. Yeah, Verse is just camping it, though. Out comes the pistols. And it's just player in the middle. I mean, TW5's already lost all of his armor, has to come and prove the ultimate. Moonbane's going to show up as well, directly in that spot. The Valda with the F2 is going to get hit into that trick ball stagger, into the follow-up coming on through from those nunchucks. However, HM is going to showcase off the tome and utilize it to reposition himself entirely. Goes for the activation of the V2, but the activation means that he frames into the Moonbane, and TW5 just manages with a sliver to escape a Moonbane of his own, but that sliver does not get the opportunity to heal, and Verse picks him off with the pistol, and we go down to a 1 versus 1 to determine who's able to win with Moonbane still in play.
HM is just getting consistently caught out by these ones. Is going to quickly be able to get himself some sustain back up. As they're in the pressure up, Verse is going to be looking to knock him into the zone. Verse is just not letting HM play this one. Desperately trying to break away from him. Still got the Justina freeze available. Verse trying to play the breakaway for a brief second here. Catching onto HM. HM incredibly low now at this point. Has still got himself some level of sustain, but immediately just opens back up. Catches the freeze onto HM, who is still low. No ultimate to speak of. Red sword mean nothing. Verse just kept him stagger locked, kept him pinned. And HM they got what they needed with that sword, but they're going to be disappointed with that final 1v1. It was very one-sided.
Yeah, I think that was also Valpo in essence proccing too, but because the Valdo was stuck in the freeze, coming out from the Justina dash, the damage, like the recontrol of the situation wasn't as potent as it would be previously. And I mean, we got to see engraving as well. A trump card that had been saved in the back pocket, so that pressure with that longsword with the jump LMBs into drop down engraving damage would be able to keep the Valda fully on their toes. Even though we got to see, you know, another cycle of the V2 off of being able to pick up those buffs coming on out, all of that ultimate had been stripped away because of Moonpain coming into play. And that meant that when he kites over to the well and picks up the legendary armor that he'd been able to secure for himself, he still doesn't have the opportunity to heal it because, as you said, Verse just did not let up at all. Constant pressure with the longsword, jump LMBs engraving, jump LMBs engraving, jump LMBs engraving, and then slaps to weave between two to make sure that the Valdo was just continuously staggered and didn't have the opportunity to scale rush away from the situation from one of the walls, break the ankles, create as much distance as possible, and come on through. And he had ultimate advantage as well, which meant that he could be as aggressive as he wanted to because he still had his combo breaker, he still had his ultimate, which he could use either aggressively to find the freeze onto the Valdo or use it to put as much distance between himself and her as possible and kite over to his own legendary armor reset, which was still on the ground as well.
Yeah, honestly, it was crazy to see. I mean, you feel bad getting hit by 3 of the Moonbanes, but ultimately, that's a rough one. How many kills did Spider get in game number 1 is our question for you guys at home. Was it A, 2, B, 3, C, 4, or D, 5? I actually know the answer to this one. Ooh, you're very intelligent. Let us know A, B, C, or D in Twitch chat, and we will then let you know. If you win, check the whisper box because that's where you'll be getting your goodies. But yeah, I mean, that was a banger opener, like a bloodbath. And it's what I've come to expect of solos. I think solos is typically played at a very fast pace, especially on these Firefly maps. We do see, I think normally kind of games 4 or 5 do kind of taper off a little bit on the aggression. But early, these guys are out for blood, and Verse was 13.8 points is what they scored there. 9 kills for themselves. HM walking away with only 4 kills with 6 points. Spider, answered your question earlier, 5 kills for himself and 5 points. Went out very early though, so could have been a bigger game for Spider. Sure, he's a little bit disappointed with that one.
So 5 kills means that he's still scoring fairly high as well, given the fact it's only last player standing who now receives that kill score multiplier. So he's still going to be within the top 5 and pushing his standings up quite significantly from that one though. Verse 9 kills in 1 round. Absolutely insane. The current record of standing that we have in Nbpl solos is 12, but that was when we had larger lobbies. So to see 9 come through when we have lobbies of 12 is very substantial indeed, and that's going to really be pushing Verse's position up the standings as well. And like you said, this is sort of something that we've come to expect from solos now, given the nature of how aggressive everything is, how much more punishing as well. Things like losing those controls of the latest Spirit Well so that you get hit by Yang depletion, which means even if you forego going into the realm of Yangs and you prioritize taking fights inside those stashes, the caves instead, you're still not out of the woods in terms of dealing with the debuff or indeed in those close quarters fights, because it used to be like 1 player would prioritize going for those caves. Now that strategy is branched out to multiple bodies though, things like the Liam with the V2 being able to find the throws, I'm sure we're going to see it in replay. Brought to you by China Unicom. Inside those cave positions, being able to knock players into fire cages or signposts and concussing them even further adds another layer of lethality.
Well, so off this game, Verse is now 4 points behind what Mike did on his day 2.
Yes.
Off 1 game. That is
here we go.
Bonkers.
Look at this, the V2, you hear the activation? Goes for... and immediately action just right behind them with the charged LMB from that longsword so he can steal the kill. Work smarter, not harder.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Nice parry coming in from HM here as well. Able to score himself that kill. Verse just absolutely stellar start to the day. And, you know, on the Justina, so this is one of those quote-unquote personality picks. These picks that do show up a little bit later on. Able to find the freezes. And remember, there was a moment where Verse, it honestly looked like they could have gone out this game. They were heavily chased off by multiple people in the lobby. They were sharks for so long, but made it to last man standing, managed to sidestep the Bane. But
the uppercut too. Yeah, the uppercut sending the Valda directly into it. I think Verse actually, I believe I heard the attempted connection, that's the engraving, of the Liam V2 ball against Verse when he went for the combo breaker of the Justina's F2 to be able to dodge it as well. Which was the reason why he was able to come out in the 1 versus 1 against the Liam.
Unbelievable. Really clean game though from Verse, and contesting for first place right now. They're not far off it overall.
Well, Mike can't add to his tally. His score is done.
He's tally at all.
Yes,
but
he's played his 2 days.
He's 4 points off one of the days, which is absolutely crazy. Verse massive opener here. Dragamora as his legendary soldier. 23,000 damage is quite high for a solos game. 9 kills, and it's a fairly varied mix of where the damage came from. The fist blades, the flying knives all doing their fair share of the heavy lifting there. His 8th MVP of the season. Verse has been absolutely crushing it this year.
Yeah,
really
I tell you what, that Phantom Step came in absolutely clutch as well when he was going head-to-head against the Valda, because the thing about Phantom Step, it means that weapons that normally like auto-lock onto a player's position actually kind of slip through. In terms of if you have Phantom Step, it's very slippery, your hitbox. So what that actually means is that when he's going head-to-head against the Valda with the red longsword, things like the charged LMB and RMB aren't going to automatically track and lock onto the Justina's position, which means that the Valda wasn't able to keep up the pressure when the distance between the two opened, nor was she able to find the connections, which would have led to some of the health siphon coming back in to give her more survivability, as opposed to Verse, where when we see the Soldier layout, he's actually got advanced heal, which is huge, because that means that when he takes a heal, that is then going to continue ticking on through while he's still mobile and keeping up the pressure on his opponents.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I just brain farted really hard, but we're moving on to game 2. I'm just gonna pretend that like what happened didn't happen. Moving on to part 2, game 2 of start of the day. Absolutely banger opener. I believe our next map's also Fireflies, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong there. But we're in for, you know, probably another bloodbath. I always find the first couple, like, handful of games are always just ramming heads into the walls. We get all of the maps. We get all of the maps that are, like, just maximum aggression. Players putting as many points on the board as possible. And I mean, Verse, 3 points off a record, or tying with the current record. 4 points off Mike's for a second day of play. Like an absolutely banger day. This guy is going to be looking for a good day, get himself comfortably into first place, and then, you know, remember, you're taking 12% of your points through to the bi-weekly finals, so this is your chance to get a good win in the bag, close it out. But having another look at our little replays, actually, this is HM on the Valda versus Wufeng on the Syra here. Both of them committed the ultimates. Where did the spear land is the question. The dazzle really didn't do much there from HM. He was able to armor, or tried to armor.
That one did.
Caught by the dazzle. There's the spear into the pot. No, into another dazzle. He doesn't even get the pot. Oh, HM, what went wrong here in this fight?
Oh, tries to distance himself out into the musket, then uses the LMB from the Hongso to carry himself through the hitbox of the Syra onto the pillar to scale rush into a better position of setup. Also letting that F2 come back into cooldown as well before he goes for the aggressive play. That's one of the major changes that we got to see from Syra. Remember, like, back in J-Cup last year, Syra was absolutely unstoppable because her ultimate, you wouldn't actually be able to CC it. She would just be absolutely impenetrable inside that bubble, that bauble of the ultimate. And it meant that things like the Valda, if they tried to go for the matchup inside the realm of Yang, because Valda used to be a monster when they changed her V2. And then we saw her really spike up in terms of pick rate and win rate inside the realm of Yang. but then Syra came through, and that V2 just melted all of the extra HP. That Valda is supplied with the V2, so you would be burned out of your ultimate almost immediately. Then they made the change a couple of months ago that Syra is now interruptible when she's in her V1 state, which means that things like Kylan can dash through and stagger her around. And she can now be speared as well by the Valda V2, so there is some turnaround now. It's not just a case of a Valda walks into a realm of Yang against the Syra. Sounds like the start of a very bad joke, and unfortunately for the Valda was the punchline in the previous iterations.
I still do think that like the ult duration change, which they did at the beginning of this split, I think Valda was the one who probably felt that the hardest. It feels like she really struggles to kind of utilize the time she gets now, because you know the way in which you do fish for, excuse the puns, but fish with the spears, and you know, they're great for buying space. They're great for kind of, you know, setting yourself up for the next kind of stage of the fight. But now it feels like they kind of throw one out and then like, oh, I've got to throw the other one out, kind of panicked, and they don't really have enough time to plan that second spear. So I think it's a lot harder to pull her off right now with those changes, just due to the fact that, you know, I know these ult duration changes affected a lot of people, but I do think Zai and Valda are the two who suffer the most from those changes. Hence why we don't really see much Zai anymore. Anyway, here we are into Hero Select for our second game of the day. XXY going to take himself the Lani, meaning that things like the Liam up and available, the Syra for MTF is going to get picked up here. So I think this would be a Liam and a Sheol round from Edward and Pace.
Yeah, I mean, Syra is still seeing a lot of high pick rate very early on, given the fact that in the multi-way fight, Syra is the thing where even if you win against the Syra, you know that you're probably getting griefed by everyone else in the lobby. Even if you manage to kill her, it's sort of like mutual destruction. If you try and int into a Syra, she's going to pop her ultimate, and you're likely going to get caught in the crossfire. So we're seeing her have a lot of strength in the 1v1s, but also survivability when it gets to those Yang depletion situations. Now, as you said, the Liam and the Sheol have been removed, so it's probably going to be a Yoto. Indeed, there goes the Yoto coming in through from Chen. We've still got Valda. Temi could potentially be a pick that Spider turns into, as he already played the ACOS in the previous game, and that is still going to be up for grabs as well for everybody else's. The impact of the ACOS F2 has long been felt. It is a risk because it's not a full combo breaker. And as we've seen, there we go, there's the Temi. So we've gone from having one of the riskiest F abilities, but one of the highest in terms of being able to confirm those eliminations off the back of it, connecting, to one of the easiest to cycle cooldown abilities, because throwing that Wisp is going to shorten the cooldown that Spider has to kite out until it's up and available again.
Alrighty, well, moving through. Kylan obviously locked in here. Yin now looking towards the Justina as their pick up, as moving into our final round of hero selection. So we've got things like the ACOS kicking about, obviously. Verse
still
slowly creeping up their standing as well, because they're the last, they're in the final pick. They're going to be slowly moving their way up throughout the day. There is the ACOS. Going to get locked in for them off the back of that one. What's Rano got in the plans? Like you said, there's still like things like the Ferrier people are picking. I still stand by, I don't like Ferrier in solos. I actually genuinely prefer the Ainor if you're going to go for some level of a transformer.
TD5 might go for it. He's MVP'd with him before. And
true. Yeah.
He's not going to have access to all that many heroes. We still do have the Ferrier and the Wu Chen, though, as options for both Wu Feng and TD5.
I feel like it's probably the Wu Chen here for Wu Feng. No, nope. He goes for the Ainor. It's a bit of a denial pick away from TT25. And I think TT25 was probably banking on it. You can see he's having to change his game plan here.
I think Wu Feng's actually played Ainor before, though.
Yeah, he has.
Yeah, so TT5, okay, so this isn't the first time we've seen Hardy in solos. He's actually been trotted out a couple of times, one of which was Mike double picking him.
Yes, I remember that. That was bonkers, actually, to be honest. I am surprised to see the Hardy come out here. I genuinely think TT5 was banking on picking the Ainor, because you can see it got picked away, and he went, now I don't know what I'll pick.
TT5.exe has stopped working, please reboot.
That's what you get for losing the 1v1, buddy. If you want it, you would have had your Ainor.
Oh, as we get ready to head into map number 2, it's going to be Hollerup. It's going to be sunny Hollerup as well, so no increased fireflies coming on through, nor meteor showers if it had been Starry Night. However, Salvation Podium still has a forecast of sunny with a chance of legendary weapon if you can get your hands on Salvation Podium and solve those puzzles before you get pushed off of that position by another player, as it's a heavily sought after and contested position at the beginning, especially if you run a hero whose damage in their ultimate scales off of rarity of weapon, and Wu Feng is going to be running the F2V2 variation of the Eno over that V1 that's really started to settle into the solos meta, the F2 and V2 loadout.
I have casted you for a while, Moxie, but that was one of the cheesiest lines you've ever thrown out. Sunny with a chance of legendary weapon is unreal. I don't know if I can forgive you for that one. It's unbelievable you pull that line out.
Says Mr. Fishing with a hook for Valdevitu? Nah.
Fishing with a spear. She hasn't got a hook. But yeah, I mean, like, I stumbled into that one. That was a mistake. I own my mistakes.
I'm generally proud of that one.
I was a little proud, I'm not gonna lie. But, you know, I don't know. You committed so hard there, Moxie. You knew what you were doing. And we all had to live in that world. Anyway, here we are seeing where the drop spots are. You can see Spider is going to be dropping on top of that podium. Does have a couple of players nearby though, so may find himself receiving some attention from the other players in the lobby. We'll have to see. As right now, I think again it's going to be a pretty heavy bloodbath of a drop spot. I think Spider's going to immediately get dogged. I don't think they're going to have time to solve the puzzle, get the weapon, and get themselves all sorted. Like, this is going to be a hard ask.
He's going to have a little bit of time because OA and Alliance are both not directly on top of Salvation Podium. They're going for a timing attack, which means that they can loot up, equip themselves into a better position with said equipment, and then come in to try and take the 1 versus 1, because they know whoever drops in Salvation Podium, they have to go all the way around the actual underneath of Salvation Podium, around those walls to see the arrows that are etched upon the wall, while also dodging things like the Thorny Roller. As we can see, Spider is going to be on that Temi, comes on through with Combo Breaker already being burned, still hasn't committed this with just yet. Onto Edward, now turns the R&B of those fist blades, has the opportunity, goes for the L&B, forces that Shayol to go for the Combo Breaker, and without that Combo Breaker up and available, Spider just absolutely fries with the R&B from those dual blades.
Yeah, well, a little bit too early, unfortunately. Paid the price for it as TTD5 getting caught here by Verse on the Hardy. No cube available. Getting himself nice and low, but Verse does get caught up by the third party as XXY jumps in. You can also see Jin's in the area.
That was
dicey.
A equals F2 connection to TTD5 into 180 parry against XXY.
Oh,
that Verse was just able to pull off. That was insane.
I missed that entirely. That is crazy, actually, here from Verse. And I mean, he's on fire. Open on a very, very strong opener of the day. Keeping that pressure up as TT5 being chased here by XXY. Quickly jumps in through the window, but he is being hunted by 3 people right now. Looking for the bow shots off. I can count a promise. TT5 needs to find some armor to armor swap into. He needs to find anything, but he's just not given the opportunity.
Nothing.
Throws down the F just to get himself away, but he needs to find something, but I don't think he's going to be given the opportunity. Oh, parry lands onto Verse, and that may have just turned the attention away onto Verse here, who's now closer and easier to take down. Somehow, TTD5 lived through all of that, and Verse, his original combatant, went down as another F comes out here from TTD5. Desperately trying to find that armor. There's the grey armor. He finds the swap.
Yeah, that's the problem. This is the problem with the desert. You can see, like, there's so little troves for these players to open, so that when they get pushed into those more open spaces, they don't get the opportunity to go for the armor swaps as frequently as if they're fighting inside a place like here, where we can literally see an armor swap on the floor, which I think was half broken. Wu Feng does have to go for the armor swap, tries to space him out with the F2, creating as much distance from himself as possible. The third party opportunity actually buys him an opportunity to go onto the overhang and look for a scale rush away, goes for the drop down. down, picks up the blue, but it was unfortunately already broken, and now has to take a fight against Avada with a V2, gets thrown up into that spear catch, and it's going to be Arana with the dual blades who's going to be able to find that elimination. MTF looks for the dodge a little bit too early, now has to use the combo breaker to get away before that follow-up damage can come on through from that spear, and Valda V2 has been finished. Two spears were able to find the connection. Arana now without his ultimate or combo breaker gets put into the blender of the uppercut. RMB on stand-up coming on through from the Syra against the wall. The 1-2 looks for the slap to make sure he can punish any overhold, and the uppercut fries him. MTF finds the elimination, but Spider with the RMB damage from the halberds from behind absolutely cooks the Syra to claim the kill.
And that was a lovely little kind of just walk around the corner. Oh, hello. I'll cash in on that kill. As XXY now being chased, caught by the grapple, taken down by Jin. Easy little secure there for Jin. Again, it's been a game where there's been a total bloodbath to open us up, and we still have a little bit of time. About 2 minutes until those Realm Yangs open up. So now is the time where I think some of those players are just going to grab themselves some goodies, do a little bit of looting, and make sure that they are as set up as possible, as this is our fight between HM and Pace here. Pace exceptionally low, is able to get a fair amount of work off here, does have the ball though, just keeping HM juggled as he's just absolutely rocketing through him. This is insane by Pace. What a turnaround.
Liam V1? Oh boy, Pace is running Liam V1. No V2. Well, we theorized that we would see the return of the V1. Some players have been trying to sort of test the water and see whether or not the V1's stronger in the multi-way fight. As you got to see that massive AoE that it's able to stretch and cover in comparison to the V2, which is condensed just the singular person being caught into the ball catch of some total of 2 times maximum. Verse actually has been playing the Liam V1 on this very map before. It does mean, though, that he's not going to have as much of an extension on his combos, potentially inside the Realm of Yang, where you can literally just utilize the catch, send them up into the sky, and then cook them as they drop back down.
Genuinely really nice to see here. It's cutting over to Edward. Get himself positioned for the Realm of Yangs. Just seeing what goodies there are. If there's any loot available. Only rocking blue gear across the board. NTF, I believe fresh off that respawn, running around with just the grey armor. It's going to try and put some stuff together. But, I mean, it's interesting because this circle was so central at the beginning of the game that we're actually in a position where, like you're saying, the desert's not got all that much loot in it. And I actually think there's a real lack of loot. I think these Realm of Yangs are very important for the players because it's going to be a solid source of solid loot for most of these players. So Verse making his way over, is looking to play contest. Pace is in the area though. Pace with those purple nunchucks. Gonna be a problem as Verse.
Oh, he got the pass.
Get his hands onto the key. He is able to get it. As now Pace is just gonna get juggled around here. Verse does have the ultimate to use as well. Has thrown down that F. Just gonna go for the cannon fire onto Pace. Not contest anymore. I think Pace is just gonna have to give it up. And Verse be able to secure himself the key for the Realm of Yang here.
Yeah, Pace. Great positioning. Coming on from Verse, he used the scale rush, not to find a connection onto Pace, but to anticipate the trajectory of the Liam's position so that he would be able to put himself with the scale rush over the Yang portal and pick up the pass before the Liam could find the interference. Spider, we can see, was able to solve Salvation Podium, given that he came on through with the first elimination of the lobby, and has himself a legendary spear, which is going to mean that all follow-up damage from this Temmie, if anyone gets sucked into those wisps and held in CEC, well, unlike Valda, 1 hit of damage doesn't instantly break it. They're going to be absolutely fried into something like a Dragon Slayer's Nez's lockdown so that they get wisp CC'd into gold frame focus CC'd and forced to burn their combo breaker. As Chen, we can see, has turned his attention not to those Realm of Yangs, but to pick himself up one of those cave opportunities instead.
Yeah, Chen's just going to grab himself a couple of goodies. We can see that Verse has already got himself inside the Realm of Yang. Is anybody going to actually go in? I assume so. I mean, there's lots of people holding on, but everyone else is running the timer down as late as possible so that they can find, you know, the less proud players. But Verse, honestly, other than that purple cannon, not overly geared here. Only got blue soul jades. Will be going up versus Spider. Golden spear versus purple nunchucks here. If the rest of the Romayangs do start to fill out beneath as we'll see how this 1v1 goes here. The Akos versus the Temi versus see if he can make a miracle happen. He had a great game one. He's going to immediately try and open up here on the Spider. Did take a stray cannon shot, lost a little bit of armor off the back of that one, but Spider absolutely evaporates his health bar. That was disgusting amount of damage coming out onto him. Verse pops the ultimate. He has to look for that opener. Tries to dodge away, but the Sandstorm is committed. Tiger pounced forwards. He's got another one coming up in a second.
It's done.
Use it, but it's done.
It's done. Erudition.
Filthy.
Spider had Erudition in the back pocket, which means that the purple frame, you can't parry it. Akos doesn't have a combo breaker. It's over the second that Spider's able to come through with Erudition and then forces out the Akos V2 and just traps him in the Temitome, swaps over to the cannon and absolutely cooks him on the pillar, just not allowing any opportunity for reset. What a play from Spider. I mean, he was on fire in the previous round, but he is absolutely insanely stacked to be able to take these 1v1 fights in the realm of Yang with this setup. That's crazy. That legendary spear is literally going to be able to chunk through all of that blue armor in just one cycle of Erudition.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much you can do about it, can you? Spider's just stacked up right now. He has Wufeng in his sights. Remember, Spider, he went out early, but he had a bloody good game. I think he's looking for a bit of revenge on that game that doesn't want to be going out quite so early. It's disgusting.
He's found another hero without a combo break. Wufeng's got to just, off of that pressure alone, go for the V2 of the Eno, and Spider's just going to kite this. He's on the cliffs. He's just going to set the skirmishes up and double jump over the Eno. So he doesn't find the connection. Out comes the Wisp, the third party's there. Spider sees it as a third party, goes for the ultimate cast. Does actually have a Thunder Mark on him as well, which is another reason why he's trying to create as much distance between himself and the Eno as possible, so that he doesn't get into the execution as Spider's getting absolutely fried. But Pace with the V1. Oh, V1's going to be able to claim the elimination onto Spider.
No combo breaker, but it is seriously working out for Pace here. 4 kills in. He's now got HM in his line, standing on top, looking to try and find the catch here. Ultimate's available here for Pace if he needs to use it, but it's like HM here on the... I've forgotten the name of the character, Kailin. Just going for a couple of dashes, doesn't really get too much off the back of that one, and just going to play it nice and safe. Pace. No Vermilion Bird's Might on him, but oh no, he does have Vermilion Bird's Might on him, so definitely wanting to commit for the fight. Only got 50 seconds left on it though.
Spider's back.
Salty run back here from Spider.
Well, he knows there's a fight going on, so he's going to be looking to shock the kills away. Pace will be able to pick him up with the dual blades. Spider's still just, I believe, on the top of the cliff at the moment. Gonna be potentially playing for a last hit situation. The space is falling lower and lower and lower. Does manage to find a parry onto action, forcing that Justina into the F2. The Pace is being absolutely fried. Takes a hit of R&B damage from Fist Blades behind him and immediately goes down. So that Vermilion Bird's Might, like you said, will be able to come on through before he gets taken out. Off of that kill too, it's going to force XX1, who did use his Justina ultimate to back fully on off, and unfortunately for him, he did not pick up that Soul Bloom. His timer has not been reset. He's on 1 minute. Doesn't manage to find the freeze, reverse activating that Akos V2. Doesn't manage to find it through the gold frame focus. And now that's Justina down all of her dashes, has no choice but to just cancel out of the ultimate so that she gets her FV2 back into play. 58 seconds left, and it's an absolute scrap for who's going to be able to find this elimination. Verse with the cannon versus Wufeng, trying to find the last hit on that Eno. Already uses the F2. Action's going lower. 1 hit of the R&B into the jump horizontal will be able to fry them. And Verse walks away with the Soul Bloom though.
Yeah, was able to get the cleanse last minute. Got a bit of additional damage off, but I think Wufeng might just chase. No, Wufeng doesn't have debuff on, so it's okay. Doesn't need to full send it here into Verse. As you can see, Romyang spawning up. I don't think Verse really wants to be jumping into there, so it's just going to have to give it up. And I will say for Verse, he's giving up a lot of scaling because he lost the first Romyang and he's not going to be able to contest the second ones either.
Well, here we get a replay. This is Eno versus Kylan. Let's see how exactly this went. The problem is that there's so many pillars, but that's the great thing about Eno. The execution does manage to find the execution stance onto the Kylan with the drop down vertical, and will be able to find. That's what I was going to say. Eno is a risk into a Realm of Yang because you don't have a combo breaker, right? But what you do have is denial of pillar kiting, which is a substantial part of Realm of Yang fighting.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I had a conversation with Raven about this and like how people's attitudes towards like pillars and how to use pillars in Realm of Yangs have been massively changed. I believe there was an NA player who's been doing a lot of coaching on it recently and kind of like how to handle the Realm of Yangs, but that's by the by right now. It looks like Spider is waiting as long as possible to jump into this Realm of Yang. We'll be going up versus TEs.
Oh, Eno, no combo break. Yeah, that Erudition's about to cook.
Let's see, goes aerial, nice and early here. Oh, sorry, it's Wufong from TE. Got it wrong there. Does jump forwards here, tries to connect on. Has still got himself the ultimate and that F available. Just gets a bow shot off early. Spider keeping the pressure up, like you said. Eno, no combo breaker. This could be really nasty. I mean, we had a little taster of this 1v1 earlier. There's going to be the transform breaking out. And Spider just goes aerial. He just plays away. It's going to play on the timer here to try and bait out the Eno. If he does get hit, it's going to start to hurt. And there it is, actually making the connection onto him. Spider's trying to make the breakaway. Doesn't want to get caught by that execution, like you said. Has got the ultimate. Hasn't got the F available quite yet, though. Just got to throw that wisp out so we can get the combo breaker back up. Spider ended up losing a lot of HP here, but the combo breaker has been committed. Sorry, the ultimate has been committed. Spider throws out the ultimate as well here. It's just going to try and get a bit of extra damage down. Catches him with the sandstorm. Catches him with the uppercut as well. And now the spear can start to do its work. There's the damage. Absolutely cuts through.
Oh my goodness. I mean, Spider being able to force that Eno ultimate so early meant that there wasn't a health reset coming on through for Wufong. Then with the Temi ultimate, he's able to just push the end of that wind wall into the pillar so that when Wufong tries to go behind the pillar and get the heal reset off, he actually gets clipped into the wind wall, loses all of his stamina, gets slowed down. Spider was also perfectly trying to dodge frame out that cast of the F2 because the way that the F2 works is that you get, it's essentially like Yodo F1, right? Where you use it, and then once you've used it, you've got like 3 seconds to be able to activate the second half of it. So you can either use it to aggressively bookend your combos, or you can use it to put more spacing between yourself and your opponent. And Spider, he saw the first cast of the F, knows that the second is going to be coming on through, looks for the roll out of it, and can then turn around with that ultimate still in play and absolutely fry into the wisp coming on off with the follow-up damage from that spear. And he just did so much. It came a little bit close. It was a little bit risky, but Spider perfectly read the situation and knew exactly how much pressure he had to apply. As we can now have a look at another replay from our Realm of Yang. Edward now on that show going head-to-head against Alani, already losing all of that blue armor with just the pressure coming on through from behind that pillar. Has to go for the activation of the ultimate now so that he doesn't get clipped by the trick ball staggering him coming on through from that Lani ultimate. Still hasn't thrown any of those tortoise blocks. Uses it now in the air so that XXI can't dodge out of it. Gets the first connection. 1-2, jump LMB to just suck his position into the hitbox atop his opponent. Skirmishes down into a jump LMB just before he hits the floor. And that's how he's going to be able to take his win, picking himself up all of that lovely loot. As we can now see, all of our players on Yang depletion are going to be in a very rough situation indeed, especially given the fact that Wufong just got parried, had to immediately go for the V2, and now looks to apply as many Thundermarks as he possibly can to find those execution pressures.
Well, keeping that pressure up a little bit more here. It's Wufong. Transform. Does need to find the cleanse. Remember, he actually can't loot while transformed as well, so he needs to drop the transform after getting a kill if he wants to find the cleanse. Looking for a bit of extra damage. Getting hit by the ball right now is XXY. Getting pinned against the wall. Wufong does lose his transform. Edward makes his way in, and Wufong stripped of armor, stripped of ultimate, and a character with no combo breaker. This jump briefly into the no-ult zone, gets caught by the parry from Edward and taken down. Nice and easy kill there. XXY had the pressure put onto him, but was able to disengage and ultimately walks away quite happy off the back of that one. So he's just going to play it nice and safe. 9 players remaining. There is a no-ult zone eating up a fair amount of the zone right now. But once that does fade, Paste opens a can of tuna and heals back up. That's my new joke, by the way. I know, it's disgusting. It's a bad pun.
Wait, Spider lost the spear. Okay, he'll go.
Not
He'll
anymore.
be able to pick it up. I was going to say, he's finally not going to be able to pull off any more Erudition shenanigans. Like, Erudition is such a good Soul Jade because it's turnable. So you can literally turn the blue frames of it and then turn back onto a player, like we see with the meter dump coming through from the nunchucks. When it hits the purple focus, the way that players do just build up the whole blue focus of nunchucks Dragon Roar when it's blue, and then 180 around when it hits the gold, and that full becomes unparable. So keep your eye on that Soul Jade. Spider is going to continue to utilize it, and if he MVPs, I'm sure this spear is going to be doing a lot of damage when it comes to the overall output that he's been able to accrue, as MTF has got it too. Oh boy, 2 Eruditions in play. That's not going to be a fun time for anyone playing within the pocket.
MTF right now. Just
wait, Exorcist also got a spare. There's no way we have 3 Eruditions in play. Surely not, Jake.
Oh, and Edward has Palm Lightning as well. So.
Moonshard.
Oh, is that Moonshard?
Yes,
oh, yeah,
that's Moonshard.
Yep, because he jumps up and then slams down. That's
yes.
Moonshard.
And also, that's Gold Frame Focus. If Palm Lightning had Gold Frame Focus, oh boy! Are we showing each other our Erudition? Spider got hit by 1 Erudition from MTF. Yeah, indeed. He's literally just showcasing the fact that he has it too, to make sure that these players know if you go towards him, mutual destruction, you will be hit into the purple focus as well.
This is a crazy Soul Jade lobby. Like, honestly, the setups are absolutely bonkers. Like, Edward looking genuinely terrifying, just throwing out the Moonshard, making sure no one connects onto him as he holds the area. Spider is going to be, like you said, with that Erudition, a real threat to anyone. Not throwing out quite yet, it's just holding on. Trying to play around the edge here for a second. Lots of people chasing forwards, and he's actually being forced off for a brief second. So he's just going to play the back off game, and actually it looks like Spider decides to give it up. Edward captures both Spirit Wells. Now, he can't take the buff from this one, but he can take any of the loot, and he can also just play denial for the rest of the lobby. That is crazy.
The problem now is that these players, they all have Yang depletion.
Yeah.
So the way that they're going to be able to cleanse it, remember picking up buffs no longer cleanses it, is that they either cap the flag, which is something that XXY's got to try to do. And I think these players are actually just going to sacrifice him to get it over towards the altar. He now needs to hold this position for 10 seconds, uncontested. It at least is going to be able to bank, but you can see the amount of pressure he's coming under from a range. That Lonnie trying to utilize the sustainability of the trick ball, but he's just getting absolutely farmed by everybody else in that lobby, as he was, I believe, able to cleanse, but now there's a kill up for grabs, and he'll be able to pick up the bloom off of his body. And now, everybody else who has Yang depletion has to continue that aggression, or else they're out of the lobby too. But Moonbane is about to hit Jake, which means that all of that aggression is going to continue with these players on 1.5 minutes remaining to find a kill in the midst of Moonbane.
Absolutely crazy. They're going to have to do so much here. Burst jumps forward, throws down the ultimate onto Pace. Pace losing half their armor already. The Moonbane makes a connection, and a second Tiger Strike goes forward. Burst secures that one. No, he's just able to survive. There we go. Spider goes down. Moonbane just about clips onto everyone, but they are able to stay on the edge of the zone right now. Verse didn't find that cleanse. and he is just running into the zone. He's playing escape, knowing that the lobby's going to be chasing onto him. No combo break, nothing to work with. Throws out the F, but it's not going to matter. They secure the kill. TTD5 gets himself a cleanse off as he's now chasing onto Edward, but he's incredibly low, and the rest of the lobby chasing. The Sandstorm breaks out here from Spider, and Spider secures the kill. Edward caught with the Wisp, but Spider will be looking for another one onto him. Second Wisp makes the connection into the pistol shot. Spider coming in huge. 8 kills. Look at the money. He has 10k on him.
TTD5 goes down to zone damage. He tried to use the staff lunge to push him out of the zone, but there's a Temi ultimate blocking off every single one of those players. Spider perfectly read the situation, knew that someone would go deep into the zone, and just gatekeeps everyone's disengaged from it with the Temi ultimate, and we're now down to 3 players left. And 2 of these players are currently taking a 1v1, which means the Spider just got a full reset.
Oh no.
And now gets to come on through with that legendary spear that we know is in the back pocket. He's got the tome too. He's already used it, however. As we can see, Urano down all of his armor, looking to break away and find a reset. Spider not able to catch the Volda. Uses his ultimate now, looks for the Wisp, manages to push Urano even further into some of these smaller rooms. Out comes that Volda V2 though. All of the rage was generated from the attacks that Urano was taking. Spider dodges the first spear. 2 more left. Urano is actually going to go over towards the altar to pick up the legendary armor that was left on the ground and had timed out for someone else to be able to get a hold of it. Uses the spear just as his V2 ends. Doesn't manage to close up the distance in time to be able to find the heal. However, off of that legendary armor, he was able to pick one up. He just needs 1 Vitalia. Out comes the F2. We know the Spider's got that rotation in the back pocket. And here comes the 1-2 spear stack. And now that the Valda doesn't have the combo breaker, into the grapple kick, into the 1-2 fry up when Urano's mid-air. And Spider walks away the MVP.
I felt like we knew it was over from the moment he just rocks up that golden staff and just starts melting people. That was bonkers because there was a lot of people left in that kind of like end zone, and I was like, oh, we might actually see a circle close. And then was it Edward who I think got both of the buffs? Well, obviously you can't carry both buffs, but he got both of the spirit wells. Gave everyone in the lobby the corruption, and then it was just like. It was like throwing like blood into piranha-infested water. Like everyone just went rabid. It was absolute carnage. They were just chasing after each other, complete chaos. And Spider, he had a great opener to the first game. He just got evicted from the lobby very quickly. This game, bro came to play. He was not happy with those 5 kills and nothing else. He got multipliers. He got, I think that was 9 kills as well. Like, that is a cracking opener for Spider. And that will now push him into that top 6 spot. So I'm sure he'll be very happy with that as well. As he'll be chasing for those kills. Verse right now going for first versus Mike, and it's relatively close to doing it. Spider is going to be looking to play contest on that as well.
I mean, you can tell the Spider was feeling it because, like, he came off of that game and he had swagger. We don't normally see, like, Spider with, like, dancing or smiling when he comes off of a match. He's very, very serious. That match, I think, is one of the happiest times that I've ever seen him. He had a time of it. He was having an absolute ball. So we can see which player chose Eno in game number 2. Was it A, Action? Was it B, XXY? Was it C, HM? Or was it D, Wu Fong? Unfortunately, we didn't get to see that Eno make it all the way to the end game where that V2 in the multi-way fight would have found a lot more benefit in regards to something like that V1. However, as we said, Spider just perfectly read the situation. Knew the second that he landed on Salvation Podium and got his hands on a legendary spear before the first realm of Yang as a Temi that he was so insanely stacked to set up to just scale into the first realm of Yang, win the first realm of Yang, punish the players on Yang depletion, lose this Vermilion Bird's Might incredibly early, but now that that doesn't cleanse Yang depletion, continues that fight, is guaranteed to continue the fight, spawns back into the same fight, hangs around on the sidelines, not putting himself under too much pressure, not really giving away the fact that he's there because he doesn't want to get turned on to as the next possible target. They're still looking for a potential in. Takes the second realm of Yang, wins that, scales in to be able to survive the absolute bloodbath that was the kerosene on a barbecue moment of every single one of those players getting Yang depletion, and Spider just perfectly plays the lobby like an absolute maestro sitting atop an orchestra with the Temi ultimate, catching everybody as they come out from zone.
That's 2 games in a row where we've had 9 kills and first place. That's another 13.8 game here from Spider. The difference between Verse and Spider, though, is Verse walks out with 0.5 points from his second game, where Spider, in his bad game, walked away with 5 points. So just off today, Spider is having an absolute cracker of the day so far. Still got plenty to go for, plenty to play for, as we're having a look at the scoreboard. Once again, MTF unfortunately sitting at the bottom of the table. Got a lot of work to do if they want to find themselves qualifying for the final bi-weekly of the regular season. As Chuz, they're out. There's nothing they can do, unfortunately. Chen, though, 0.1 point behind Chuz in the standing and is playing today, so has a chance to potentially slide up the standings. Right now, it is 27. No, that's not right. It's 29 points, which is LiPo, which is where our hard line is drawn for making it to the bi-weekly finals. If you can make it to 29 points, you will qualify it until someone else makes it to 29 points, and then suddenly you're gonna have to start fighting as that bar 25. Is going to get moved. Yeah, no, 25.5. Jin's already playing today. I'm talking of players who aren't playing. So 29 is a hard qualify. If one person makes it to 29, LiPo's knocked out. Anyway, top end of the table, Spider has leapfrogged out from, I believe he was in 8th place coming into this game. Yeah. And he's into 2nd. That is a bonkers start. And Mike may be jumping actually into 3rd place off the back of this today, because if Verse plays well all day and Spider plays well all day, they should be able to knock him down into that last spot in the podium. And even TTD5 is in the realm of potentially knocking him off podium. There is a lot of stuff going on the top end of the table.
Well, let's have a look at our replays. The moment that we got to see Liam V1 coming on through. Also, Pace getting to utilize the fact that that fight took place at the top of Staircase, which meant that he could keep the juggle going even longer with those halberds. His Spider coming on through with that air addition. Doesn't even need to turn the blue frame either. Just goes for the full connection. Out comes that Akos F2, finding the stagger onto Spider, but he keeps up the pressure, utilizing his own combo breaker to break away from it. And out comes the ultimate, encasing the Akos directly in the middle, swapping over then to the cannon pressure coming on through. And even though you have increased mobility in the Akos V2 state, but double up jumps were not enough to keep himself clear from the distance coming on out of that cannon. And then Spider says, hey, look, you want to see me do it again? And goes toe-to-toe with that Ina, where unfortunately casting the second stage of that F2 deposits Lufong a little bit too close to the end of the wind wall. And Spider, that he's just waiting, uses the ultimate, traps everybody into the zone damage. TW5 actually goes down to it, but Spider got that last hit, so claims the elimination into the wisp from the pistol shot, and manages to find the kill onto Edward from the back of that.
Yeah, really, really nice here. It's the final fight. This is Arano and Spider going toe-to-toe. And yeah, I mean, unfortunately for Arano, this one just didn't even feel remotely close.
But he was down his combo break, is the problem. Air Addition forced him to use combo break because he was hit by the 2 stages of blue when he was back against the wall in the corner, which means that he's guaranteed to get hit by the purple. And Spider would just absolutely have cooked him with that legendary spear, so he's got to try and utilize the F2. As we can see, 18,435 total damage done, 10,483 of it done with that spear. Absolutely insane place coming on through from Spider.
I mean, he had it from basically drop, right? Like, so it was his go-to weapon, but he got that erudition very early as well, which I think also helped massively. And
purple, I mean, Jake, it's only really purple rarity.
It's another one of those. There's also another, like, quote-unquote legendary Soul Jade in here in the Rochdale Orb and Burn. Less useful in in like the solos meta, but it's still
Well,
good.
that was how he got the kill. He had
true,
Rupture
actually.
Gale onto the Akos, which was how he was actually able to find the kill. But we'll have to see whether or not Spider's finding more MVPs, as we'll be back with map number 3 after this short break. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League Full Split. And Jake, I can't believe it, but we're about to hit our halfway point in the day. It's been so explosive. Right? We've seen these maps end so much earlier than we're used to that it honestly feels like we're just starting the day for the amount of time that we've seen pass so far.
No, it has genuinely been crazy. I mean, that is solos. You blink and you miss it because there's so much action. And it's like, even on like the minutia, like you look away for like 2 seconds and it's like, oh, 3 people got eliminated just randomly fighting. I think they've done a really good job of encouraging like consistent action. It's very, very rare. It's you know, it's only a very small and a very handful of games where you see the zone actually close. It typically comes down to those kind of like final 3 around the 7-minute timer. I think that last game went a little bit later in, just due to the due to how many people actually made it into what I would call endgame in solos. It's great to watch though. I think solos is really, really fun. Moving back to Old Faithful as well here in Morasile. Things will be changing on the hero select. On we move everyone up the standing and they get different priorities on what they want to be playing. So far though, we have seen that the personality picks, those last 4 picks of the day, they're the ones that have actually been performing the best. We have a Justina MVP, we have a Temi MVP. The meta characters are actually getting heavily focused out and, are getting handled. Things like Syra, like you talked about the changes to Syra, like people are actually able to handle her a little bit better. I mean, the Kailin I wouldn't say is like a meta pick, but even so, I feel like I'm seeing less out of the Kailins than I was seeing in previous weeks. Now, we're only 2 games in, so it's maybe a little early to be kind of pulling assumptions, but so far, what I love about this current meta and what I love about the current form of solos is the fact that the meta characters aren't defining. They are good. Don't get me wrong. There's a reason that people are first picking Lani. There's a reason that Lian, Syra, and stuff are still showing up very consistently towards the top end of the day. I think the fact that we can still see, you know, what people would argue are like some of the lower tier picks pop off shows you how capable these lower tier picks are right now, and almost, I don't want to say balanced, but it feels like the balancing is, you know, definitely less warped than it has been in previous seasons.
Headed to, as well, like you said, the Old Faithful of Morris Isle, we've seen Liam have a little bit of tug of war between what utility you want to bring. Obviously, the F1 is the strongest in the game, in my personal opinion, in terms of combo breaker, given the fact that it allows you to play so aggressive. Like, you literally can throw a blue without having to worry about being punished for that mistake. So going up against a Gambit of a Liam, it makes it a very hard decision for you to try and figure out how exactly you want to react to him when that combo breaker is still in play. But the V1 and the V2 has seen the sort of ebb and flow in terms of pick coming on through for certain players. V2 still finds a lot of value in certain places, especially on Morris Isle, where if you're taking a fight inside Celestra, being able to throw people into signboards and concuss them can be absolutely invaluable to guaranteeing that you manage to win out your 1v1s. But like you said, we're starting to see, even from the top picks coming on through, like Lani was still the top pick for the most part of the day, but we saw what happened when Alani got full lobbied when she was trying to go for the capture the flag and cleanse that Yang depletion, even with the trick ball sustain out in the mix. And you have to remember as well, Lani with her ultimate, another reason why we see Lani as a first pick is that her ultimate gives her not just a potential aggression, where she can literally use the knockback, essentially, the stagger, from the connections of those trick balls to set up into extensions. She can also teleport and change her direction entirely, so she can feint that she's going to be moving forward and then teleport backwards, which was something that XXY tried to do on the previous, where he tried to fake everybody out and go closer from the soul altar and then back onto the altar. Didn't quite work out though.
I beg your pardon, Spider? He just goes for the Valda as his fourth pick. That means Sheol slides down a little bit in the standings. I am surprised by the Valda that early, but HM, happy to take that Sheol. I feel like Sheol's one of those picks which has been heavily contested as like a top pick, but I haven't seen a lot out of a Sheol in quite a long time. I feel like this character, even with the changes, I feel like a lot of people have a read on how to play into her. And again, a character who is sometimes a victim of getting lobbied, especially when you know the ultimate's not up and available. Everyone will jump onto you. So it's got its weaknesses, and I think Spider recognizing that says, I'd rather take the Valda, to be honest.
Well, Valda also has, like, with the V2 coming on for the fact that you can still interact with items in your ultimate as well as heal, means that the Valda ultimate in the 1v1 realm of Yang is very, very strong if you can break away from the fight long enough. Plus the denial of pillar plays with the Valda spear, just anticipating which side your opponent is playing on, can be incredibly strong. As, like you said, Sheol has long struggled with the predictability of her ultimate curve, to the point that they literally changed it where she can now bank the charges. But of the Sheols in the fights, the most success that we've actually seen with those Tortoise Black counters is either throwing them when a player is locked in an animation and thus cannot dodge them if they're mid-air, the way that we saw them in the previous realm of Yang 1v1, or you literally do it to the last millisecond of your ultimate, where your opponent thinks it's timed out and therefore has a little bit, there's the you know, coming through from 2 to 5, you were correct, Wufong did indeed block him out of being able to pick him previously.
I mean, I don't know. Tell me these characters don't look the same. They just got different hats on. They look very similar to me. Both kind of got red.
Okay, Jake, we need to get you glasses.
I know the hat design is different. I know for TT, well, sorry, Ainur is wearing, you know, a more traditional Chinese style
Are we
garment.
gonna just have a game of guess who? Are they a male character? Are they wearing a hat? Is their coat red?
A little bit.
Like,
I mean,
Eno's cape is red. Eno's cape is red. I will give you that. But you cannot say that they look the same.
They do. They look the same. Their faces are the same. They're the same hair color. They're the same guy. Just one has a tiger and the other one's lightning. Like, come on, guys. He has the I can't remember the name of those hats. The traditional Chinese hats. He wears that where like Akos wears a more kind of like it's like a Final Fantasy take on a cowboy hat. But
tell you what, Jake, I'm gonna take this shovel so that we can move on and stop digging your hole.
I refuse to back down on this. They're the same guy. But we'll get into game.
We're moving now into ability selection so you can see if anything goes against the grain in terms of those loadouts. As Eno still hasn't really settled into a full meta, we still see the V1 pop up. We still sometimes see the V2. The V2 obviously having the ability where if you miss your thunder throw, you can actually teleport over to it and pick it up, as opposed to the V1, where we can actually see T5 has been prioritizing. This was the loadout that he used when he MVP'd with this hero last time. F2 V1 coming on out for that. I did tell you, Edward on the V2 with that Syra is going to be picking up the shorter duration of the ultimate, but the powerful stun dazzle on the expiration of it as Chen. I can't believe that we're actually having to look to see what loadout Liam's running. Now that V1 has started to creep back into play, is going to be running the V2 variant. So more potential in the 1v1s, especially if he's able to find the openings in the Realm of Yang fights, being able to throw them into the invisible wall to be able to extend favor off of those combos.
It's a small map. We're starting, and large chunks of the map are literally off into the ocean. So,
yes.
Oh my word. I talk about this all the time when we get these maps. They seem to happen a lot in Morris Isle, but I love them. Like, these players are going to be proper crammed together. And what makes it even more impactful on Morris is, unlike a map like Holoroth, weather effects on Holoroth can kind of refresh troves. But on this map, like, these troves don't refresh. So there's only going to be a very finite amount of resources around the map. So the players are going to have to put that all together. This includes like your grapples and stuff. Like, sure, there's shops, but like, where do you get Dark Tide coins from? I think Realm of Yangs jump up massively in priority. Even though they're already very high priority, I think it jumps up even more due to the lack of resources on a map like this. Also leans more into bloodbaths, because these guys are just going to be on top of each other the whole time.
Yeah, there's also a lot of environmental hazards inside all of the cave locations on Morris Isle where you have to worry about your toxishrooms or your fire cages. So if we do see these players try and prioritize picking caves up when other players go to the Realm of Yangs, then they are not out of the woods just yet, as Spider is going to be on the Valda versus the Yoto coming on through with that F2 that we're always not expecting to see. Poor HM, although already down, you now spawn with grey armor, so he's been taking absolute wallops of damage coming his way, and does not go down because he was able to find a blue armor reset on the ground from one of the troves that he was able to open. It's all burnt off now, though, with Paste absolutely frying him with the R&Bs back-to-back connecting from the Hong Sword. Blue rarity, managing to find the jump parry as well, swaps on over to those dual blades to get more of a pressure on the wake up coming on through from the focus hit as Pace now looks for the chase down.
Yeah, that's that XY, loses all of his armor. There's a third party coming in. You see, looking for the extra bit of damage. Clang coming out, didn't get the full connection off. Jin's in the area, the ball gets thrown down though as XY could just get caught by the stagger lock. Still got one more charge left on this ball here from Pace. He's waiting for a good opportunity to throw it out, looking to catch onto XXY. Has not got long to throw it though. It's going to look for the slam, and Pace just goes down. Jin's able to secure the kill onto him. I felt like the attention had been put one way, but it got turned the other. As beautiful turnaround there from SS1, able to secure both the kills on that third party. Arano now getting jumped here by Chen. Chen breaking away. Arano on the Justina, seeing if he can find a good freeze angle here onto Chen. Chen, fortunately, sitting pretty low on the standings overall, but they're not having a great showing of it. And we're looking to try and see if he can turn that one around.
Liam's used his ult. Oh, this is going to be close because Chen is going to have that ultimate up and available with the Liam V2. And Arano does not have all of that blue armor healed back up. Tries to come through with the turnaround of the R&B. Just putting the pressure. Has to be careful that Chen doesn't dodge out of it. Back into the parry state, though, as the combo breaker is now burned from that. Liam dropping himself from the high ground all the way to the low. Managing now to move over to trophies that had yet been unopened. Pick himself up a blue armor reset off of the back of it. Piranha's going to keep up the pressure. Ooh, there's the risk of, as we see, Chen just staying out of the range of that R&B, coming on through of the parry just as he enters into the hitbox. Now Arano on the back foot is not using his ultimate, swaps over to that fan for the faster skill rushes to chain together off of those fortified walls. Now comes through with the V1 so that he can find the knockback onto Liam close enough. Finds a great armor reset. Guards the edge of the parapet too. With the R&B coming on through from that fan. Loses his ultimate, comes on through with the combo breaker instead because he knew that he wasn't going to be able to find the freeze and gets interrupted before he can hit the ground with one of the chip damages coming on through from all of his pursuers. Tries to go for the grapple, grapples past the Liam over to the other side of the castle wall. Might be able to find one Vitalia usage. Yes, will be able to find that connection. And it's now on the other side of the wall, so back over to the fan we go and Skill rushes away as Chen is going to take a little bit of downtime to heal up and manage to repair his nunchucks. But in the interim, Jake, well, we've seen two other players roll up to the pitch. They're going to be a little bit late, though. They don't know that these ultimates have already been used from these players, so there's going to be a little bit more wariness and caution with how they approach this fight, as Edward plays on the outsides, trying to come on through with the cleave of the R&B from that fan, looking to pick up the last little bit of elimination.
Start this fight was very technical, using movement and the terrain to their advantage, but Arano able to just about survive, gets himself the armor swap out. I don't know if he got the soul bloom. It looks like Edward, though, ultimate available to him. Spider jumping in as well. Looks to throw the dazzle down. Spider's going to dodge away from that one, as Arano will look to be chased up here by Spider on the Valda. Hasn't yet to find himself a kill. Edward steals it away with the musket shot. Spider, unfortunately, denied that extra kill. So he's looking to have a good game here, looking to play carry on with the aggression. Well, with the performance he put together off the second game of the day, not been able to really translate into much yet, as HM is going to grab himself onto a ballista. See if anybody is in the area, but a lot of people are scattered to the four winds right now. We've got the Realm of Yang spawning up momentarily as well, so players will be getting
and one of them's within range.
Oh,
that's why he's over on the ballista. Realm of Yang's gonna be there, and so too, I believe, is Spiritwell as well. TB5, seeing that he's being chased onto, is gonna cast the F2 to try and carry himself away. Gets a little bit closer towards those walls that he can scale rush out of this fight because he doesn't have his ultimate. Does not want to find himself being locked into the 1 versus 1. Wufong probably forced it out, and that's why he's being this insistent on the chase, considering he's still got his ultimate. Does have that F2 now back as well, but he doesn't have a combo breaker, which means that he gets fried by the 1-2 uppercut confirmation that TB5 is able to lock him into. Enough at the back of that, I think both of those two players are going to disperse, as there's greater value now in turning your attention to looking at the Realm of Yangs. Spider's certainly eyeing one up as he's going to move his way in, be the first player to arrive, and comes on through with the Yang pass.
TD5 in the area, though. I think he's just going to back off and not commit onto Spider's Realm of Yang. There's still plenty of other ones around. There's Jin here with the 50 cal musket, which is one of the most crazy skins added to the game, in my opinion. I love it. It's the sound effects on it, man. That thing cracks. It's going to actually be brutal getting hit by it. Doesn't do any extra damage, but it feels like it does. Anyway, with the Realm of Yang portals open, looks like people are going to be jumping in fairly soon. What are we owing?
Wait, that's wild. That's a Yang portal has spawned on top of a cave location.
Oh.
So normally players, I think we can actually see Arana just like hanging around the outskirts of the Yang. Normally you make a decision. Do you go for a Realm of Yang, which gives legendary weapons the buff and a potential to scale, but also comes with the cost and risk of Yang depletion if you lose it? Or do you go for a cave where you're so far away from where like the Yang portals normally are? Players with buffs don't come into your neck of the woods, and you get a little bit of a freebie just having to contest the other players. This time around, you don't get to do that because the Yang portal's right on top of it.
And that's adding more to the kind of lack of loot that's going to be on this map. So really brutal. Double parry from Paste onto Jin, though. He is just not letting him play. Staggered by the nunchucks here. SS1 unable to do much of anything here. Commits the ultimate, but the ball has been also thrown here by Pace, looking for a good window to make the connection. Doesn't even need it. Nice pickup there from the side of Pace. Cutting over now to Spider versus XXY. Spider fourth picks this Valva. So I'm excited to see why he puts so much attention into it. A character who he's also picking in the 1v1s. This is a character he picks into the Temis here. So hasn't got that F1, which we were seeing as an answer to it. Instead, just the F2, but it doesn't matter. He's just locking him down with the star, throws down into the F, catches him with it as well as XXY. No combo breaker. Spider didn't even take a tick of damage. That was disgusting.
Yep, Spider just forces the combo breaker out early and then traps him immediately in with the F2 against the pillar, and there's absolutely nothing that Temi could do because he got juggled the entire time. The combo breaker was up, he didn't get to throw the wisp, which meant that he had the more punishing 30-second plus reset window to wait for it to come back on out, as MTF now is going to be able to dodge one of those Tiger Bounces coming on out with the drop of the pillar mech from Furious V2. Can now start to go for a heal. Looks for the cannon pressure onto Wu Fong with the radius and that AoE. Being able to connect through the pillar onto the other side of that ACOS, who's now going to be missing a lot of that purple armor. MTF tries to read which side Wu Fong plays. Gets it wrong the first time, gets it right the second, misses the third, however, and now out of that pillar. Has to be careful that he doesn't get staggered immediately by Wu Fong. Does have the combo breaker available. Looks for the parry. Might have to use it here, but he's actually just going to try and dash out instead. Keep up the pressure into the R&B with that dagger and will be able to find the win.
Nice little pick up there. I believe that's all of our Roma Yangs now concluded. It's cutting back over to the action. Everyone's just having a fight over at the temple. Spider, also with that buff in pocket. See Chen here. Playing Escape. He does not have a buff, and this could be very dicey for him with multiple people hungry to scrap and secure kills while they've got that little bit of a safety net. You can see final player, MTF, was able to secure themselves the Vermilion Bird's Might. All four players running around the map, and it could get really dicey around here. As also expecting some of our debuff players to come in, and sure, those Vermilion Bird's Might players are not going to give them the cleanse they want. It does buy them a bit of extra time, and maybe if they're lucky, someone else kicking around, maybe another debuff player kicking around, may offer them the soul bloom they're looking for. As you can see, Edward here has found onto Verse from the side of WBG. Verse on the Yoto hasn't really been able to find much of anything. In fact, honestly, today our Yotos haven't really been all that impressive. I feel like every time I've seen one, this is what I see happen. Them getting eliminated, taken down, Pace gets caught by the tail end of the dazzle, but Spider jumps in to get the follow-up damage in, and Edward making an escape for it. Pace is going to not be the one to get his attention thrown onto him, but Spider continues to pressure up here onto Edward with those golden fist weapons, desperately trying to find an opening as Edward throws out the dazzle. He's low HP. All it's going to take is one more shot as Jin secures the kill. Spider yet again is denied from getting a kill where he does the work. Someone else slides in and secures it from him. It's been a bit of a heartbreaker on him for that one, as Jin getting juggled around here as well. Spider trying to find himself the additional kill. Has still got the ultimate available to work with and that F, as he's just going to dash forwards here. Jin looking for the additional damage off in the distance as Chen is getting juggled around. Can Spider secure the kill? He needs to throw the ultimate, he needs to commit it, but no, he was about to lose his revive, so he just makes sure he goes down.
Oh my goodness, Chan finds the V2 connection and throws him directly into T25, who's shown up for the third party. It is all hands on deck and everybody wants this Liam gone. Chan, without a combo breaker, without an ultimate, is going to be removed. T25 will be able to pick that one up. As I believe it's Wu Fong still actually who's going to be back against the wall in terms of that timer counting on down, and that's why he's locked into a fight right now because V2 comes out. MTF was carried out, unfortunately for him. That's a player with a Vermilion Bird's Might buff, so the reset comes on through. At least Wu Fong gets another opportunity, but he's not going to be able to get another of his ultimates up and available right now, as he does have that F2, potentially looking for a setup onto HM, finds the overhold off of the back of it into the 1-2 coming on through from those halberds into the jump R&B, and absolutely shreds. Now gets the soul boom that he was looking for to find that cleanse.
Nice cleanse coming out from him last moment there as Edward holding the key for this portal. He's going to play nice and safe. We cut over to Edward versus HM inside there. Romian. Quick replay while we got a moment for the second Romian's come up. And HM getting very low. Does use some of the blocks here. And then Edward switching out into ultimate form. Looking for the damage. But like you were talking about, this is the new variant of the Syra where you get the big burst at the end of the ultimate where you get that dazzle off. So it's pretty brutal playing into it. We've been seeing a lot of this in trios as well. People rocking not V1, V2. Sorry, forgot which order her ults
This is
there.
awkward. Realm of Yang, and then right next door, the stones throw away Spirit Well.
Oh my word. We're jammed into one location. It's
yeah,
such a
like
tight
you
circle.
said. It's because like when the map opened up, so much of the zone was already off of the cliff edge. That's very little terrain that's actually been left. So even though we're just on our second Realm of Yang spawning going through, a lot of those points of interest are now stacked on top of each other, which means that we haven't actually got to see players make plays for things like the caves because they know it would put them on the warpath of the players with the buffs who are absolutely stacked out in terms of that legendary scaling. As it's going to be Spider versus Edwards and Paste versus Arano for control of these next buffs and also to determine who's going to have that Yang depletion. Pace looking for an opening with the RMB, looks for the stagger setup too to find that knock onto the Justina. Doesn't manage it though, gets pressured to the point of having to burn out that combo breaker, which now means that the advantage is there for Arano. The parry comes on through. The legendary Hongshot instantly grabbed on up from the ground and Pace has no choice but to retaliate with his ultimate. Justina's going to be able to dodge one of the trick ball connections with the F2. Still has the gold frame focus of the activation of Horum V1 and now gets to use it to frame through all of the potential of the goalie stance coming out from that trick ball from Paste, who's looking to keep up the pressure with those nunchucks, trying to hold blue as long as he possibly can so he doesn't get frozen into the RMB follow-up from that longsword. And Paste finds a huge parry onto Arano. That one kick of damage, Arano is so low. The F2 from that Justina with the knockback, buying Arano the opportunity to disengage and put himself behind that pillar. But the uppercut coming on through from Arano's chase that locks his position in and means that he goes down.
What a cheeky turnaround. I actually thought he found it, and then Pace gets caught. When he greets for the kill, he cancels the pot, decides to just commit for that one last tap, and pays the ultimate price. If he got the pot off, maybe, but we'll never know. Beautiful little turnaround there. And not many players left in the lobby. 2 players are going to be running around with that debuff on Paste on the Lani. Seeing if they can get some decent points on the board. Spider, I feel a bit sorry for Spider, because he has been desperately chasing and looking for these kills, and both of his kills have just come from Realm of Yang victories. Like, he's slamming people in Realm of Yang, so I'm sure we'll get a replay maybe later of it because it was probably over fairly quick. But on the other side, it just feels like every time he's in the open world and not in an isolated 1v1, someone just musket shot, pistol shot, bow shots. They just range steal a kill where he's done all of the work. So this game 3, hasn't actually translated into quite as many kills as he has previously. And with only 7 people left in the lobby, Spider being one of them, so 6 other people for him to deal with. He's going to struggle to put some decent points on the board here.
2 players going to have Yang depletion as well. Edward on the Syra, Paste on that Lanu. I mean, Edward at least is going to be in a really good position for a multi-way fight with the Syra V2 with that stun dazzle, which has been catching so many players. As you can see, he's going to run right into the path of Spider. Does not want to take this Valda's attention. Knows from the kill feed that Spider is a player who won that Realm of Yang, and I believe we're going to get to see how. RMB from the Hallies into parry against the Syra, forcing that combo breaker out early. Spider's then going to keep up the pressure, looking for the grapple to close up the distance so that the Syra doesn't get to utilize any of that pillar. Out comes the F2 to trap the Syra into having to roll back past him, managing with the uppercut to catch on to that scale rush potential from the pillar play. Side dodges the cast of the focus into the parry on the backstep, and now just kites out the duration of the V2, comes through with his own V2, and just holds onto that spear, managing to swap over to the fan into the R&B to get the most amount of value from his follow-up, anticipates the double jump from the Syra 2, and catches him as he drops down. That's really, really smart from Spider, swapping over to the fan off the back of that Powder Spear, because one hit of damage is going to immediately break the CC, but if they get hit by the first hit of Scoop coming on through from that fan, they get scooped into a second before they can actually parry off of that stagger. So very smart from Spider to guarantee that even though he would normally only get one hit guaranteed, he actually gets two. So he can properly start melting that Cyrus health bar down before the combo breaker comes back.
Really, really nice. We're going to cut over here. Pace is getting himself kind of walloped about a little bit, caught by the freeze, and at the end of him, no way he gets the cleanse off. You can see actually on his camera there, he was not happy about that one. 6 players left in the lobby, 9 minutes left in the game total. And we are in a bit of an awkward spot because we're up by the temple. There's a lot of terrain to work with. This is actually one of those areas where typically it's actually quite hard to commit to a kill. Edward, though, with the Remy Yang debuff on, needs to find that cleanse, so he's going to have to full send it into TTD5. It will be a little bit harder. TTD5, though, has committed in for the transform here on the Iron Ore. As he looks to try and get some extra damage down, Edward throws out the ultimate, has got that dazzle charging up, and if he can make a connection onto TTD5 inside the zone, it could be brutal. No, he's just able to dodge away from the dazzle, but TTD5 incredibly low, will go down. But Edward, he didn't see it happen. He's unaware. I don't think he's going to get the Soul Bloom because Arano jumps in and grabs it. Edward, that is heartbreaking for him.
Yeah, he did everything that he needed to, but he knew that the second his ultimate ended, there would be too many players on top of that Eno's body, and he could not make a play for it. Now at least he's got 1 minute left to try and secure another 1 versus 1, or potentially stir the pot enough that some of these players would continue taking a fight. He might be able to pick up this buff. It's not going to cleanse his depletion, but it would reset the timer. It would give him another opportunity to survive in the lobby a little bit longer. Unfortunately for him, though, everybody saw the Syra use ult. They know that the VT is not going to be up and available, as Arano does indeed have Phoenix Burst on that longsword and engraving, and I think he might have Heptor as well. We'll have to wait and see whether or not he's got the carry on forward from the connections of those LMBs.
Right now we've got 4 people scrapping it out. Edward only got 30 seconds left. I don't think they've going to be able to translate this into anything substantial. Opening up here already. Wufong catches him with a Tiger. Edward getting heavily chunked out. A lot of range attacks coming in as well. You can see and know that Syra is desperately looking for kills and is going to have to send it. But with 14 seconds left, who is going to be the one to get that final touch? I think this is just going to be over to Wufong, securing himself the freebie. As down goes Edward, Wufong will be the one to secure that kill with the musket. And Spider now here looking to hold on to this Spirit Well. Has been forced off though by Arano, who jumps in with the ultimate. Has got himself the ticket, the token. So I think Spider's been forced off, and it's crazy to see actually.
He's going for flag.
We're seeing the double caps come in, where the person who gets the Remy Yang one then walks up the token and just controls the second Spirit Well to deny gear, to deny buffs, to deny items. Spider looking to try and force here onto one player, but Arano jumping in. He's got that flag still onto Spider. Spider playing evasion right now is definitely, with the fact he's got the flag, has kind of drawn the ire of the lobby here. He's going to look to try and go for the cap, but he is incredibly low on health. I think this could be dicey here for Spider. Throws down the ultimate, looks for a spear connection, makes it onto NTF, but the players aren't falling for the bait. They're not turning the attention. They know that Spider's the one they're going to be looking for. Still got one more spear to chuck. He's going to have to make this one a big one to try and turn the attention away from him. Missing out on that one. Spider dropping the flag, has been able to find himself the cleanse. Now needs to just play the escape game. That Bane's breath was way too damn close.
Spider was able to at least use the threat of Moonbane to disappear. Kites perfectly. He knows that, like you said, with the flag, he's putting so much pressure onto him, so he goes deep around the edge of the cliff to avoid all of that spam range pressure. manages to come up with that Vault of V2 still intact, holds his position long enough to have the 10 seconds needed to cap the altar and cleanse himself as, woo, MTF. Gotta be careful, I gotta cancel that pot off to make sure that we can dodge that Moonbane. Spider off of the back of that Moonbane has broken all of the ankles and has been able to put the AoEs in between him and every other player in this lobby, as Arano's going to be going incredibly low too. MTF still not going to have cleansed themselves either, which is going to mean that they're going to be hunting for a fight. Has to worry about Moonbane still being in play for the next 5 seconds or so though, as he's been able to figure out that Varda's position. Knows that not enough time has passed for that V2 to be built up again, but like you said, the terrain, the verticality that's available, there's so much kite potential for all of these players, which is another reason why we see so many fans and knives in the back pocket. Is also another reason why so many players have cannons on their person, so that they can use the AoE pressure of the Rupture Gale and Flames Breath to keep up the damage even when players go into all of the separate levels and different side rooms. As MTF, yeah, he knows he's done. Uses the combo breaker, puts himself out of LOS, goes deep into the zone so he doesn't give the elimination away.
Does he give it? Any second now, he's going to fade. Oh, Rano got the kill. That is nice. Another 10k over Rano is stacked. I mean, the thing about money right now is it's useless. It's about
Wait, Rano got the bloom.
Getting jumped onto. Oh, he did get the bloom. Spider. Obviously, no bloom necessary. It's going to jump forwards here throughout the F. Arano's gone for the freeze right now. It's just the 1 versus 1 versus 1 in play. Arano is able to quickly get a golden armor swap over. Spider actually now on a bit of a deficit, realizes that this is a bit dangerous as Arano puts the bug repellent on, sends him packing.
I mean, Phoenix Burst and Engraving on that longsword and Rupture Gale and Flames Breath, which Spider unfortunately is constantly having applied to his person. He's going to have to just kite as much as he possibly can for that debuff to be done so that he can get his heal, but he gets applied again with it and has no choice. He can't go for a heal. It's 50% effectiveness. Got to go for a grey armor swap off of the legendary armor that he left behind into the 1-2-3, coming out with those fist blades, trying to put pressure onto Arano now, trying to force out that multi-way fight to come on through so he can use the opportunity and slip away, potentially backtrack and pick up the legendary armor he left behind, which is still broken on that ground, as he's holding on to his V2 for as long as he possibly can. Looks to try and catch the disengage of the Justina, as well as Rano has had the pressure put onto him to the point that he used his ultimate. Out comes the parry from Spider, looks for the clank against Wufong to deny any third-party opportunity against the Justina for the elimination, gets the spear, and finally manages to find the hot swap, coming on through with the pistol. Now picks up the bloom, spears Wufong so he can guarantee pick that one up into the RMB follow-up from those fist blades, and was able to pick himself up a little bit of sustainability. Unfortunately for him though, he's still in grey armor. He wasn't able to trade on up to the legendary, and out comes the Akos V2 that Spider is going to look to just scale rush away from, putting himself onto the rooftop to avoid the Tiger Pointers coming in through from the Akos.
Yeah, but it doesn't look like Wufong is letting up on Spider at all here. That grey armor is not going to do diddly squat. Wufong takes the lobby. Spider, unfortunately, paying the price there. His greed caught him off, and Wufong takes game number 3. Still, another amazing game from Spider. Like, sure, it doesn't translate into, like, an overall victory and a last man standing, but he still puts some serious points on the board and continues to hold a potential top spot there. So you can see he's not quite as chipper as he was walking
he had like 3 eliminations stolen out from him. You could you got the sense when he was running for Arano, right? And he'd spared him, and you could see Wufong just careening on an impact course towards that Justina. So I was like, not again! I'm not letting this happen again. Hot swaps over to the pistol and was able to claim the elimination just in time. But having to go for the swap onto the grey armor because of the constant application of Flames Breath, which meant that he just did not get the opportunity to hold his position long enough to heal up the legendary that he had. If he'd had the legendary armor, he survives the connections from that Akos V2 into the zone tick damage. But because he only had grey to his name, the second that he gets put into that blender down all of his resources, it is very much just a sort of take your hands off of the keyboard moment. You know that you're cooked.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It was a rough one. It was definitely a rough one for him. But, you know, there's still 3 games left. Spider's had a pretty bloody good start to the day. Sure, you know, you'd love to win them all. You'd like to MVP them all. You'd like to be, you know, the big cheese of the NBPL, but that's not always going to happen. So, you know, I think for Wufong, he's going to be happy that he played that very calm. And again, a personality pick takes the lobby. It's an Ecos victory here on this lobby, which is crazy to see. But, you know, the Lanis, the Liems, the Sheols, you know, are kind of like big characters, haven't actually been able to translate their performances into an MVP performance so far. And I have a question for you guys at home. What player killed T225 in game number 3? Was it Edward, Arano, Spider, or Paste? A, B, C, or D in Twitch chat. I cannot remember the answer to that question, but make sure if you do get it right, check that box, because that's where you'll be notified when you find the victory. Very quickly coming back to us, and then straight into the post-game stats. At the end of this, Wufong walks away as MVP with a 7.8 points score for himself. Spider all the way down in 5th, only 5 points. Like you said, 3 kills sniped away from him. And honestly, had he got those 3 kills, that would have put him into second, tied second with Arano. So that's crazy.
Yep, that is unfortunately the danger when you play the Valda. Everybody sees the V2, everybody sees the players caught up in the space. I'm sure we're going to see a couple of moments where Spider lost out on those eliminations when we head into our replays, but first let's have a look at our overall standings, because that is us now past our halfway point. We have 3 more games left for all of these players. It is do or die. Get yourself into the top 12 and you'll be able to participate in the last bi-weekly final to get as many points together as you possibly can, to not have to go through the last chance qualifiers, to guarantee your spot. Out of all of the points that these players have been able to put together from the bi-weekly finals, only 6 of them are going to be able to guarantee their position into the grand finals. Everybody else has to go through LCQs. And that's only going to be 6 games, 1 day of play. That's going to be a lot of pressure to not do anything wrong that day.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a hard ask, but here we are at the top of the tables. 23.8 points by 0.1 of a point beating his first day, and we're only halfway through. Spider has jumped into first place. Mike still remaining in second, but Verse, he's hot on the heels. It's very doable for him, but it was a little bit of a less impressive performance from Verse since the start of the day. Meanwhile, T225 also potentially in the world of catching up as well, so there's still a lot that can happen for this last half of this day. Back over to the replays. Edward,
great
just
sword.
with a great sword.
Sword to the
honestly,
great sword.
I think what's funniest about this is we actually don't really get much say. I don't think the production really listen to us on like replays and stuff. So the fact that like they've been able to find these moments where Spider's getting the kills stolen and they show the replays probably shows you that that's exactly what the Chinese broadcast is talking about at the same time as us. Like, Spider being robbed, man. Like, this poor guy.
Oh my goodness, the juggle off of that initial connection from Wufong, getting hit by that Farrier V2 pillar drop. However, the Akos able to turn it around with the activation of the V2 so that he gets the gold frame focus. This was Arano's run of terror inside all of those Realm of Yang fights. Oh, the engraving does get parried though. Justina comes on through with that F2, breaks it, goes for the scale rush off of that pillar, puts himself behind it. Like you said, fakes out that he was going for a pot, swaps over to the nunchucks, spins it up, and just comes on through with the RMB hit around the pillar before he's expecting it. Great play coming on out there as we got to see it this time from his POV.
Absolutely crazy to see it from the other side. I mean, honestly, that fake pot out was beautiful. Here's the ending. I mean, I knew it was doomed for Spider. I think the moment we saw him never being able to pick up any gold armor or get a reset off, Wufong played that patiently and played it smart here on the Akos. Very different ultimate in the animation here from what we actually see.
Oh, I remember V3.
I think there's one player in Alliance who plays it in trios for some silly reason. It never works.
Well, there was also Kai Bao, who actually played V3 in solos once.
Oh my, what a psycho. I love it. I actually love it. regardless, with the more effective ACOS ultimate setup here, we do see Wufong walk away with MVP. 19k damage there. Rupture Gale Orb, like you're talking about, the reduction on healing being very effective against Spider, not really giving him breathing room. 10k out of the dual halberds as well, really nice.
I mean, 7,175 points of damage as well. Done by skills and ultimates. That's a lot of good connections of the F2 and Tiger Pounces in the 1v1s that was able to turn things around. Icos has seen a resurgence as of recently. It's been very nice to get to see him to rise up in the meta, but we'll have to see who exactly are going to be rising up the standings in the second half of the day. We'll be back after this short break.
and welcome back to the Nbpl. We're getting ready to go into our second half of the day. It has been action-packed. It's probably the easiest way to word it. There's been a lot of stuff going on in this first half of the day, and I'm in awe at how quick our games have been and like how bloodthirsty the players have been. And I shouldn't be, because I've been doing more and more solos towards this tail end of this year, and I know what they're like. These guys are psychos. It's so much fun to watch.
I mean, it's also the last opportunity to get themselves into the scoreboard to qualify into the bi-weeklies. So, like, every single kill counts. For players who are a little bit lower down on the leaderboard, they're just going all in now, taking every fight that they possibly can, especially early on when they still have that extra revives available, because if you start popping off early, then you're going to be scaled off to go into the realm of Yang, then you pop off there, then you scale from mid into late, and you're likely going to be able to put up a whole heap of points, going for those risky kind of plays and potentially reaping the rewards of 13.8 points that we've now seen twice is too juicy a prospect for those lower point players to pass up on.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I feel like, you know, you also look at like the last couple of game and you see like the points getting sniped away from Spider. Like everyone is desperate to get as many points on the board and have as good a standing going into this final bi-weekly, because your performance here means that you may or may not have to even look at like the qualification for the grand finals. You've also got like J-Cup coming up as well, and everything's going to matter. All your points that you put together right now will matter towards J-Cup and the qualification stage towards that tournament. Like everything is now kind of coming together towards the end of the year and towards those final moments. And I think it has awoken, like I said, it's like throwing a chunk of meat into piranha-infested waters. Like, everyone is rabid right now. Everyone is looking to get their stamp on, because genuinely how you perform here could potentially affect how many games you have to play for the end of the year. Like, if you don't get a particularly great score here, you then have your finals qualification that is coming up, and then once that's out of the way, it's finals, and if you're not playing at finals, whatever, and then there's a chance you don't even get to play in the qualifiers. There's a chance that your year could be coming to an end very soon and very abruptly. So these players are playing because the rest of the year genuinely will be based on how they play today. Some of those players, you know, like your Spiders and your Wufongs and stuff, who are, you know, been playing pretty consistently well across the year, they're in a bit more of a comfortable position. Obviously, there's still pressure on them. There's still stuff they're playing for. But, you know, it's exciting. There's so much on the line right now.
I think there's motivation as well for a lot of players to go very aggressive so that they can downsize the lobby as quickly as they can, because like some heroes, especially now that you can't have the same hero in the lobby, right? You can't have a maximum of 3 of them running around. The multi-way fights, we're going to be seeing a lot of them. But how aggressive you play at the beginning of the round is going to impact how many players actually make it to those high-impact multi-way fights where you're scrapping over things like the end-game spirit wells to come on through. So if you're running heroes who do traditionally struggle into the 1v1s like Liam, we're still seeing him be an early pick, because even when we go into those later game fights, so little players actually make it all the way there that there's still a high potential that you're taking 1v1s when it comes to determining. In fact, I believe every single one of our games today has ended in a 1 versus 1 before the zone has closed.
Yeah, like it's like a 6-minute left on the timer is when the game ends, right? Like it's been crazy for that today. I mean, that's how solos has been for a little while, and these new changes to the rules have only, I think, kind of punctuated the tempo at which the players play. You know, now that there's no mirror matchups, now that the family meta got removed, and then any concept of, you know, people playing the same stuff then also got removed, and now it's just full-on aggression. No one's friends, everyone's enemies. We know who each other is as well, which is big. Wait.
Spider with the second Yoda pick. I say second Yoda pick, second phase Yoda pick, because this isn't his double pick.
Okay, these guys do not, like, Spider is not rating the quote-unquote meta characters at all.
So HM is going to pick up the Lani instead. We've already seen like Lani getting punished the multi-way fights, Lani used to do really, really well. She had high mobility. She also had sustainability off of the trick ball connections. She had good 1v1 potential with trick ball extensions from staggers that it was able to guarantee and force your opponent into having to just expend their gold frame focuses at the cost of reacting to yours. But as we've seen, like, Lani got nerfed in the patch that they're now playing on pretty significantly in terms of heal sustain drop off. So too has Liam dropped off in terms of priority. 5th phase is going to be picking up Liam. Verse is going to be picking him up.
Alrighty, well, crazy to see the Liam fall so far down, so far from grace. Gonna be the Temi here for Arano, Wufeng, and T225 looking to lock in here. I wonder if T225 does pull out his Einor.
He did it last round.
He did. Ignore me entirely. He could play again. They do get to play one hero twice. I feel like
I mean, he's not going to
from that path.
Double pick it. Justina's still up. Volda's still up.
And there you are. You got your answer. Goes in for the Justina. Final rotation. Like you said, Valor's still available.
Wuchen, Feria, Akos.
Einor. I'm missing someone, and I know I'm missing someone. Akos, thank you. Akos also missing. Yeah, I feel like this would probably be Akos Valda here for MTF and XXY. And then a little bit of kind of like Paste and Edward can kind of take what suits their preference.
Yeah, I mean, Edward's played the Einor as well. I could maybe see him lean on it, given that he's 12th pick, but no, MTF is going to be picking it instead. So now it's going to be down to Wuchen and Valda. Very surprised to see Valda's pick rate this far down.
Yeah. Well, I genuinely think Mike picking up Yoto just threw everything out of balance. Like, everyone got confused seeing Liam going down into the second round selection.
But we've seen Liam in second round selection already.
We have, true. I think things like the Yoto making it that far up also is what kind of confused people.
Yes,
I think
that probably did disrupt people when they were like thinking, okay, I'm middle of the pack for phases. I'm going to have Yoto available. I'll go with Yoto. And then, as you said, Spider immediately picked it in second phase.
It was first phase. Well, second phase of the first.
Second. Syra was first.
Yeah, Syra was first. It's awkward because they're technically the same phase, but he's second selection.
Yes.
We need second pick. I don't really know what we're going to call these. The world is changed, and we are having to adjust to it. But there we go. Hero select out of the way, getting ready to go back all the way over to Padoria for game number 4. And we are on ability watch because it's been interesting, not only just through hero select, but also through the ability select. We've seen, you know, like you said, the V1 Liam getting thrown out. We did a couple of weeks ago, I said a couple of weeks ago, like, I think it was week 2 or week 1. We did have a player running F1 Yoto, which was also genuinely bonkers. It worked. That's the crazy thing. It worked so well. They played incredible. They didn't MVP with it, but they placed very high. They had a lot of kills. It was genuinely really impressive. Not going to be the case this time for Spider. He goes for the tried and tested F2. But yeah, it was... Man, I can't remember who it was. There's a chance where it was Wufeng who did it, but I don't think it was. Some absolute lunatic was running it. It was brilliant.
Sounds like the ammo of MTF or Fong, as he's now name changed to. But no, Spider will be running the F2 V1, so combo breaker variant Yoto. F2 for Akos, F2 V2 for Valda, V1 for Chen on that Syra, V2 for Verse on the Liam, and it is, as you said, going to be Padoria, but it's going to be Morning Dew Padoria. However, Arcadia is still going to be seeing that insane level of contest, given the fact that Voltpoint Essence does quite literally save you games.
Yeah, I mean, Voltpoint Essence is absolutely huge. I mean, it didn't actually pay off at the end of our first game. It got propped and then immediately died. But regardless, still quite big here as Spider is in the area looking to play for this one. Last time we were on Padoria, Spider got 5 kills and then knocked out like second. He got absolutely demolished. So I'm sure he'll be looking for a a light bit of revenge for his first Midoriya of the day. Should be able to get himself the Volpine Essence. There's only, I think that's Edward in the area. No one else really in close contention. So if he just wins the 1v1 versus Edward, should be able to grab that Volpine Essence for free. And then let's get away from there.
The problem with that, like, yes, he should be, like, he might win his 1v1 very quickly, but winning the 1v1 and having control of the space doesn't guarantee that you get the Jade. Because you have to collect the Thunder Coins. So when you're actually running around Arcadia collecting the Thunder Coins, that's then going to give 2/5 and Wufong the opportunity to move down south and contest that space too. Or indeed, we've actually seen a couple of players go for a heist style, where they wait for players to drop all of the Thunder Coins around the Jade, and then when it breaks, they hit them with CC and roll up and take the Jade immediately.
That is very brutal and very funny. Well, Spider and Edward going toe-to-toe right now. Spider losing a lot of that armor. Feels like a lot of the plan is getting thrown out. I want to see a good Yoto performance. It's one of my favorite characters in the game, and so far, we've actually seen some pretty underwhelming performances from Yotos today. As Spider throws out the F. He's gonna get a single pot off. No, he doesn't even get a single pot off.
Edward interrupted. That's brutal from Edward. He interrupted with the combo breaker from the Farrier.
Very nice to see. And it's a big pickup there for Edward, because it now means that Edward is going to be able to look to turn his attention towards him getting the Volpine Essence, which it's a big tool for your first round with Yang. It can be the make or break. It can really make a difference in those round with Yang fights, which then starts that early scaling, etc., etc. You know the whole point. TT25 getting a little bit rolled here, caught against the edge of the wall, and the mid-range from those flying knives is enough to finish him up.
Yeah, Wufong could get brutal because he'd already burned the Justina's F2 out, so we got the full fry-up extension, and then with the jump RMB to finish things off when he's able to get on top of the Justina's location yet again. XXY denying the heal reset coming on through from his fight against JL's HM. However, HM will still be able to find a grey armor and armor powder opportunity despite the Akos's best intent. We can actually see him just shadowing the position too, keeping a track of where he's going to be so he doesn't fully succeed in breaking the ankles as we move on over and have a look at action. Going head-to-head against Verse. Verse and all of his grey armor goes for the overhold. Combo breaker comes out from the shield just to make sure Verse doesn't manage to find that connection. Looks at the jump parry, doesn't manage to read into a focus hit, and comes on through now with that ultimate. Still hasn't been hit just yet. There's the first stagger. Does have one of those blocks if he decides to throw it on out, but he has to worry about the third party coming in through from that Temi, as a wind wall connection is not a stagger. The follow-up damage once you get dropped out of the wind wall, though, does count as one. So the Shell now gets 2 charges, although I believe she's just out of her ultimate. First is still holding on to the last millisecond of his V2, looks for a connection onto it, doesn't manage to find it, and that risky gambit forces him to use the combo breaker early, which means he's not going to have it available. Has to go for the overhold of the R&B on those knives, instead sensing the danger coming on through from Arano with a wisp opportunity from a Temi downtown.
Well, Verse just going to go aerial hit, breaks away briefly. Hasn't really got too much on the pot front here, so his resources are a little bit lacking, meaning not really going to be, even if he breaks away, he's not going to get too much of a pot off. There's not much to pot, to be honest. Only got the grey armor. Rano looking for that wisp. Who is he going to find it on? Throws out the sandstorm, makes the connection onto Jin. Catches him off there, gets the refresh on the wisp. Second wisp goes a little bit wide. Third wisp, though. Can he make the mark? No, he cannot. He's going to quickly refresh the wisp for a 4th time. Both these guys incredibly low. All it's going to take is a single wisp to get the kill, as SS1 Jin able to find himself that kill. Gets the refresh. Another wisp loaded up in the barrel here for Arano. He needs to make a connection onto Jin, waiting for a good opportunity to get it out. Jin catches him with the uppercut, goes into the grapple tech though, and keeps him locked in place. Arano is just unable to move. He has that wisp locked and loaded, but he can't fire it out. He needs to find the window. Wufong has made his way over. The wisp is timed out, and Arano on his lonesome, no HP, being hunted by the other two, but the attention here has been turned onto Jin. Wufong has successfully been baited, and this has been given the opportunity here for Arano to make the escape, as it looks like Jin just going to take a couple of shots off here. No armor to speak of, very low HP, caught by the wisp. Tension's turned around, and Arano with a musket shot secures the kill. I think he got the Soul Bloom as well there, so he's just going to be able to get himself the ultimate charged up, and Wufong gets diddly squat. He is just used by Arano.
Oh, yep. Dorano just utilizes the attention that the Kylan brings to log a wisp directly behind and then swap over to the musket so he can guarantee get that last hit of damage. Clank comes on through. Arana looking for the parry. Wufong doesn't throw it. Forces the combo breaker out from the Temi so that he doesn't get punished for failing the Gambit decision. Out comes that Wisp throw as Arano does not make the same decision. Throws the Wisp so he can very quickly regenerate his combo breaker. In comparison to getting absolutely put into the blender by the Flying Knives before, Wufong takes a little bit of damage on landing when he's up in the air from the R&B just thrown towards his face from those fist blades. Looks to break away from the fight, potentially starts picking through some of those tropes, wanting to find an armor swap, manages to find a grey armor on the floor off of the trope that he's picked up. Now goes into the pocket with the fan, swaps over to the knives to keep up the tempo, force the combo breaker out. Arano, surrounded by the Wisp, doesn't get the opportunity. The knives, the juggle is too much. He doesn't manage to break out of the CC, and that means that he gets fully put in the blender and finished off by the Scale Rush chase follow-up.
Chen chasing here on to XXY. Roma Yang says you heard the core ring through the not Morrisile, Padoria.
We saying that Sunwing is French now? Quoi?
Yeah, quoi. I feel like that'd be quite offensive to some people.
What,
I don't know.
quoi?
It's a big flaming chicken,
that's
isn't it?
what. Quoi is what in French?
Oh, is it?
Yes.
I don't speak French, which we were actually in the break talking about how I'm going to France in like 2 weeks' time. So probably, I know, bonjour. And qu'est-ce que c'est?
Right. Do you know how to say my name?
Yeah, je m'appelle Jake.
Je m'appelle Jake. And then, comment tu t'appelles?
Huh? Okay.
From context, comment tu t'appelles is what is your name?
Oh! I mean, luckily, it's bad, but I'm very lucky that I'm British because everyone speaks my language, because I'm not hopeless at languages, but everyone speaks English, so it makes life a little bit easier. Anyway, cutting back to real life, well, to fake life, to what really matters. The Nbpl, Spider inside the 1v1 here versus Chen on his Syra. I really want to see a Yoto pop off, so Spider, give it to me, gets the grapple onto Chen, dodges away on the grapple here, catches him against the pillar. So much work done with those fist weapons and commits the ultimate at this point, but Chen is going to commit with his own ultimate in response. Spider trying to play away from the dazzles, trying not to get caught here, is going to get the connection on, gets caught by the beam, and the damage in response is huge, just eating through so much of the Yoto ultimate, tries to get his last couple of flashes off. Can he make the connection onto Chen? No, he cannot. And it's Spider on low HP, forced to use the F. He needs to get the pot off, is going to be able to get one. Armor comes back, second pot comes through as well. Spider's actually able to get a fairly healthy reset off here as Chen continues to chase onto the pillar. Spider's going to play the evasion game. 40 seconds left on this one. No ultimates to speak of as Spider dodges away on the combo breaker on the F, looks for the bow shot, doesn't make the connection. Spider catches him briefly in the aerial and finds himself the 1v1 victory.
Oh, clean from Spider. Goes for the overhold of the RMB to avoid the stagger from the Scale Rush, and then throws out the 0.9 when he's just needing that last tap of damage to be able to take the Syra out, given the fact that he'd forced the combo breaker off when he was able to find the overhold of the focus hit. Really big play, and there you go, Jake, your wish is granted. Yoto begins to pop on off. Spider's first elimination of the game, as we can see that Edward has gone for control of the cave. Spider has shown up, though. He knew that players would be in the area, and it looks like every single person with the buff actually had the same idea to go over to where that cave had opened and try and catch out some of those players in the close quarters. Edward using that pillar mech drop, now putting the pressure onto Eno coming on through. However, the F2 means that he's kept away from his pillar, goes for the slap into the follow-up from those fist blades. 1-2, jump LMB, and the Farrier walks away with the win.
Yeah, really nice. We did see, kind of just going back briefly, 2-5 caught by parry is going to be okay for a moment. But yeah, we did see, you know, the classic of a Syra versus Yoto, where Yoto ult, and then Syra just spends the entire time dazzling and wasting the Yoto's ultimate. It's a horrible counter matchup for that sense, but back to old school counters where like Justina used to be an old Yoto counter. Find themselves in a fight here versus Pace on the Valda. Pace doesn't quite land that F, does throw the ultimate out, has got 3 spears to work with. He's TT25 not really getting an opportunity to pop while Pace is, because Jin giving chase here for TT25. If a spear makes a connection onto TT25, this could get a little bit dicey for him, although I believe the ultimate has now timed out. It's just going to cancel that one. Look for the uppercut here briefly onto Pace, who gets caught by the staff. The last cling. Who's going to get it? TT25 gets that last little kill. He gets the cleanse off, but the freeze comes down. And actually, sorry, it was Pace who went down. I didn't even notice that Valda got absolutely walloped. Jin is going to be looking for a revenge kill off that one, looking for blood. Commits the ultimate, and he is chasing on. Grapple connects here on as nice little bit of evasion is going to get thrown down from TT25, but Jin is not done as he secures the kill.
Yeah, the problem for TT25 was that he didn't pick up the Soul Bloom. And he had Yang depletion, so he had to continue that fight or disengage it, reset, stabilize, and come back in again. As currently MTF is under that same situation. Going to get hit by, I believe that was fire arrows coming on through from his opponents, as Arano and HM are both looking to keep up pressure onto this. He's 1 minute and a half left. No opportunity to reset that timer just yet. Has to keep up the chase on Toronto. Thankfully, he's still got his ultimate. That V1 is going to be in the hand. Unfortunately, if he uses it against a player who gets low, he's not going to be able to get the bloom off of the third-party potential. Already forced the combo breaker, at least from the Temi, but it comes at the cost of all of his blue armor almost. Has to go now with the activation of his ultimate. Otherwise, he could have gotten caught into the re-wisp coming on through from that Temi ultimate, and these players are just going to disengage so that does not gain the value that he's looking for. The V1, the Scale Rush comes on through. Arano doubling back with the fake out, and MTF has to drop the ultimate and try and find the kill the traditional way. Panics and throws the focus attack. Arano finds that parry, and MTF now is down all of that armor, plus no opportunity for a combo break. Out comes the uppercut into the extension from the second stage of that F2, into the Scale Rush, into the uppercut, into the grapple pick. Wait a minute, the RMB as well. MTF, if he'd been alone, might have been able to find the turnaround, but unfortunately for him, the third party is there. He tried to go for the overhold of the focus against the Wisp, but he gets hit into it regardless, and he's out of the fight, but so too is Arano, because HM played his cards smart and meant that he literally came through in third party the both of them when all of the ultimates were removed.
You could see as well the frustration on the camera. Arms go up, completely unhappy with that. What a turnaround. 7 players left in the lobby. Edward's still sitting on that Volpine Essence as well. Really, really big for him. There's only 14 minutes. I say only. There's 14 minutes left in this game. We got
Second round of Yang.
And 2 players are going to get a debuff on them. Potentially 3 if we tie out as well. Verse versus Spider inside this Roma Yang. Verse going aerial here. We saw so much of the Liam with the flying knives at the beginning of the day in the 1v1s. We know how brutal it can be. Spider has to use this ultimate very effectively, but can get captured here by Verse. He's just keeping him pressured by the mid-range, going in for pistol shots, trying to chip away at Verse's health bar there. Both go for an armor top. Just get some armor back and equalize out the score, but the nunchucks open up here from Spider, able to strip away half of Versus HP. But here's that stagger lock. Here's the lockdown with the aerial. Spider throws the ultimate down, tries to catch out onto Verse. Verse is going to commit his own ultimate here. Now he needs to play dodge on the balls. Looks for the slices here with that sword. Look at the damage coming out from Spider. Verse has been absolutely obliterated. That's the Yoto I wanted to see.
Oh my goodness, Spider as well perfectly dodges the one attempt at the V2 grab that he's able to throw the Yoto's way. And in the blink of an eye, we go over to our second Realm of Yang, which is still continuing. Ultimate still in play for both of these teams too. Action coming on through, utilizes some of that nunchuck bar, comes on through, finds that RMB into that restand animation, forces now all of that damage with that trail ultimate, looking for the opportunity. The first dagger comes on through, still holds on to the tortoise block, going to throw it out now, forcing the disengage, now getting to coming through with the pistol shot, follow on through. Kyle and V1 also going to be on the field as Exogen just keeps up the pressure off of these uppercuts from those nunchucks. Every single time Wufong tries to put himself behind one of those pillars, he's eating so much chase-up damage coming in through from the tech chase of both the nunchucks and the pistol swaps that the shell is able to put into him. The R&B from the fist blades finds that mark, manages to chunk down half of that purple armor. Action goes for the reroll on the resend so that he doesn't get clipped into by the pistol shot. Follow-up into the R&B from those nunchucks. Both of the players overholding, one of them going for the crouch cancel though, and Wufong finds the parry for the back of it. Action having to utilize his combo breaker, looks for the reset animation punishment, doesn't manage to find it, manages to dash on through, pick up his nunchuck so he can find an uppercut chase down on Wufong before he can skirmish out, and the nunchucks will be able to find the win for Action, who, oh my goodness, the uppercut just being able to keep a track so easily of the players above him really do go to show why this weapon is so good in certain situations.
Really, really nice there. As we will see Edward just hunting around, seeing if there's any potential action to be had. 7 players, like I said, still are left in this lobby, but 2 with the debuff on are going to be looking to get themselves cleansed. So we're down to 5 players, honestly, relatively quickly here. See Edward right now inside the zone. If he gets spotted joining in, I mean, he's taken a lot of damage. Has got some pots though. Will be able to heal up. Found himself a nice little rock to hide behind while he gets that pot off. 11 minutes left. Honestly, I am absolutely adoring solos at the moment. They are such a bloodbath. It's brilliant to watch. As first with the debuff on, 3 minutes left on the lobby. On his time. His time in the lobby.
You didn't clear the bush. He just went right past XXI.
Oh, that could have been nasty.
I mean, XXI also didn't decide to jump out. Does he clear this one? Wait. Hold on a minute. Edward got spotted. Okay, Edward got spotted not by first, but by Action. And now the Farrier comes under pressure. The Farrier didn't want this heat, by the way. Edward did not have Yang depletion. His hand has been forced by these 2 other players who just intruded into space, put enough damage into him that it forces his ultimate. Now he's just a big target for everybody in the lobby, and he's got to burn the entirety of his ultimate, boosting into the zone damage, which means he didn't get a health reset. I procs the BLADEPOINT essence, which might have been the turning point for this fight, but unfortunately for him, every single player with Yang depletion is currently on his trail, and he's just got to try and kite. He kites away from one, he runs into another. There is absolutely no way that he wins any of this outcome, but he might have griefed Verse to bring him down too. As, oh my goodness, Verse goes down to the zone damage.
Jin stole the Soul Bloom, denying double golden flying knives. Got the golden hung sword as well. This is one scary Sheo, and I've been saying it. You know, I think Yoto and Sheo have been underperforming today as characters, and right now we are looking at those 2 being probably my front runners for this game. Jin and Spider looking very solid. Set up heavily into this final circle as Wufong also running around with the debuff on. Needs to find himself a cleanse. Is he going to be able to do so? There's only 4 other people for him to take out. So
yeah,
it's a tall ask. And I don't know. I assume he has an understanding that he just saw a Realm Yang debuff player. There we go. Finally got there in the end. A debuff player taken out of the lobby. So I assume he knows that there's not going to be someone running around desperately for the fight. So him now being the final debuff player on, this gives him a really big disadvantage.
Well, if he can pick up the buff, then he'll get the timer reset.
True.
Which now means that there is a lot of motivation, and even if he doesn't manage to pick up the buff, potentially does fighting for control of it too. So he does get an opportunity. Though the problem for him is that until that buff gets picked up, he's going to be under 2 minutes. If this buff doesn't get picked up immediately, then he's not going to be in the greatest position. Grapple bump, Storm Stride's also going to proc. He's running around trying to find a better target. Might be able to find XXY. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so 1 light attack into the purple bush. Knows that there's a player there. XXY tries to frame dodge it with the roll so that Wufong doesn't get the accuracy marker, but that's given his position away, and Action's actually going to force XXY out of that invis bush play too. As I believe Spider is currently in the process of setting himself up to take control of this buff. Has got himself those legendary nunchucks. Not sure if those dragons were attached with him. We'll have to wait and see whether or not. bar starts naturally accruing as this Yodo just plays in the neutral. Out comes the ultimate. Zanshin starts coming on through. Kylan's V1's also going to come out at the same time, and that does mean that when the dashes come out, he's going to be getting that heal siphon. Spider struggling in the multi-way, comes on through the 35% heal tick from the connection of that Zanshin staff coming on out. Still has a little bit of that ultimate up and available. Spiritwell's going to proc too, which means that XXY gets turned on to, and Wufong unfortunately does go down, meaning that we don't have any of our players on Yang depletion until this buff gets capped.
That's all to play for off the back of this one. Spider making sure that XXY getting bullied off for the moment. And there is the debuff spread onto multiple people. Spider, let's see if he can just get some extra damage off here onto XXY. Has been able to do a lot of damage here. She switches out to the pistol for a bit of extra damage. Gets caught by the parry though. He's going to have to drop those golden nunchucks, which are stolen away from him. Spider losing his nunchucks is going to sting, but he may be able to get them back from XXY, who's forced the ultimate out here on the ACOS. And the sad thing is, ACOS without this ultimate, without this combo breaker, is going to be a very susceptible target for the lobby to just jump down and chase down, knowing that he has got nothing left in the tank. He tries to jump forwards one last time. Spider going off for the cheeky pop, but XSY onto that grey armor has been able to disengage briefly, but this ult now times out, and he has the biggest target painted on his back. Golden nunchucks that belong to Spider, and he wants them back, plus paper thin armor to be able to cut through. It is incredibly rough. Spider not going to be willing to give this one up as XSY launching into the zone, hoping that the health deficit may be able to turn this one around, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Another parry, another steal on golden weapons.
That was a triple parry.
Down he goes.
Oh my goodness, that was a triple parry. HM though plays gatekeep on the edge of the zone. One of the reasons why all of those players were so hungry for the elimination was because so many of them actually had Yang depletion. Coming on through, Action was the only one who'd been able to cleanse off of just when that fight was going on, when the ACOS was forced into burning that V2. Jin's just on the altar with the flag. No one had gate kept the flag's location, and he was able to cleanse off of holding its position for 10 seconds on the well. Is now these players, the hand is going to be forced. Sub a minute remaining, and one of them still has Yang depletion, and that one of them's going to be Spider. He's going to get aggressive. He's looking for the jump parries. He has to burn his F2. Jin's trying to play the outsides of that Yodo ability with the pistol, looking to chunk Spider down, and the two other players are just looking for the third party. Spider without his combo breaker too is getting absolutely fried by all the follow-up damage coming in through. Oh, he gets knocked back into the Moonbane, and he's down, and we're down to a 1 versus 1. Jin managing to pick himself up. That Soulbloom gets a little bit of the health reset, but still wants to keep up the fight going because he's currently got his Shadow ultimate active, which means that HM's just going to kite it out and come on through once it's done.
Yeah, but he's still not completely done off the back of this one. Jin looking to try and find that lockdown ultimate. Not available, just timed out here. He does lose a fair amount of HP. Oh, he's got the powered up stuff. Forgot about that one from the token. He'll do some serious work onto that as Jin jumps back briefly, gets himself a lot of his armor stripped away, but he's going to find that opening onto HM on the Lani. Lani going to commit the ultimate, catches out onto the bull for a brief second here. Jin knocked into the zone, armor stripped away. This is incredibly tight for both of them, but he gets the armor swap off. That's going to be a big pickup, but he's still being juggled around here by HM. HM not willing to give this one up, slowly but surely ticking through that health bar. He juggles him back into the zone, the gatekeeping with the flying knives. Beautiful turnaround.
Oh my goodness, the RMV from those knives, and like you said, just clipping the hitbox. And then with the stun of getting hit by that attack, holding him in the zone so that he doesn't get the opportunity. Takes the damage, takes the Shadow Corruption tick, goes down in the 1 versus 1. I mean, the Lani was always favored to win that 1 versus 1, given the fact that the Shell's ultimate was about to run out. And unfortunately for him, the zone had moved so far away when he goes for that armor swap, he has to go into the zone damage. In which case, the Lani's plan just changes entirely. We see a little bit of pressure still being put on through of the ultimate and the trick balls, so it can convert into sustainability of the 50 per hit. However, he also changes his position to make sure that he's then on the outside, on the inside of that safe bubble, not taking the corruption tick, and can play bouncer to make sure that he's stopping any of that Cheryl getting past him. really good heads-up play coming on through. And once again, we see a very fast close to our game once that well opens on up, and that third round of Yang depletion is applied.
It's been a very, very interesting couple of games, to be honest. I mean, I expected games 4 and 5 to be the ones where like the tempo slowed down, and man, was I wrong. Like, game 4 was just as chaotic as the rest of the games that we've seen today. It's just been one of those days where the players, like we were saying, there's so much to play for and so little chances to now play for them that everyone is just bringing, like, it's a mixture of A game and a mixture of desperation together. And you know, we're seeing some really, really incredible plays coming out from these guys, and they are just looking to, you know, cement themselves and cement the rest of the year for themselves, because otherwise it's gonna be a long old break, because we don't typically start NBPL until later into the year. It's normally kind of like end of springtime. So if you don't make J-Cup, you're not playing competitive for quite a while, to be honest. You're out of the picture for a little bit, which, you know, we see roster changes, we see lots of changes. You want to be going as late as possible. But, you know, regardless, here we are at the end of that game. How many players did SS1's Jin get in game number 4? Was it A8, B7, C6, or D5?
So another reason as well why I think there's a lot of pressure on how players do currently is that what used to be the consistent 4 pillars, right, the 4 emperors, that basically the TW5, Mike, Spider, and Fong have all been disrupted. Mike's shown weakness, Spider's shown weakness, TW5's shown weakness, and Fong's shown weakness. I mean, Fong hasn't even been able to make it to some of the most notable parts of the NBPL calendar this year. So there's a lot of focus on those 4 players, and then if one of those pillars falls, everyone's going to be looking to see who takes their place. So it really has come down to the old guard trying to fight and keep their positions and evolve with the game, while also having to meet the challenge of the newcomers, who are in turn evolving their game and bringing entirely new strategies to it, pushing everyone to have to adapt.
Yeah, it's fun, because I feel like we used to have just a few players, like you were saying, who would set a kind of like expectation and a meta and stuff, but like everyone is pushing, everyone is adapting, everyone is finding what works for them on an individual level. You know, that's why we're seeing things like Spider whipping out the Yoto in second selection instead of something that, you know, a little bit more meta like the Lani, but he says, no, I don't want to play the Lani, I want to play the Yoto. I feel like it suits me better. So having a look at the overall standings after looking at the scoreboard, seeing where everybody is. MTF unfortunately sitting at the bottom of that table. Lipo, who isn't playing today, unfortunately has been surpassed going into this next game. So that now means that like a stagnant or like a cemented spot in the bi-weekly finals has now moved, because someone has now qualified and overtaken Lipo. So you either have to beat the people who are playing today, who are going to have points that are going to be growing throughout the day, or you have to find a player who isn't playing today and look to surpass their total points, which right now is Zhang Yuan on 29.4 points. After that, it's 29.8 points, who's Wu Fong, who's playing today. The next player who isn't playing today and won't have adjusting points is Star from FEX on 36.5 points, which is an incredibly hard ask for some of these players on the lower end of the table to beat out. So Star maybe a little nervous, but should be sitting pretty comfortably, as there's only 2 more games left in the day. Now, at the top end of the table, that's where we will see some other adjustments and some other stuff being changed. I still believe we will have our boy Spider sitting at the top of the table with 52 points. That is a bonkers score, by the way. Absolutely huge. As Mike Versus struggled since the beginning of the day, considering he started on that 13.5 game. He's on 17.3. He hasn't really been able to transition or translate that amazing start he had at the beginning of the day into the later half of this day.
Well, let's have a look and see how exactly that last game went, as unfortunately our Yoto got opened up with not the greatest start for Spider. Edward keeping a track of the Yoto's position and just coming on through with 1 hit of the RMB to be able to take her down with her health bar being so low. TW5 coming through the uppercut. Oh my goodness, that's so rough. Uppercut into RMB from Hong Sword into subsequent catch of the RMB from the staff from the third party. Yeah, we can see the frustration on the camera coming on through. There's not a lot you can do here. This is the moment as well that Erudition was able to find the elimination onto Arano in his action, managing to find the catch onto Edward in the zone damage. The RMB from the Honksword, putting the stagger onto the Liam so that he doesn't get to go past and pick up the Soul Bloom either, then doesn't get that heal, which means that the zone tick damage doesn't in.
Yeah, sorry, I thought you had more to say there. But yeah, Spider just getting hit by that Bane. Like, I swear that poor guy is just getting bullied by Bane today. Like, every time I see something happen, that Bane's breath just absolutely wallops him. It's been crazy to see. This final fight was really, really fun. I saw that, you know, the golden armor swat coming in from Jin there. We thought, oh, maybe there's a world where you can find the turnaround, but the ticks got too much. And then HM just recognizing, okay, scale rush in, use the medium range to the flying knives, batter him back into the zone. The tick damage is too much. Down he goes. Really, really nice there from Jin, and securing himself that Sheol MVP, who again, character who I think hasn't really found much of a place today recently. A character who typically sits fairly high up in the players' estimation and kind of power rankings, but I think for the last couple of weeks, people have started to have her number a little bit. So it's good to see that Jin's still able to put a good performance in there. 24,000 damage coming in from them. Storm Stride as the legendary soul for Jade. They did have Blistering Edge, Assault, Alchemy, Quick Charge and Thundercall, and Starfall under their belt as well. Pretty nice setup.
Yeah, I mean, it was really smart as well, where he identified very quickly, since that armor swap went through, he's at a major disadvantage, because not only is he going to lose the armor fight when the players are actually hitting each other, he's also going to be losing actual health bar because of the corruption tick damage going on out. So he knows that he can only win if he takes himself out of the zone and holds his opponent in the zone for as long as he possibly can, because as I said, zone damage ignores armor. At which point, all of that damage has already been done for him. He doesn't need the flying knives to land the final blow. He just needs the flying knives to hold him in the zone so that corruption 6 damage can do its job, and he's still applying damage, so he'll be able to claim the elimination too. Very smart heads-up play coming through from our players, and you could see as well, in real time, when he made that decision and stopped, he was fighting in the pocket, 1 versus 1, and then decides, actually, I'm going to kite over here and avoid taking zone damage for as long as I possibly can, while setting up to hold you in it for as long as I can as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, very, very fun game. Obviously, still got 2 more to go. It feels weird because it feels like we've blasted through the day, but still feels like 2 games is quite a lot to play for some reason. I don't know. My headspace is weird on it. But heading over to Holoroth now. This is Starry Night, right? We did a daytime Holoroth at the beginning. So, fireflies, meteor showers, all of the fun stuff that we do kind of associate with Holoroth up for grabs right now. And, you know, I don't see the action. I don't see the players letting up at all. So I expect another kind of fast tempo game, one that closes early. That's where my expectations are coming into this game. You know, it's what we've seen all of today. It's what we've seen mostly throughout the season as well. And just Firefly maps are fun, man. People get ults early. People just go absolutely crazy into each other. And we're now at that point in the day as well where people will start to double pick. We've already seen Spider double pick the Yoto today, I believe. It was Yoto's double picked. Or was that his first Yoto? I can't remember.
That was his first Yoto.
That was his first Yoto. Okay, that was even more crazy, but he did that. But yeah, you know, we're at the point where we'll start to see some people go for the double picks and play characters which they feel more comfortable on and getting an extra game in.
Yeah, but are you gonna get access to your double pick? Because like that's another thing. Now that we can't have the same hero being picked in the same phases, it becomes really hard for you to actually get the double pick that you want to. So a lot of these players are having to branch out and brace themselves potentially to having to double pick something entirely off meta in preparation for when we head into our bi-weekly finals, and the points that you have impact how low down in standings you get. In fact, in the last bi-weekly finals, I think it was XXY was unfortunate enough to be at the very, very bottom, which meant that for like 4 games in a row, he was picking in 12th position while he was waiting for someone to hit match point eligibility.
Yeah. It's rough. It is rough. When they look at pace here, he's not had a particularly great day, unfortunately. I think that's somewhat reflected on his face.
Well, he's close to the cutoff, is the thing.
Yes.
He's around the top 12, but he's not in the top 12.
He's got a lot to do. He's got 2 games to do it, and he has a lot to do. Now, luckily, there is one stagnant spot, which is a player who's not playing today. But damn, we are on to game 5 already. How on earth are we here? Have a look at the hero select. Spider is in 12th place, so he will be picking last here. HM and Jin in first. Okay, cool. I'm curious to see what's going to get picked up here, because obviously Spider threw a bit of a wrench in the works there by picking Yoto in second. I expect us to return to normalcy. I think we'll probably see the Lani, the Syra in our first round selection, unless Jin has got something cooked up.
It is game 5 or 6. This is likely where we're going to be seeing some of those double picks come through, which could throw a wrench in the works of some of these players' carefully laid plans, because you might be thinking, okay, well, they've already played that character. They're ahead of me in the picks. They're not going to play them again unless it's their double pick, and then this very well could be the double pick. As HM is indeed going to bag the Lani immediately. Is the Syra going to be snapped up just as fast from Jin? I'll have to see, as it's not an immediate lock. There is some debate, but indeed there it is. Syra has been removed from the pool. What does Verus decide that he wants to do? He's already played Liam already, I believe. So that does mean if he opts for him here, it would be a double.
I guess there's a world where if he wants to double, we can, because he's not really going to need more opportunities, but instead goes for the Shale. And then Arano. Probably just going to lock in the Liam off the back of this one, to be honest with you. Be surprised again if he has anything up his sleeves. But they're in a point right now where they're like calculating and figuring out what they're going to be playing, you know, what the next stage looks like. But there it is. The Liam gets locked in for Arano. Happy with that one. Moving down. Expecting to see the likes of the Yotos, the Valdas kicking around down here. Obviously the Kailins, who, to be honest, I haven't seen much from Kailin today. I think Kailin is probably the most like sleeper character. I genuinely think I've seen a Kailin like ult twice, and then every other time I've just not seen Kailin.
He's been around. He has been around, but it's the V1 that, I mean, a lot of players had already started leaning into. The V2 was the one that was very significantly nerfed in that it is now blockable. Though they also sort of balanced it out by making Keelan Guard a little bit stronger, but we'll be seeing the ramifications of that more in trios, whether the Kailin is used and the V2 tends to be the flavor of the loadout, as TW5 has picked up the Yoto, XXY the Temi, which means that Justina, Valda, Feria, Wu Chen are all going to be available. Well, subtract one Justina actually, as NTF has picked her up instead.
Okay. Moving down a little bit more. So, like you said, the Feria, the Akos. We have seen some Einor today. As Paste hovering it, locks it in, so that's going to be the case. Going for the Einor off the back of this one. Edward now. After deciding what he wants to be playing. Can't believe Valda's this far down, actually, in the pick order. There's the Akos for Edward, so like I said, same character.
I mean, Valda hasn't been getting the elims. She's been surviving, but she hasn't been getting the eliminations.
We had
and
one
at this
good
point,
game.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you are correct, to be fair.
The problem as well is that now that you only have one Valda in a lobby, it's become a lot easier to force the V2. Like, if Spider goes for Valda here, he has a double pick. We'll see whether or not he puts Nostock into the Valda to double pick, or if he goes for something very... Yeah, I was going to say, that's the amount of stock. That's the amount of stock that Spider puts into Valda. He doesn't want to double pick her because she's very easy to figure out now. Like previously, if you had 3 Valdas running around, or even if you had 2 Valdas running around, you'd put the pressure on her, you'd force the V2, she would disengage and she would disappear behind the shadow of the other Valda in the lobby. And you'd have to play a guessing game of which Valda actually has the V2. You don't get to do that anymore. So it's actually in the multi-way fights, Valda has lost some of her worth because of how easily these players have ranged weapons and just melt the Valda down in the V2 state.
Yeah. No, you are correct. You are correct. That being said, do we think Tarka is a better pick?
Well,
Spider
it's
clearly does.
MVP once this season.
Yeah, true.
I mean, Spider was on his Tarka arc, apparently. He picked Tarka as his third pick. In terms of the duels, we didn't get to see it. I know somewhere Dunkin' Donuts is very, very happy.
He's pinging off the walls right now. What Tarka are we seeing?
I was about to say,
That's
he'll
the
be
question.
even happier if Spider doesn't go Fireball. Never mind.
He's gone Fireball. Yes! I'm happy because I like the Fireball.
Yeah,
Hell
I
yeah,
think
Spider.
Fireball and multi-way fights is a stronger option. I would be inclined to agree. Wait a minute, Chen? F2 Wu Chen? We're going teleport swap?
What am I... What? There's nothing behind you, kid. No, nothing personal. Teleports behind you, kid. Build. Okay. I'm all for it.
Oh my goodness, that's gonna be absolutely crazy if he's able
What
to
is
pull
going
that
on,
one
man?
off.
Honestly, if ACOS ran V3, I think we'd just be having the most, like, bizarre day.
Oh, we're about to see a Karumi be picked round 6 again. Well, Spider is once more going to be dropping on Salvation Podium, but this time around he's going to be going more to the left side of it, as it is going to be Hollow of Dusk, which means that fireflies are bound on that particular part of the map, so he'll be able to get his hands on his ultimate and then move on over to Salvation Podium. Though it is going to be contested by so many other players, both OA and TV5 might potentially actually drop directly on Spider's head.
Yeah, I also feel like, you know, maybe not the most set up for a potential scrap for the golden weapon. We'll have to see. Maybe the Fireball Tarka pops off here. We'll have to see, I guess. A lot of people are still in the north, though. So, you know, it's two kind of congested areas of players where we got like a group of 6 and then another group of 6 all going toe-to-toe versus one another. So I think we'll see a very bizarre start to this game. Still expect the tempo to be high. Still expect to see lots of action as Spider goes in unarmed, just trying to see if he can find himself a victory over Edward.
Oh, he got the
Edward was able to
fireflies.
grab a weapon. Yeah, he did get the fireflies. You are correct, but Spider weaponless right now. Needs to find a little something. Throws down the F. Just gets a little bit of burst off onto Edward. Just backs him off for a brief second here. Let's see if he can grab a weapon in time. Spider, this is so rough for you, man. You went full aggro.
He has no movement options. He can only slap. That's all he can do. He can't focus strike cancel. He can't even bunny hop with a ranged weapon. He's just got to find as many connections as possible with the fireball to build up his ultimate. Then he gets the speed. Looks for the R&B. Oh my goodness. He opens up a trove and gets a longsword and blue armor in the same go. And Spider is off to the races we go. He's still got 2 fireballs to throw to. Has to worry about a third party. Starts kiting his way over to Salvation Podium to potentially pick through some of those tropes that are unopened, as well as go for a thorny roller to stop some of his pursuers. Gets clipped into the wall before he can scourish away, but the third party opportunity has actually meant that he set up another fireball connection onto Edward and skourishes in aggressively rather than defensively. Oh, the thorny roller, I can feel it coming around. Edward likely might be feeling it in a moment. Just manages to go for the double backstep to dodge it in time, but Edward now has absolutely 0 stamina to avoid out of that Yodo F2 into the pistol shot, and TW5 will be able to pick the elimination up.
Now he's going to be hunting on to Spider, who actually dropped his blue armor because he lost it, so it's just going to have to now run around with a grey armor, but that was a bit of a butt clencher there for Spider, that start. You know, dropping no weapons, no armor, just getting absolutely rolled, but was able to find that miracle pick up as Arano catches onto Jin. Doesn't really get too much follow-off, just gets a couple of musket shots off. He's got another cap available, though, if he can catch onto Jin. Jin still playing the escape, misses the second cap, and Arano now is just going to use the ice to slide away like a penguin as Jin chasing onto him.
That was so clean, the first ball throw. That was off of the stagger from the grapple LMB that he was able to set up into the extension, into the ball catch. has to worry about, oh my goodness, if that ice block had actually fallen onto Wufong, we'd find the concussion. I've been waiting years for a player to get stunned by one of those falling blocks of ice. As Action takes the counter coming on through from the combo breaker off that Kylan. Another ice block falls, doesn't manage to connect onto any player though, so no concussions here. As T5 is able to find elimination off-screen off of Verse. All of these players still stacked up on these towers if they've burned their ultimate. This is the ideal kiting location. Round and round the walls you go. And where you'll stop, no one, including your pursuers, will know.
Well, still got some people in the area. Jin trying to stay alive here, but HM with a purple armor sliding in and the dual halberds looks for the dazzle. Does get a little bit something off, but Jin struggling to make his way back in. So Tick's not going to really do too much at this point. Jin's able to recover his armor and back off. And it's weird. This tower has just slowed down a lot of the aggression I was expecting off there. It's HM jumping down. Gonna look for the musket shots here onto Jin. Doesn't really connect too much off as Jin.
That skill rush
jumped by NTF. There it is. The skill rush makes the connection, and now Jin is gonna get absolutely hounded. Look at all of the musket shots coming in. He's just gonna get absolutely walloped by those. More and more shots coming in, and there it is. Arano with the musket secures the kill. I mean, there's not much you can do when 3 people are shooting at you and you've got no armor or health to speak of.
I mean, Action didn't even go for the cast of the Sire ultimate. He had it up and available, but he decides to hold on to it in case he gets pressured off of the revive. With that one elimination too, everyone's going to be on top of MTF because the Justina burnt his ultimate. T5, we can see, was able to walk away with Salvation Podium solved, so he's got himself a legendary pole sword. Oh boy, scale rush entrances and third-party opportunities going to be abounding for that Yoto. And so we can have a look and see that HM and Arano are still going to be going head-to-head. Wufong also in the area, potentially looking for that third party. RMB from those nunchucks coming in at the 0.9 cast. HM having to come through with that Lani ultimate, the trick ball, just to go into the goalie stance to get on top and swap over to that musket and keep up the pressure into this Liam before he can disengage. Out comes the V2. HM looking for a third-party opportunity, but this Liam does not want to keep taking that fight as there are too many players in the area. Out comes the last little bit of that trick ball, just keeping HM's location a little bit closer so he can look for that in and find the elimination onto Arana, who's been going lower and lower. Skirmishes away from any potential last hit. Delani's still looking for that in with the RMB, but the drop down means that the parry opportunity is there. Unfortunately, the repulse animation holds him too long, and MTF capitalizes with the fan.
Really, really nice there. HM still did lose that weapon though, lose the blue weapon, so just has to switch to the grey dual swords, trying to get some extra damage off as HM now. A very desirable takedown for some of these players, knowing that he has that purple armor. HM unable to really do much of anything here. Here the double parry actually from Fang, gets himself the kill onto HM, switches it out. I actually think that MTF stole away the purple armor there, but Wufong not willing to give that up. We hear the Roma Yanks were called off in the distance as MTF slowly but surely taken down, and Wufong absolutely decimates that drop. 3 kills for himself. Spider and Verse are now contesting for a spot here at the top. The Spider has the ultimate available. He's going to have to look to throw that one down. Can the Fireball Tarka make it work? No revives available. Verse is keeping the pressure up. He's trying to survive, but he gets caught and taken down. Spider eliminated from the lobby.
Yeah, Verus banks one of those shield throw charges and catches the Tarka on the disengage. With enough time, I believe, to go back to that Yang portal too and potentially pick himself up a pass. Plus, there was no other player around, so they don't know that the shield burnt her ultimate. They're not going to be keeping up that same level of pressure. Once again, we see a Yang portal next to the cave, which means that that cave gets opened right here, right now. Jin on blue armor having to open up that box, getting himself any potential upgrade into the purple armor he'll be able to pick on through. As T5 with that legendary pole sword has already made his in to go head-to-head against WBG's Verse. Verse with that blue armor going to be losing a lot of it on the fall down with the pistol shots chunking through. T5 now with that pole sword looking for the scale rush, goes for the clank, takes a little bit of damage, tries to keep up the pressure with the RMB, looking for that chase space down, just making sure that when the pillar play starts to come in, it's TW5 with the Skull Rushes who's going to be able to leave all of that damage on through. Backsteps away in case of the connection from the R&B coming in through from those dual blades, wanting to find the spacing to perfectly parry it. Manages to clip the Skull Rush 2 into the jump horizontal, into the R&B swing through, and TW5 with the legendary Pole Sword finds the win.
Oh, cutting over now to Chen. He's got himself in a bit of a scrap here with XXY. Looking to charge up with the Scale Rush. Doesn't quite make the full connection, but is able to get a lot of damage out onto XXY there. Stripping through some of that armor. Xy's going to cheeky go for a pot. Not going to be given the opportunity. Baits him with a pot. Catches in with a parry. Turns this fight back onto equal footing as now the quick teleport behind comes out, tries to find that opening, but a quick F is used just to get himself away, but the combo breaker's been used, now he needs to find the wisp. Chen playing the escape here for a brief second, has still just, well, thrown down a few of those swords onto XXY. Chen's been able to get a full reset off while XXY not really being able to get much of anything off the back of this one. Chen continues to try and chase forwards here. Looking to break away for a brief second. Looks to catch him out. Catches him again. Massive charge. So many swords coming down from Chen here. And XXY can break away, but he won't live for long. Down he goes.
Oh my goodness, the catch, the trap into the saga so that he could come on through with the ultimate blades. They find that connections both times onto the Temi, which meant that even if he tried to create as much space between himself and the Wu Chen as possible to take cover behind a pillar, from the range pressure and get a pot off, the blades are going to track and just keep him locked in that stagger. Really good play coming on through from Chen, who utilizes Wu Chen F2 teleport swap to force the Temi into coming on out with the combo breaker and then catching in with the nunchucks, reading perfectly the position that the Temi would be dropping down onto. Because now we can see three of our players with Yang Depletion, all of them going to be looking for a fight so they can cleanse that as quickly as possible. We're following with those nunchucks, full bar built up too. Plenty of block opportunities, utilizes one of them now to keep up that pressure onto Jin, shredding through that purple armor that was up available for his opponent. Nexian does not want to utilize the Syra ultimate either because Wufeng might just try and disengage it. Might have to though, otherwise he's going to be out of that lobby. Out comes the parry from the Syra into the overhold of the RMB from that longsword to catch the wake up. Now comes the Kyle in V1, but the third party is here. Both of these players investing their ultimate, neither of them actually following up the fight because Orana showed up to the mix. And Jin is just going to go out into the zone, looking to cancel his ultimate early so that he can break the ankles, cut the noise, and find a heal. But Wufeng has continued up the pressure and gone into the zone, thus pulling the third party Orana with them, and they're going to take the fight.
Nice little pick up there, Jin jumping away. He's going to quickly throw down the dazzle, try and play and find disengage briefly. Jin just playing evasion right now, just avoiding Orana at all costs. Is able to actually do so. Orana, though, not giving up quite yet. Chasing onto him. Still, surprisingly, a very, very high number of players left in this lobby. I thought this game would be a lot more higher tempo, but so far, you players, only Spider knocked out of the lobby, to be honest, on the Taka, so not quite finding that opening. Now, obviously, with these debuffs, we will expect to see a few people go down. See those numbers change massively as Pace eats the parry. Last chance saloon for him. He has one more game. You could see the headset came off immediately. He was not happy. He has one last chance to make it to the bi-weekly finals.
Yeah, he picked the Eno too. And he had the ultimate available, but he doesn't have a combo break. So when Edward is able to put him into the absolute slope of that desert slant, it means that when the jump LMBs from those fist blades come through, the resets are a plenty. As HM having to try and keep up the push. I believe it was aerial dash that we got to see come up through from Chen, one of the new soul jades that got added to a hang sword off of the uppercuts. And HM is just going to put himself right to the top of Akila's crest. Fully heal on up that purple armor and play entirely out of the focal point of any player with either Yang Depletion or angling for a Yang Portal Plus for the second iteration burst down his combo break is going to be absolutely desperate for this elimination. Out comes that Yodo F2. TD5 now not having the combo breaker of the F ability, having to utilize his ultimate. The gold frame not going to allow him though to get out from the tortoise block, banked by Verse, who's absolutely frying this. Yoto looks to try and dodge away the connection of the Zanshin stance, which means that TD5 doesn't manage to find that heal siphon, and Verse is able to come through with the elimination and the Soul Bloom and the upgrade of the legendary Pole Sword. And TD5, it was looking so good for him, is knocked out of the lobby entirely.
That is a rough one for him as well off that, but we're cutting over now to DXXY. Got himself in a fight versus Wufong. Wufong keeping the pressure up. Both just pressuring for the cap here on to the realm of Yang. XXY, that is heartbreaking. That could have been a potential, but he had 15 seconds left on the debuff. He's just going to fade away. He's going to go down, and there's nothing he can do about it as MTF gets himself in a scrap here versus HM inside that realm of Yang. MTF looking for an angle, has the freeze obviously available to him. HM, great combo breaker, caught by the parry there. Nice little follow-up, catches him with the uppercut star. Gonna cut through, keeps him over the head as well. Able to strip through that health. MTF quickly freezes, does not want to get caught by the ball. Tap dodges away, grabs out onto the fan. Golden Staff doing a lot of work here. Looks for the scale rush, just has to play evasion on the ball, gets caught in the aerial, but no follow-up comes in. HM getting joggled around once again, repositions. MTF tap dodges away, looks for the grapple, makes the connection this time, pulls him back down to earth as HM trying to evade away from this one. Another freeze comes out, looks to throw the ball down. Great dodge away from MTF. Now it's his turn with the ultimate, looks for the freeze on to HM, and there it is. Very clean by Wolves' MTF.
I mean, yeah, MTF Vong really clean on this Justina. Always has been, as we can have a look at other realm of Yang currently going on through. Wufong with that Kylan V1, trying to keep up the pressure, but now out of his ultimate, does have the combo breaker, but is getting hit into by the headlock of that Cheryl ultimate. Spaces on out, almost eats a little bit of that damage coming in through from the pistols. Now eats all of that damage from the RMP of the halberds that are absolutely frying him. Looks to play into the pocket, wants to find that parry, doesn't manage to find the opportunity though, as Verse cancels it into the tap dodge in, and that is going to be the uppercut, finishing him off. Now that the Kylan doesn't have the combo break to be able to break away. And Verse will be able to find his elimination, his win, a legendary spear. Picks up off of the back of that as an upward for the Shoyol too.
Very nice. So there we are. Verse heads out. Back onto the mat. Buff in pocket. And just like that, we're down to 6 players. It felt like not long ago, I was like, man, not many people have been knocked out. We're down to 6 players in this lobby. This is absolute carnage. These players just accelerate. Like, I mean, they accelerate so fast. Sometimes it's all at the beginning. Sometimes they play it a little bit slow. But when they put their foot down, these games just go into full aggression, into full action immediately. And HM with that Remy Yang debuff on, looking and hunting for a potential pickup. But I guess the real problem for him right now is they're at Plumed, which makes life really awkward because Plumed is Celestia levels of good for playing evasion and not getting caught by people who are chasing. So if you do find yourself on the losing end of a fight, if you're at Justina, you just pop up, you jump away, and you just use the movement from your weapons and your grapples afterwards to put enough distance between you. It's very hard to sink in for the kills. And HM probably a little bit irritated by that because they got 3 minutes 30 to find a kill. And it is going to be hard to do so, as actually the attention has been shifted onto them here quickly, being caught out 2 players, keeping the pressure up onto HM. Clan goes down. HM half health on the armor, just desperately using all of the terrain to get the movement and play escape.
Where's Wufong? He showed up on the map. He is circulating around the area because it's him and HM who currently have Yang depletion. So in an ideal situation, these 2 players find each other and take a fight against one another on the flattened low. Unfortunately, there are so many players who've been brought into this space, not just because of where everyone would be kiting, to try and either punish players who were hiding away from Yang buff players or not wanting to take part in any of the fighting. There was also an environmental that was occurring. We had a sandstorm for a little bit, which meant that all of the troves actually fully re-equipped and refreshed. in this area, which is why you're currently seeing things like that blue trove down on the lower ground that has not yet been picked clean, is because of the weather effect that rolled on through. So everybody has now actually come here so that they can start shoring up their resources once everywhere else on the map has long been vultured. There's going to be a lot less time as well for the Yang depletion to really make its way out, as both Wufong and HM still have not really taken a fight against each other. Wufong has instead found Verse, who's going to be on that shield, still has full combo break and ultimate available. Combo break has now been burned though. Verse was down so much damage, but look at what's occurred. The fighting that's gone down. These players saw the Kylan, know that the Kylan has Yang depletion, and they're immediately on top of Wufong, who just has to, with that legendary dagger, scale rush, scale rush, scale rush, as far away from the fight as he possibly can. HM seizes his opportunity. The 1 versus 1 is there, but the third party potential is still around as Verse shadowed the path and Wufong wants him out.
Yeah, they're not letting him go. Wufong desperately trying to just use those dashes to put some distance, but there they are. The dashes used up. Desperately just using his movement from his weapon, but the ult time's out. He does have the F, but the whole lobby smells the blood in the water. They are collapsing onto Wufong's position, and down he goes. Verse is the one to secure the kill. I don't think HM was able to get the cleanse. He was able to get the cleanse.
He was.
Oh, that is so clutch for him. Nice little escape.
He also didn't use his ult, which is absolutely huge. Unfortunately, that Kylan, the V1 variant over the V2, the dash distance is so little. As we can see, MTF, Stanchion Sky Pillar. That's gonna have a very horrible side effect if anyone is a little bit too close and gets hit into by that. That has silence applied to it, which means even if you have a combo breaker, no opportunity of using it. It does come at the cost of mobility from that staff, but what it can do is be absolutely lethal if a player charges it up and drops down with it. So all of these players are going to have to keep their faces skywards in case of worrying about pressure coming in through from that Soul Jade.
All right, well, Chen chasing forwards. And there's 5 players left, and we are just about to tick on to 7 minutes left in the game. To me, this is a slow tempo solos game to have this many people left at this point in the game, which seems bonkers, but it's a truth. As MTF.
Oh, he's just showing it. He knows with Stanchion, no one can actually get close. If they do, they go into the silence. So he's literally just using the threat of this one Soul Jade to keep everybody off him. So he can guarantee pick up that buff. That's wild.
Oh, it's too scary. How do you deal with it? So the other 4 are just going to have to scrap it out for a different zone, as MTF gifts everyone with the Ramyang debuff. And now he actually does briefly jump forwards to see if he can play contest, but instead his attention gets turned towards Verse here, trying to keep a bit of a threat onto him. MTF not going to
the flag
right now.
Edward's going for the flag. So too is Verse though. MTF, yeah, he's literally just playing his position so that the flag stays gate kept by that Justina with the stanchion. Out comes the Greatsword Tome. Verse having no choice but to use his combo break to avoid it. There goes the Justina FT2. Tome's still going, but Verse got staggered, which means that one block was actually banked to go up against his opponent, but someone grieved. Who hit the Forbidden Seal and stopped all of those ultimates early? I think that might have been MTF.
Oh, MTF?
He actually gets interrupted, yeah. He doesn't manage to come and prove the stanchion off of the R&B coming and through from the Halberds, but what he was able to do was pick up the legendary armor swap from the well that he was able to grab. Out comes the V1. Gets the double dash onto both Chen and HM, but he doesn't. Yeah, he's got his combo breaker up just in time to avoid the grapple kick into the zone damage, but he's not out of the woods just yet, Jake. Everybody knows he doesn't have his ultimate or his combo break, and they want him gone. Out comes the Wu Chen blades as well, trapping MTF. He's got to go for a grey armor reset off of the ground, abandoning the legendary, and HM claims the kill.
That was... I don't know, man. He went too aggressive. He had 2 dashes. He could have used them defensively to put distance between him and everyone else, but he actually went back in, got heavily chunked out for it, and yeah, them's the breaks. He loses out heavily off the back of that one, and now we've got Edward, who is the Wait, who's in the lobby right now? It's Edward, Chen. Okay,
HM,
so
Edward and Chen. But Chen currently has Yang depletion.
Sorry, HM has both the buffs.
Yes.
I didn't know you could carry both the buffs. I thought they took that out. Okay. Well, he's got both the buffs. That's genuinely terrifying. Chen quickly tries to do the old swapperoo, doesn't get it to work. Gets caught off here. Remember, there's the white tigers onto HM. Chen's getting heavily juggled around here. HM uses the combo breaker to break away. Tension goes back towards Chen, who's going to look for the kill onto him. Catches him with the token, and that's going to be enough for HM to secure the kill. Edward now realizing this is a pretty dicey fight to go up versus HM, but HM doesn't matter. He's going to go for it. The Forbidden Seal is going to time out, and now the ball catches, but into the Tiger. Gets the slice down onto HM. Still got another charge of that Tiger to throw down as the ball gets thrown out. Doesn't make the connection here onto Edward. He's too damn slippery. Looking for that charge onto HM. It's going to chase forwards. Ultimate still on for a little bit longer. Looking for the charge. Doesn't make the connection there. And that is going to be a rough one now. Both ultimates down. Has still got one last strike with that ulti to work with, but HM has him pinned for a brief second here. Switches out to the weapons, and actually Edward's getting an upper hand here. Uses the F out from HM. Catches him with the uppercut, and suddenly this ACOS is really starting to come to life. All of the buffs have worn off onto the side of JL, so it's equal footing on this fight. But Edward has got himself the health advantage. HM able to quickly get full recovery onto that armor and that health right now, as now he looks to turn the attention onto Edward. Edward with the flying knives looks for an opening onto him, but he's lost all of his golden armor, and now he's being juggled around, caught up by the grapple tech, and Edward is just being absolutely juggled. HM takes the lobby.
Yeah, Edward knew it was over. You could see his reaction coming from on camera. No combo break available. He wasn't able to prevent HM from tracking over to where that legendary armor reset was still waiting on the ground. That's why he was trying to do like so much to just block off that path of kiting coming on through from the Lani. Things like the pistol sagas, as well as keeping up the pressure with the flying knives as much as he possibly could, even though it meant taking a fight in terrain that doesn't exactly give you an advantage. In the 1v1, those rocks can really play havoc in terms of interrupting and trying to slip weapon hitboxes off of player character models too. But it was the best chance that he had. The second that the Lani is able to get past the ACOS and over towards the legendary armor, and the ultimates had been invested, it was just full favor for the Lani. Combo breaker up and available, better pressure as well with the weaponry and equipment that they had equipped. Like, the ACOS would have had to go for a couple of cycles of the F2, probably about 2 or 3, if he wants to be able to chunk through legendary armor twice, and that means that he just could not afford to put a single step wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was... it's fun watching a lot of the fights today, because I actually think, like, the fights are so technical, and I know they always are, but, like, I also hark back to that Morris Isle map we had, game number 3, where we had the fight up by the temple, and they were using the vertical of the terrain, and, like, just knowledge of, like, how terrain impacts into fights is genuinely so big, because, you know, when you're playing with a flat surface and maybe like a pillar or two, like your Realm of Yang style fights, it's very different from when you're working with like uneven and weird terrain, and how that actually impacts when your character gets staggered and knocked onto them, and you know the way the auto-focusing on weapons works and stuff like that, and the way the lock-on, it's genuinely super interesting to see. Sometimes it works for you, sometimes it works against you. But we got one more game to go now at the end of this, and HM winning that one. We haven't had a single person like win multiple games today. It's been versus Spider, Wufong, Jin, and HM. Final game of the day is going to be a big one. And again, like I said, for some people like Pace, you could see the frustration when he got knocked out of that lobby. You know, this is their last chance for their running here at the Nbpl. As we'll have a look at the overall standings. Not the highest scoring game, to be honest. A very, very low scoring game, because everyone was getting a decent amount of kills, right?
Yes,
like,
kills were split. Kills were split, which is bad news for MTF, because that was probably the best he's played today, and he only walked away with a 5.5 game score. And he's currently at the tail end of our standings. Like, it's going to take a record break for him to be able to make it into the top 12 at this rate.
I think he's not done it. It's one of those, it's what is it? It's mathematically possible, statistically unlikely.
Improbable, yes.
Yeah, that's what we got coming up in this one for MTF. HM, I cannot for the life of me remember where they're standing on the lobby, so luckily we'll have that coming up fairly soon. Spider, I mean, he played Tarka, so I know this is going to upset quite a lot of our casters. That's kind of what you get for playing Tarka in NBPL, to be honest.
When Jake says upset a lot of our casters, he means one. Very hyper-specific, he means one.
I know Seb absolutely adores Tarka as well.
Interesting.
I mean, not like Duncan, who's, you know, that's his whole thing. He's the Tarka guy. But he's a bit of a fan favorite.
Yeah, I mean, Tarka is a huge fan favorite for a lot of people, a lot of sub-regions, actually, which is why he gets as much love as he does cosmetics-wise, I'm sure.
They need to buff him so he's playable. That's what they need to do. Here's the overall standings at the end of it. Spider still does stand at the top. HM with that game, actually. Nice big start for him. He is closing in on Mike, who has been surpassed. It's only 2.1 points is what he needs to tie with Mike. So anything beyond 2.1 points, HM will move into a podium position and Mike will slide down that standings even further. As Verse finally actually had somewhat of a decent performance there, jumping
and
up
Spider had 0. Yeah. Which means that Verse actually got the opportunity to close out the distance. It's actually crazy that Spider had a 0 round game and is still first. As we can have a look at our replays brought to you by China Unicom. Every single time fights move onto Salvation Podium, I get a little bit worried that we're going to see a pony roller come on through as TW5. Oh, fan gust connection into pistol swap.
We had it last week in trios where 2 teams were fighting, and I think about 8 times people were struck. Like 8 individual people were struck. It was so funny to watch.
Yeah, but I mean, that's trios. There's more people, there's more opportunities to stagger in solos. Like, you kind of have to remember that the phony roll is going to be rumbling around and make sure that you've saved enough stamina or an opening. As this is the point where, unfortunately for MTF, like you said, he goes a little bit too aggressive. With the stanchion Sky Pillar and the buffs, thinking that he could control the tempo of the lobby off of the threat of those alone. And every single person just jumps on top of him when they know his ultimate's down.
Yeah, unfortunately gets bullied out. I think the big thing as well here is this fight versus Chen, because it was HM who actually started it. And I mean, damn, that damage was disgusting. HM able to find that kill then means that, like, typically what we see is that at the 2 people who are fighting, in the last 3, it's normally the one who's not fighting who actually takes the last man standing, because they go into the fight with full armor, full health. But HM didn't lose anything taking that fight, so he whips out this Lani MVP. Really, really huge turnaround from him. Great game number 5. Jumping up the ladder a little bit more. Very, very big.
Let's have a look at the Soul Jades, because we already know one of them, and it's going to be engraving. We got to see it in the replays. He also picked up MTF's stanchion Sky Pillar, probably for the stat stick coming on through, as well as having Thunderstorm, Wild Windspout. We didn't really get to see all that much of it. It was very much the engraving that was doing a lot of the work with the jump R&Bs off of those replays into then the uppercut, and then back-to-back jump horizontals into jump horizontal track downs of the tracking and auto lock on from the longsword, where it almost teleports you, the amount of distance that you can actually cover when you jump L and B on top of someone with a longsword. And that's why we talk about a lot of the time things like Phantom Step being able to obscure out the character hitbox can be absolutely huge in taking a fight and having an advantage against that weapon. But let's see whether or not, chat, you were paying attention. Which player chose Liam in game number 5? Was it A, Wufong? Was it B, Spider? Was it C, TZ5? Or was it D, Arana? You get a couple of helpful hints given the fact that we just had our highlight replays, and you might have been able to see all of the players and heroes that they'd picked on the top left there.
Well,
Welcome back, everybody, and now it is the time, Jake. Last game of the day for the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League full split bi-weekly regular day 3 of solos for bi-weekly 4. It's the last day of regular play, which means all is on the line for all of these players to get into the top 12 and go to the last bi-weekly finals to try and get in to the grand finals before they have to face down the barrel of LCQ, which is not a position any player wants to find themselves in.
Yeah, that was a real mouthful from you. Basically, last chance saloon is where we are. Like, if you want to make it a finals, this is your best shot. And there's a few people who are capable of making it to the bi-weekly finals. They've just got a little bit of work to do. And Pace, one of those people who was, I think, incredibly close. And unfortunately for them, they kind of dropped the ball towards the end of that game. And you could see there was a moment where the headset kind of flew off. There was genuine anger there, which is very unlike NARAKA players, because they are typically actually a very chill group. You know, I've been lucky to work in quite a few different esports, and you know, I've had my fair share of toxicity and had to deal with it. But like the NARAKA players are pretty chill. Like they don't really they get to themselves a little bit, but like to see Pace kind of you know how much is on the line for him to get that emotional. He wasn't really toxic, so to speak, but like for the emotion to kind of overflow like that, you can see how frustrating it is and how tense these players feel, and that's only going to get exacerbated going into this sixth and final game.
Yeah, I think one of like the context for that is you can have a look and see him here very contemplative at the moment with his player cam, is that he had his ultimate. He had his ultimate, but he was on Eno, who doesn't have a combo break. And the fact that he was put at that juggle at the top of the slope on the desert meant that he was not able to break out of it and have the opportunity to come through. Like, he must have been mashing V1 in the hopes that he would be able to come through with his ult in time. Because that's a health reset too. That's the trade-off for lacking a combo break, but it was a very rough situation, and as you said, there's a lot of pressure on him because he's close to the top 12, but he's not within the top 12 at the moment. As we go into our last game, I don't think he's even going to be high in terms of the pick phases either. So he might not even get access to one of the top meta characters who would potentially give him a game result like of 1 and 2, where we've seen 13.8 scores back to back.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going into that lower selection. I don't think is as much of a death sentence as I think it used to be. I think what we've seen is actually these personality picks have been the kind of bigger ones. We had a Shale and a Lani win our last 2 games, but beyond that, the first 3 games were all,
well, I'd argue Tammy isn't even a personality pick anymore. He's just really strong.
He's not like an S tier pick though. Like he's a solid A tier. Would you say that's fair?
I think where he falls apart is that the combo break of Tammy, while it is on a very short cooldown cycle, is punishable with things like flying knives. I think that's why he struggles. Like the fact that there is now weapons with verticality which can keep a track and then stagger him out in the air so that he doesn't get to throw the wisp and literally gets fried in the 1 versus 1s means that for a Temi, you win off of being able to contain a player with your ultimate into re-wisp. A lot of the time is, oh wow, Arano with a second pick of Akos in the fades. That's wild.
I assume, to be honest, has Syra had any impact today? I haven't seen a particularly amazing Syra game. I've seen more Akoses make it to final circles than I have Syra's. Syra just gets heavily focused out and taken down. Not even remotely picked in the first selection either. Shale and Liam come up, so XXYMTF, they have the Syra as a potential pick for them. But would they rather go for something like a Yoto? Would they rather look to go elsewhere?
Let's see what XXY and MTF decide to do with their 5th and 6th selection. Syra is going to get grabbed now, which means that Yoda is probably going to be the pick now for MTF. But then again, it's also Fong. So he could do something incredibly off the wall and decide to come on through with like a Matari and decide to throw just everybody off kilter. Indeed, it's going to be Justina coming on through. So Yoto still in the air, Paste now with the 7th pick. And as we said, this is a very important game for Paste coming on through here. He's close to the top 12, but not guaranteed his position. He needs to come through with a lot of eliminations, which means he needs a character who has impact at the beginning, start, and end. And you know what? I agree. I think Temmie, of the characters that are left, is the best potential that he could have gone for.
Yeah, 100% agree on that one. Then it's the Kylin for Edward, meaning things like the Yoto have been pushed very far down in the pick section. So still got your Valda, still got the Yoto, still got the Ainur, stuff like that kicking about. There's some really interesting stuff up and available. What is Chen going to be pulling out in this final round?
Gonna not be happy. He's thinking, I went Tarka, so I didn't get to double pick Valda the last time. What do you mean now I have to worry about double picking Valda again?
He's gonna lock Zip or something out of pure spite.
I mean, he's got Wu Chen, he's got Feria. I would take Feria over Wu Chen in an end game.
I'll take Wu Chen. I really don't mess with the Feria.
See, the last time, I think it was at Dunk that I was casting with.
Honey, he does it.
He does not want to double pick that Valda. Who was it that I was casting with last time? There was a bi-weekly final, and it was it Seb? I think it was Seb. We had this discussion where he was saying that he would take, oh my goodness, Takeda, where he would take the Wu Chen over the Feria, and we actually got an end game where the Feria would have won, but it was a Wu Chen, and so they lost.
Yeah, I mean, that is fair. I think if you get to a final circle, Feria suddenly becomes one of the most impactful characters. My issue with her is I don't think she's great until that final circle. I think she's way too easy
the target practice. Yeah.
That's my issue. If you get to a final circle and you're a Feria, you're laughing. But, you know, if you picked up something like the Wu Chen, you probably could have got more kills throughout the game. You might not have got the kill multiplier and everything, but, like, you might be able to just recuperate and potentially have a better game just off the back of that. You know, regardless, she's not picked. It's not the end of the world. Very, very weird last couple of games when it came to the pick order. You know, things like, Spider throwing off the selection in game number 3 game number 4 where he picked up the Yoto very early. Last game, you know, picking up the Tarka. We are into Spider's weird selection where he's having fun. He knows he's qualified as well. So this is his chance to test out some of these kind of like off-meta picks and see actually how they fare going in. You know, we know he's played this Hardy to some success previously. Let's see if he can make it work, and maybe if this is something we'll see in a bi-weekly finals, even in a grand finals scenario.
I mean, I'm so excited for another Takeda. We got Takeda last week. Oh, and it is going to be F3V1 coming through for HM on that Takeda. Spider F2 V2, so combo breaker glider coming in out for the Hardy, F2 combo breaker for the Valda, F2 V1 for the Justina, F1 V2 for the Temmie, F2 V1 no V2 shenanigans for that Yodo, and V2 for the Liam. So everything pretty expected, barring some of the heroes popping up in the selection. As we really can see that Valda, she's had ebbs and flows in terms of impact of meta. She's very much on a current ebb at the moment, falling so far down the pick rate.
Also, that's a good pun. Ebbs and flows when you're talking about Valda. It's the same circle as last time.
It is the same
circle to work with. So interesting. Again, we get one of those situations. I hope we don't end up at the temple at the end, because I hate that temple for final circles. They're boring and nothing happens. Let's hope we move south towards the Shadow J mines in that area where it's lots of open, lots of room to
Celestra would be a nice end zone.
The only time I like a Celestra end zone is when they end up in the ditch and then you can get the water wheel in.
No, the concussion. Like, if Celestra is the end zone, think about the signboard opportunities.
True, you do have that. Yeah, you have that as well. I guess we'll see. We're loading into this game. Fairly clustered area around the south, actually. Lots of people dropping in close proximity to each other. While you see YZG and Wolves, MTF, I can't remember who's on YZG. Oh, it's TT25. Dropping in close proximity to one another up in the north, and then GG's Chen. They have himself. They got a little drop to themselves. They'll be sitting quite happy off that.
I mean, Secret Tunnel is going to be seeing immediate action, and indeed it is going to be the first fight that we cut over to, as it's going to be Fireflies. MTF going to come on through with the R&B from that dagger, putting the hurt onto TV5, chasing him down as well with that LMB to keep up his presence. TV5 looking for that parry, not able to find it. MTF now using his combo breaker from the F2, and TV5 is just going to distance himself. But MTF now gets the opportunity. So both of these players are going to go into Secret Tunnel. We're going to see MTF get to pick up Fireflies immediately as he comes on through. And he got the grey armor swap coming on out from that opening. Loses half of it from the or rather the R&B of that longsword. But with the Fireflies in the hand, both of these players have their ultimate on board. And it looks like they're both just going to decide to, with the ultimates procced, back on off. MTF avoiding the toxic room that TV5 sent his way. TV5 taking the distance to go for a full restabilize of the armor power is coming on out, as he's still got all of his V2 catches. Tries to throw out the first one, doesn't manage to find it, is now out of the ultimate, so doesn't get the opportunity to throw it a second time. Justine's also going to be down the ultimate, and we go back to playing the neutral. TV5 trying to charge up the blue, turning it around onto the Justina into the attack room, which means that they are going to be getting attack boost as TV5 manages to find a great armor swap, putting himself up to set up for that uppercut into R&B tap. Now has to make sure that he doesn't pick up another armor that's been broken as he loses some of it. Out comes the F2 from that Justina. TV5 now starting to take the tick damage from the toxic room, as you can see the obscuration of his UI. And that is going to be MTF with the light hit from that dagger, winning the fight out in the neutral.
Nice start there for MTF. Jumping up that scoreboard somewhat more. Paste actually did get himself a kill off the bat as well, which is a good start for him. Again, closing towards that spot. It's a lot to ask for. 36 points is a stagnant spot, so realistically he needs to look to try and surpass Chen here if he wants to make it. He's only 3 points, so it's very doable for him, but he also has MTF, who also started on a kill on the exact same points, as there it is. Edward getting caught out by the parry, forced to throw down the ultimate. Now just going to be looking to use those dashes aggressively in onto Verse, try and see if he can get enough damage to either escape or turn the attention around onto him, but Verse just catches him with the ball. Lovely little pickup, and Verse off to 2 kills off the bat. Nice start for him.
Oh, his
Meanwhile,
pace.
Paste hunting Spider and Jin.
He doesn't have his ult. He does have the Wisp, and he's also got a purple longsword in the back pocket. So he can come in for a really punishing charged R&B if one of these players gets staggered as they go through that restand animation. Has to be careful that he doesn't overextend those. He does only have blue armor currently. Spider losing a lot of his grey armor to the 1-2. Pace, seeing that there's a third party, comes on out with the combo breaker almost immediately, just keeping himself out of any stagger setup. Chen gets the elimination! The last player that Pace wanted to see picking it up, and puts himself onto his first elimination of the tally too, widening out the distance between himself, Pace, and MTF currently.
That is a really, really bad pickup for Pace, but a great one for Chen, because Chen's still holding on to a spot in those bi-weekly finals. He's fighting for his life right now, but Pace has jumped in, looking for the scale rush. We see the Valda ultimate has been committed here from Jin as he's hunting Pace, and Jin looking for Chen here, who's committed in with the Yoto ultimate, looking to see if he can find some damage. A spear would be the undoing of Chen here. Lots of damage coming out from Chen's ultimate as Jin continues to go low, looking for those extra slices. The Sandstorm gets thrown out. Pace gets caught by the parry though, looking for the one last slash. Chen able to make the connection. Jin is low. Chen secures another kill, puts the gap between him and Pace even further apart. Pace must be pulling his hair out.
Yep, he used his ultimate. that the Yodo manages to find the elimination with the V1 through it. And then Pace doesn't even manage to find the Wisp connection onto the Yodo because of the rock of the terrain. There's an ever so slight disparity between the verticality, and the Yodo is entirely avoided in terms of the Wisp hitboxes. Arana with the Scourge will be able to take WBG's verse down as we set up for our first Realm of Yanks. And unfortunately for Pace, he's been put under pressure by a respawn Spider. Out comes the Hardy ultimate, and Pace now is in a dreadful position. Has to use his combo breaker, tries to go inside the building, throws the Wisp down to guard his position and look for the parry onto the triple charge from the Hardy, but the fire tick debuff is going to take him out, and Pace now loses his first life.
And his purple longsword as well. Giving that over to Spider. Nice little pickup there for Spider. And, you know, sometimes it can be greedy to do these run backs when you've lost your revive, but worked out nicely there for Spider. He would have read the map, seen that a lot of ultimates have been used, and figured it was a good chance to go in, as MTF and a few other players are going to be getting themselves situated and set up to get inside the Realm of Yang. Just got to hold for a minute while the key unlocks. And the players will be getting themselves into the action over there. Curious to see who is going to be putting attention into getting into the Realm of Yang, because Pace going down there means it actually slows down his ability to take a Realm of Yang. But he needs them. He needs all of the scaling he can get. He needs to get every opportunity he can get. But, like, he is not going to revive, get to a portal, and be geared in time for this first Realm of Yang. So either he runs in with just grey gear and swings in with a wing and a prayer, or he plays the safe game, but the game which means he might not be able to put enough points together, which is just play it chill. Edward doesn't have so much pressure on him right now. He's waiting to see if he can jump into the vault here, although Verse and Chen are in the area, and Edward only rocking grey armor. Very easy to pick up here.
Yeah.
But Chen,
I mean,
put some pressure onto him.
This is the rebound strategy on Morris Isle, unlike on Padoria, where you've got the floating piles that you can sort of keep a track of if you lose your hot drop fight, and Kite on over to as they give both Fireflies and loot. That literally spawns up on that timer. It doesn't get the opportunity to be picked before you get there. You kind of have to, if you lose your hot drop fights, as you can see here, either go entirely away from everybody and res outside of that zone, or you go to a cave when those Realm of Yangs open on up, as we can have a look and see where those Realm of Yangs are being. I am hoping that we get HM going for one of those. Is Spider just getting to be a little bit greedy? He's getting both. Spirit, well, oh my goodness, and a fight against the Takeda. My wish is granted.
Right?
He didn't get the Spirit roll. He wasn't able to cap it in time, as the Spider goes for the Yang instead. Now putting himself up into the sky, clanking with those fist blades against the Takeda, up in the air, looking for the jump LMBs as he descends. Has to worry about the F3 and the V1 coming on through from that Takeda. That ultimate already going to actually be proc from that Takeda. The first shot being utilized. Grapple kick is going to be dodged the consequences of coming on through with the glider from that Hardy. And now Spider utilizing his own ultimate. The V2 going to be looking to keep up pressure around the pillar, making sure to apply the fire tick debuff for as much as he possibly can to stop any opportunity for this Takeda to get any form of reset. There's one form of the fire tick. Spider still got a triple charge of his ultimate, guards the exit of the pillar side, and now that the ultimates have been removed, Spider is drastically ahead in terms of sustainability. Out comes the jump LMB tracking, and as I said, it just literally teleports his hitbox from one side of the pillar directly on top of the Takeda to find the elimination.
Yeah, very nice. His first now, looking for the ball. Oh, doesn't quite make the connection. It's just going to go for the last one. Wufong breaks away, goes for the scale rush onto him. He's able to make the connection with the uppercut here. Verse losing all of his armor. Still got one more ball to work with here. Can he make the connection? Interrupting onto Wufong. Not letting them get the pot off. One more ball. Ult's about to time out, though. Is able to make the connection. Wufong uses the combo break to break away. There's the combo break out from Verse. It's just going to take that one hit, that one little poke of damage. Wufong not given the opportunity to get that pot off. Waits for the scale rush, but the nunchucks clap him as he comes through. Lovely little pick. And, Pace. My friend, this is going to have to be a miracle turnaround. Health bar blinking, range shots coming in, and down he goes. Pace is eliminated from the lobby and eliminated from any chance of making it to the bi-weekly finals. Spider comes in for a revenge blow as he jumps forwards here with the Bird's Might on. TT25 trying to stay alive in this 1v1, but Spider with the golden sword can be under a fair amount of work here. Quickly jumps in to the ult form, and like you said, looking to apply those fire ticks. TT25's Bird's Might is popped.
Oh my goodness, but MTF might be able to find the heroic turnaround that he's been looking for. He won his Realm of Yang. His second elimination, going into a Realm of Yang, meant that he was guaranteed, didn't have to worry about a third party, could utilize the Justina ultimate however he so choose. Now, he's got Vermilion Bird's Might too. If he gets picked now because everyone turns onto him, forces out that Justina ultimate, and then turns onto him once it's gone, he's still going to be up in this lobby looking to survivors. I don't think the same can be said for HM. Out comes that V3, or rather V1 from that Cicada into the Grey Armor swap. Arano, though, looking to play the mobility game with the Akos V2 up into the mix. XXI also griefing with the third party with the LMVs from those flying knives out on the outsides of that fight. Arano with 1 Tiger Pounce will be able to find a connection. HM so incredibly low now, out of his ultimate, having to just try and kite around all of the cliff scales and buildings that he's got to play off of these skill rushes. Has been able to at least keep himself from Arano being able to find the last hit of elimination. Arano actually getting so desperate that he looks for the F2 connection. Finally, with the bow swap, will be able to find the elimination needed, but he's griefed out of the soul plume. He wasn't close enough, and XXY heists it right underneath his nose.
That is heartbreaking, and then he gets caught by the parry. Absolutely opened up onto by the dual swords. Tries to grab his weapon, but it's too little. It's too late. Arano is out of the lobby. He's in 6th place. He should be pretty comfortable going into those bi-weekly finals, but not the way he wanted to end today's games. As now, these two go toe-to-toe. XXY versus Jin, using the buildings and skill rushing around the windows and the areas. As XXY can quickly squat back into some armor, can use some armor pots to heal that one back up, and looks like we'll have another round of the Bird's Mights coming up fairly soon, as there's the
where's Wu Feng? Because Wu Feng's currently got Yang depletion. And okay, so we're getting to see how MTF was able to come on through with his Realm of Yang win. Oh, of course, it's the fan. Yeah, that's Fong's playstyle. Okay, utilizes the F2 from the Justina to avoid any of the light stagger set up by the Akos' F2. Arano now, without any of that utility, has to come in through with his ultimate, the V2 catch, into swap into the dual blades, into the grapple bump against the invisible, but MTF is actually able to dodge the extension with the Justina F2. Now comes on through with his own ultimate to keep up the pressure with the dashes, staying atop of Arano, putting himself to the top of the pillar. Skull rushes up, looked for the drop down R&B, isn't able to find it as Arano went for the early release. Now we go to the Clank, light gust coming on through from MTF, finds 1 connection onto Arano, goes for an armor powder, heals some of that purple armor back up into the crouch horizontal, and will be able to come through with the win off of the back of it. And that was absolutely huge for MTF. Now he doesn't have his Vermilion Bird's Might, but he does have a chance of making it into the top 12 if he plays the rest of this game perfectly.
Yeah, well, it looks like he's trying to scope himself another little cheeky kill here. I've still got a lot of work to do, though, if that top 12 is going to be achievable here for the side of MTF. Chen also still kind of gatekeeping, holding on right now as MTF catches the uppercut here onto Edward. Edward loses a bit of armor. Here comes Chen, the big target right now for MTF, and it looks like he actually may be just growing the kill lead even longer as Ed was able to jump through the window and break away just about that Bane's breath coming down on multiple angles. Edward needs to play so careful, Bane surfing, using the Bane's breath as a window get safe, as meanwhile Spider and Verse going toe-to-toe versus one another right now. Spider here still has the ultimate, has the cube as well. The Phantom Step comes out, there's the parry, steals the sword. Spider loses everything. Meanwhile, TT5 and Jin go toe-to-toe inside their Realm of Yang. Nice catch there with a spear from Jin, but he's very low on the health bar. Wants to get himself some healing. Looks for another spear. Doesn't quite make that connection off as TT5 is going to look for the cap onto him. Dodging away on the ball, but the damage is just adding up from TT5. It's too damn much for Jin. Down he goes.
Yeah, 1 hit of a jump LMB from her fist blades. coming on her from the other side of that pillar, and 2v5 will be able to walk away with that win, as was a legendary spear picked up from him. And we said that this lobby was likely going to be aggressive. We're going to see that aggression dialed up even further, as it looks like it might be Eventide Temple as an end zone just in our previous Morris game too. Edward with a bounty on his head, going to be keeping himself on this wall so that he doesn't get spotted out. There's such a big disparity in terms of equipment rarity that Kylan is running blue armor, blue weapons. Chen, purple armor, has been able to break into that top 12 today, needs to hold his position. It's going to come down to him and MTF, 32.9 versus 28.5. MTF, though, on a character that could very easily get shocked down by the rest of the lobby if they all figure out that there's a Justina still in the mix. They don't want to let her have the freeze potential for a third party.
Well, MTF right now, just playing the evasion game. Got down to 7 players. Oh, sorry, up to 8 players, but there are debuffs onto 2 of them right now. Spider, one of those players, looking to get himself into a light scrap here. TT5's in the area. Jin is the target he really wants to find. That's another player with the debuff on. As right now, Verse and TT5 are just bullying onto Spider. And I mean, everyone knows Spider is the hardy. They know that they need to take him out. As Icarus has flown too close to the sun. His wax wings are burnt. And
but he does still have access to them. This is the problem. He's still got access to his V2. So yes, he can... Because of like the openness of the space, the problem for all of these other players in the lobby, they know that Spider's going to have that Yang depletion, but they also know that he has the mobility with the V2 and can just fly himself out of the fight and into the rest of the map. There's so many layers of verticality to Eventide Temple. It's essentially a wedding cake of a building, and it means that Spider can just dip in and out of those fights. A lot of these other players, they're just going to have to be content with waiting a little bit longer for the timer to go down. They can't all in commit into the fight against the Hardy, otherwise they risk getting third-partied and punished for their overextension. So you've got, sort of like you said, the fire burning off the wings of the one who flies too close to the sun, but that's not guaranteed to be the Hardy. It could very well be someone else, as we can actually see that Jin and Edward have taken a priority of taking a fight everywhere away from everybody else. Jin having to, with that Yang depletion, not be within all of the huddle of players left up in Eventide Temple, trying to find anyone who's straggling on the outskirts of the zone, but entirely given the slip by Edward, who just posted himself up on that wall using the third-person POV to figure out that there was someone chasing him down and that he needed to remain hidden. And unfortunately, I think the next person who comes onto focus is going to be MTF, who might actually have a bounty on their head, given the fact that that bounty position, that red AoE marker, is moving every single time we see his position change on the map.
Yeah, it looks like it's XXY with the bounty on. MTF. Got everything ready. He's ready to go. I can't believe that 2 final circles close here, and as you said, a wedding cake of a building. Spider looking onto Chen here. I'm going to try and catch on to him briefly. Just get us a little bit of damage off. Chen's going to be able to break away, though. It is a hard place to find kills. And when you've got a minute left in the game to find a kill, you're going to be pretty tilted, but you're here. I think Spider, unfortunately, now under a minute left. Probably going to be left scratching his head and trying to figure out if there's any window, any opportunity to find someone else.
I mean, he could just grief someone.
Yeah.
I will say he honestly could just grief MTF. That would be wild if Fong becomes the one that gets griefed. As we can see, MTF, he knew that he was vulnerable. He knew that someone put a bounty on him. Didn't want to take a fight. Knows how close he is to the top 12. Out comes Palm Lightning. Jin, the focus fire from everybody. The Balder V2, Mizzy, he gets the help where he said at least Spider thinks that this is winnable. Goes for the all-in. Half of the V2 has already been burned out by the Palm Lightning. Can Spider find the cleanse? No! He did it, but I don't know it's enough. And Shen comes on through the last hit elimination onto Spider from the flying knives.
Oh, Oh, heartbreak there for Spider. He got the cleanse, 10 seconds left, and then immediately gets caught out. Way too much damage coming in.
I mean,
Who got the kills? Chen getting the kills huge.
Chen got the kill on Spider.
MTF is so close to him, but every time Chen gets a kill, it gets harder to take that spot from him at the top. Well, at the bottom of the top. It's going to be a very, very tight ending here. As you can see, Verse right now with the Aurora Burst. Looking to hold what I assume is going to be our...
Yes. This is a Spirit Well.
Spirit Well, that's the word, thank you.
Oh, and it's got White Tiger's Prowess too. That Aurora's Burst, Edward's going to try and actually catch on to Verse before he can recharge it. They're just going to keep him staggered so that Aurora Burst never actually fully charges on up into its silence effect. Verse now getting punished. Has to try and use the combo breaker to zone himself away. Phantom Step and Charged L and B's being chained together. But there's for Lani to try and escape away. Still doesn't manage to find the commitment of the Aurora Burst. And in the meantime, there's actually additional scraps going on through. Now that we can see... No way. T5 with the V2 on the Liam. Found the connection onto XXY. Threw him outside of the Spirit Well AoE so that he could try and cap out a little bit faster. Finds a parry into the R&B follow-up. And out comes the Palm Lightning into the correct horizontal. And MTF finds the pick. That's absolutely massive for MTF. It puts him so much closer to Chen, who's still in this lobby though, Jake. This is going to come down to these two players. It's not about who MVPs this game. It's about who gets more points.
It's going to be so damn tight at the top here. These guys both fighting tooth and nail. You can see 4.4 points separates them. Genuinely, how they play this next couple of moments will be the decider. If Chen gets an extra kill, I think life becomes incredibly hard here for MTF. But if Chen goes down, MTF has a world where he can play for it. He's going for the cap.
Yeah, and he's getting it free. Everyone's looking at the fight going on the walls of Eventide. He's been able to cleanse. 10 seconds is about to pass.
Yeah, nice cleanse there from MTF. Gets that cleanse off. Bane's Breath comes down. And now, Edward's very low. If MTF can maybe snipe this kill as well onto Edward, he's sitting pretty. He's putting the damage out there from those flying knives. Edward trying to make the escape out from this one as MTF jumps back into the fray. Edward, though, he's still pretty hard to kill right now. Got lots of mobility to work with. MTF not giving up on that pressure. This is the difference maker. This kill could decide if he makes it to the bi-weekly finals, and if he doesn't, T225 secures the kill. MTF commits ultimate and just plays escape. He doesn't want anything to do with the chaos, but it's down on the low ground. But Chen could be gifted a kill in repercussion for that as Verse is on the run. The bell gets rung. Who's going to be able to secure the kill? Chen's looking for it with the flying knives. MTF also playing on range. Verse dodging away on the Bane's Breath as T225 continues to pressure up, and it's T225 to get the kill. The race for 12th is still on.
34.9, 30.5. If one of these players gets the kill score multiplier, they've got bi-weekly finals for in the bag in terms of participation. The problem for them, I mean, the big problem for MTF is that he used his ultimate. He's going to have so much rage charge. There's no other Justina. Unfortunately, though, Chen's in a worse position, I would say, because he's got a minute before he goes out of this lobby to Yang depletion. If no fight occurs, Chen is out, but Wolves wouldn't be able to pick up the elimination, so MTF is going to take this fight. He needs that pick. He needs to be able to claim this kill, and T225 is going to be watching it, looking for a third party. Out comes the Yoda ultimate. Justina F2 has already been forced. T225 with the drop down. Oh my goodness. MTF did manage to pick up Spirit Well, so he does have a legendary on the swap if he can manage to make it over there in time. You can see the pathing start to come on through. T225 with the hit on that Liam V2 manages to take Chen out, and now it comes down to a 1 versus 1. MTF needs to win this for the kill score multiplier. The Assault Smolt has already been able to find its hit. We've seen T225 with Phoenix Burst as well attached to that long shot and Phantom Step. It gets parried against him, but the Liam still got access to his combo breaker and manages to avoid all of the follow-up. Tome now goes on cooldown. Both of these players looking for a reset, but MTF is the one who starts losing some of that legendary armor to all of the damage coming in through from the pistol. Looks for the fan, tries to find a little bit of chip damage and keep up the pressure on T225. Now being able to exchange in fire with pistols of his own, and MTF looks to kite. He's got the scale rush set up around the wall. Might be able to kite long enough for his ultimate to come back into the mix. The F2 is on cooldown. The V1 has come back on through. Can he find the freeze? he's such a low amount of HP, and he's absolutely cooked by the longsword from T25, who just had too much HP to be able to sustain the aftermath. And MTF, he got so close, but denied those eliminations in the kill score multiplier, Jake. I don't think he's done enough. I think Chen holds his position.
I think the fact that there's only one placement point between them, or like one placement spot between them, is definitely not enough. Chen, without Chen also having a good start to that game, MTF could have done that. And I think he's aware that it was close, but it was no cigar for him. T225 turns it around at the end of the day, pulls out that victory, gets it in the bag. And what an exciting end there. Unfortunately for Pace on your screen, not the greatest performance today. I think he's probably a bit miffed at himself off the back of that one. But MTF probably even more annoyed knowing how close he flew to getting it. And Chen probably a little bit nervous considering that was close. That was close to him just losing his spot at the bi-weekly finals. And it makes all the difference. And yes, he's going in 12th place. So he's going, you know, in at the worst position you want to be in this, in terms of like starting for the bi-weekly finals. But like, at least he's there. At least he's playing on Saturday. And, you know, he's got a little something to kind of play for and look forward to in that front.
Yeah, I mean, that was a lot of nerves. So many things could have played out differently in game number 6. Like, if T5 isn't the one that gets the elimination onto Chen, if MTF hadn't been forced into using his ultimate to literally just chain together all of the dashes and carry himself away from that fight as far as he possibly could, then things could have gone very, very differently. Because for MTF, the problem that arises is that when he's taking all of that damage from T5, yes, it's banking up Rage Charge, which gets him closer to his ultimate. It means that when he actually gets the freeze, the health disparity between the two of them is just still too great, and T5 is able to, with the longsword, win out in the end when it comes down to blow versus blow, sustaining the damages. Liam finally getting a really big game as well. The V2s, the third parties, oh my goodness. Like, Liam struggles when he's the focus of the multi-way fight. When he's just sitting there like a phantom on the sidelines and everybody else is looking the other way, that V2 is a menace when it comes to trying to dodge the connection of the ball.
No, he's, you know, we had questions today about like how we felt the players were feeling about power rankings and everything. And yeah, ultimately it was we had it towards the end of the day. We had a Liam win, we had a Alani win. I think we had another big one win as well. We had some pretty big stuff happen today on that front. The only character who really disappointed me today was Syra. I feel like finally, and I know for a lot of people they've been waiting for this moment, but I do feel like Syra has slowly started to lose her spot at the top. You know, there's still certain matchups like the Yoto matchup I think Syra does really, really well into, but I think, you know, struggles in the multi-way once again, just doesn't have the tools necessary, even changes to her ultimate, but yeah, not as solid. But here's our overall standings. Unfortunately for MTF, he did not qualify. Incredibly close to beating it out, but Chen just had a good enough day to find that recovery. And you know, honestly, on Wolves, maybe if MTF had a better day too, or his first day, it could have been it, but unfortunately it wasn't the case. Chen had an amazing first day, pretty lackluster day too, but he's going to be happy that he just about qualified in. You can see everyone else who played, mostly people who have played today actually on this side of the table, only Frostivus and Star, the only two players you haven't played. And I'm sure Star also got quite nervous because it looked like he actually could have lost his spot at the top there. But still,
I mean, Chen, the free kills that Chen picked up in game number 6 are the difference maker between him and MTF. It's 3 points essentially within it. So big plays coming on through from Chen that he's able to take those fights and also claim the actual elimination. As we saw a lot of third partying come on through, a lot of third partying. We're used to seeing third partying, but it does feel like the players' positions, like you can sort of see them just there on the sidelines in the minimap. We get to see them, other players don't. If they're busy murder goggling on the 1 versus 1 that they're currently under, and something slips under the radar when the third party shows on through, that can be the difference between life and death. As unfortunately, MTF here as well, losing that fight against T5 on the rip was also one of those moments where he just lost out an elimination that he should have been able to find.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's a rough one. It's funny because this was our final showdown at the end of the game as well. The MTF versus TTD5 one. Very, very clutch. MTF was able to find that kill, but Chen here, he just able to secure himself. I think it was the 2 kills he got that basically were the difference maker. Both came from this section.
Yeah, I mean, Yodo ultimate essentially getting to just say, hey, thank you to the Temmie ult. Where Raponic still goes through Temmie walls. And you manage to keep up the pressure. So not only can the Temmie not take safe cover inside his own ultimate, anyone on the outsides too is going to get caught by that Yodo as well. So big amounts of damage coming up. I think that's another reason why like Yodo has seen a higher pick in terms of priority. Having those sword slashes go through things like Temmie ultimate and also the pillars in Realm of Yang mean that Yodo can actually deny a lot of play that some of the other heroes in the meta really rely on setting themselves up for their kills with.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, here's our final little showdown, MTF versus TTD5. And again, it kind of comes off the bat, but I do think it's MTF in the sense where he made the mistake of committing to the fight onto Chen off the bat. And that meant that he went into the fight versus TTD5 with a little less health, a little less armor, you know, certain abilities on cooldown. It's what happens when there's 3 people left. The person who sits out that second to last fight goes into the final fight with the greater advantage. 25,000 damage and 6 kills coming out here from TTD5. Had the Phoenix Blast as his legendary soul jade, had Assault, Juggernaut, Ripple Step and Phantom Step, Sap Soul General Sky Punch in there as well. Solid showing from TTD5.
I mean, that Juggernaut would have been hyper scaled up too. He had 6 kills. That's max Juggernaut picked up already before you go into your final fight. So great plays for him, and he was just absolutely stacked. Like you said, that Phoenix Burst being able to come on through was a huge component in how MTF lost his health bar very rapidly, although we're going to be rapidly moving to our interview with one of our players getting ready to say hello.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to post-game interview. This is Yeager, and now I'm standing here with T2Top5, and let him say hello to our audience, please.
大家好，我是 YZ T25。
欢迎225来到我们的赛后采访，欢迎225。哇，我们先来说说刚才这把比赛。Okay, let's back to the latest game, and we know that all we pay attention to who will qualify for our bi-weekly final, but it seems like you're really outstanding today, and I like to know why. 那我们其实最后一把大家都非常非常的关注，焦点都在于我们到底谁最后陈世杰和牟林峰谁可以进入到我们的周决当中。哇，但是225这把最后的时刻也是打得非常的亮眼，可以说整一把都很亮眼。为什么在今天这个节骨眼上对分数的要求会这么高呢？那么想拿高分是为什么呢？
因为想放假嘛，能少打一天复活赛就是少打一天，能多放一天就多放一天。
哎，多放一天也是给自己一个很好的休息，去保持好自己的一个状态，面对接下来的比赛，对不对 ？So to be honest, I really want to qualify for our grand final. Like, I don't want to prepare for the rapid cage, and because it can for me to rest 1 more days, and I think maybe rest 1 more days can make me like keep a good status in the grand final. 好的，我们来看一下今天呢我们的有奖问答是什么。Okay, let's move on to the next part. Answer for treasure. 好，我们来看一下题目。So the question is, which hero did YZG225 use in the game 6? 这道题目呢是刚才这把比赛当中225用到的是哪个英雄？说到刚才这把比赛 ，let's back to the latest game again, and we know that at last you using the Phoenix Blaze really use a lot, and I would like to know, are you afraid of like use the blue charge and maybe will be parried？ 那我特别想问一下，其实最后我们可以看到这个225的这个凤凰羽是让自己玩爽了，爽没爽？这个玩爽了吧，应该说是。哎，这个凤凰羽这么样子直接的出这个蓄力，会不会担心自己被震刀啊？
首先我是这个榴莲 F 是不掉刀的嘛，然后我如果被震的话，我也可以 F 弹开嘛。然后后面其实他们俩都是在正面交锋嘛，我属于是背后偷蓄嘛。
人家是搞正面的，你是搞阴的是吧 ？Okay, so first because I'm using this hero and the F can not be parried weapon, so that's why I can keep it and I'm really like confident. And also because I focus that these two players still left on set, they are using the hero. They are all used their skills need to face, and because the Phoenix plays and I'm using behind them, that's why I'm really confident. 哇，这波其实可以说打得非常好的也是一个想法，所以也打出一个非常高的伤害。好的，我觉得应该准备就绪给大家发出福利了，让我们来看一下。接下来我们准备先进入我们倒计时。Okay, let's count in the number, please. 我们先英文倒计时数一下 ，3, 2, 1.
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, let's find out the correct answer. 记住正确答案是哪个了吗
D. 刘亮。
Yeah. The correct answer is D, Lim Liu, and congratulations, our lucky guy. Okay, at last we know because you're so outstanding, and congratulations, you got an MVP. And we would like to say a pity is that MTF just can't qualify for this bi-weekly, and maybe he need to prepare for the replicage. So anything you want to say to him? 那这边呢，我要说的是25，刚才这把打的真的非常非常的好，也恭喜你拿到了 MVP。但是也因为你的一个非常好的发挥啊，我们的小精灵魔霆锋，可能要跟我们这一次的周决就要遗憾的说再见了。那接下来呢，他就要去进入到备战这个复活赛的阶段，有没有什么话要送给接下来的呢？
我希望他复活赛加油吧，打出风采。
Okay, I would like to say cheer up to MTF. Just keep your status in the replicage. 那我们其实也是非常，其实刚才虽然说的简简单单，但是我觉得应该作为不管是大家是兄弟也好，朋友也好，肯定也是希望在我们的决赛赛场上面可以看到魔霆锋的。当然，同样的，我们也非常期待你接下来在决赛当中的一个表现。Okay, we are also looking forward to both of you, these two players, your performance in the grand final, and let's looking forward together. And first, you have to play the bi-weekly final. 那首先你还是要去进入一个周决，最后给自己加加油吧。周决有什么想说的话给自己？
加油加油加油！
很简单啊 ，cheer up cheer up cheer up for the bi-weekly final. OK， 那再次让我们感谢 T225 来到我们的赛后采访，再次跟你说声加油。那接下来就让我们一起期待周决的表现。Thank you for today's interview, and we will get back to our casters.
Thank you very much. Hello and welcome back to the caster desk. I was wanting some flame, man. I wanted T05 to go and be like, MTF, I slap your kid. Get ruined. Nah, he play. They're too nice on NARAKA players. I want a bit of spice. I want a little bit of flame. You know.
Like
no,
we got Targa. That's plenty of fire in one day. Thank you very much.
That fire was barely an ember, man. He got knocked out with 0 points. That was absolutely horrendous from Spider. And you know, Spider's absolutely cracked at this game, so yeah. Buff Tarka. Character sucks apparently. Yeah, what a day. Finally onto bi-weekly finals, the final run of bi-weekly finals as well, coming up on Saturday. I'm excited to see some more of the kind of like, you know, our classic, the Mike Spider action. I think always goes back to EWC and that final game of solos where it ended with those two locked in the 1v1 at Shadow Jade. Unbelievably hype ending. Probably one of the coolest endings we've ever had in solos. And we're getting to that point now where, you know, the players are going to be playing for keeps because they want to make it to the grand finals. And then beyond that, they want to make it a J-Cup. And their performance over this next couple of weeks is going to be the bit difference maker. I have one last little look at the overall standings right now. At the bottom of the table, you can see these are the 6 players who unfortunately haven't made it to the bi-weekly finals. So they got to play in the replicage, try and keep their hopes and dreams alive. These guys have made it, and it is all about how they perform in this bi-weekly final 4.
Yes, we can see as well that they'll be carrying in 13% of the total points that they were able to accrue over the 2 days of play that they had, making it one step closer to that MVP eligibility. But I mean, Jake, you know that the solos bi-weekly final is always going to have something a little bit extra spicy too, given the fact that we actually now have the ruling where instead of playing the versus matchups, we actually get everyone having to play the same hero that was the most picked. Coming on through in phase 1 for the previous 3 days of play, which is likely going to be the Lani yet again. And then once that one game of everybody as Lani has been played, Lani gets removed from the hero pool entirely. Which means that some of the heroes that we don't get to see in solos all that often start having to actually make it into hero selections.
Yeah, no, it's really exciting the way we run it. Obviously, still got trios coming up tomorrow as well, so there's even more NARAKA to keep your eyes on. Here is our tomorrow's schedule. We'll be starting with our mirror matchups. Again, this round of bi-weeklies is very fun for me because Monk is done. You play him at the beginning of the day, and then you are done with that goddamn character. Out of my world, out of my league. Don't want to see it. I still think we should just do a ban system. Me and Mox were talking about this. I think we should just, like, instead of doing like a mirror matchup, the most played comp is just banned flat out. You can't play any of those characters. I don't know. We'll see. Anyway, that is tomorrow's schedule. That'll be our final qualifying teams for the trios, which we played on Sunday. That's their bi-weekly final. I can't believe we are at the end of the whole season. We're at the end of the regular part of the season. And finals is in 2 weeks' time. I think it's the 25th and the 26th, the 24th
Yes.
and the 25th. Yeah,
it's 25th and 26th.
Yeah, Saturday, Sunday. Yeah, I have to look at my calendar there. Yeah, so 2 weeks' time, and we're into finals. We do have the China qualifiers for Worlds coming up the week after that. I don't know if that's a whole week or if that's 2 weeks. I don't know the calendar that well because I don't look at things. That's why. But, you know, we got a lot of NARAKA to come up, and even with the end of this and moving beyond the actual Nbpl itself, we got Jacob coming up fairly soon as well, which is also going to be even more insane. So don't worry if you guys are big NARAKA viewers like myself. So much more NARAKA to come, so many more games to watch. It's going to be genuinely a very, very exciting couple of weeks coming up here on the Nbpl. Thank you very much for watching here, though, guys. We're going to throw ourselves off air for now. We'll be back tomorrow with even more action for bot trios. So from me and Moxie, thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you later. Bye bye.